Word.
Storm clouds fly tattered and swift. The road is forlorn all day. Where myriad snowy quartz stones lift and the hoofprints vanish away. The roadside flowers too wet for the bee expend their bloom in vain. Come over the hills and far with me and be my love in the rain. The birds have less to say for themselves in the wood world's torn despair. Then now these numberless years, the elves, although they are no less there, all song of the woods is crushed like some wild, easily shattered rose. Come, be my love in the wet woods, come, where the boughs rain when it blows. shall wet your breast. The rain fresh, golden rise. Oh, never, oh no, never this whelming east wind swells, but it seems like the seas return to the ancient lands where it left the shells before the age of the fern. And it seems like the time when after doubt our love came back amain. Oh, come forth into the storm and rout and be my love in the rain.
Welcome. Quiet night, huh?
Yeah, man. I'm just kind of hanging out. I made a bunch of instrumentals of various songs that I like, and I use Suno to basically turn MIDI files into custom remixes, and I've been playing some of those. Some of them end up being kind of like karaoke quality. Like you could sing along with it. It all lines up with the original song pretty well. The reason why I make them is not to sing along with, but for background music. Because there's no lyrics, we can talk over it without getting distracted by them.
Nice, cool.
I'm considering editing a bunch of them together to make just one file that lasts maybe an hour, and then setting the volume to about 10%, so it's really, really low, and experimenting with playing that in the background while we hang out here chatting. If it doesn't cause any problems, it could end up being pretty cool to have background music.
Awesome.
It just depends on how it sounds to the audience. I've also been making weird combinations of public domain poetry with songs that happen to line up with the theme of the poem. Like I took the Song of Storms from Legend of Zelda, like OOT, and combined that with a poem by Robert Frost. So the Lion Storm song. It ended up sounding pretty damn good. It sounded better than I expected. I was thinking it was going to be like it did.
That's cool. What poet did you say?
There's a poem called A Lion Storm Song by Robert Frost, and there's a song from Legend of Zelda game called Song of Storms. And I combined them together, and the theme of the poem lines up with the title of the song.
Huh.
And the singing lines up pretty well too. One thing I really want to do is sit down and work on getting some parodies made. The way that you do a parody, you have to have it match the pace of the song perfectly. It's not so much about rhyming as it is matching up the syllables. It's hard to sing along with a parody if the syllables of the parody don't match up with the syllables of the original song. The way that it makes it harder. I love me some parodies. I was always listening to Weird Al growing up as a kid.
Yeah, he's clever.
He's number one when it comes to making parodies. Now, I was into it to the point where I know who Dr. Demento is, and I downloaded some of his music too. He's the dude who inspired Weird Al to make the weird music that he makes now.
What was his name?
Dr. Demento. He also made really weird music, did a bunch of stuff on radio.
Okay, I haven't heard it. Yeah.
What sets Weird Al apart is he always actually asks for permission. Not that you have to. If you're in here, you don't actually have to contact anybody. But he does, and it kind of builds up his reputation as the number one in that particular field in that game. Because he's got all those contacts, they're all celebrities, so that ended up making him a celebrity. Of course, he's a libtard sellout, but I digress. I can't argue with his logic when it comes to what he said about McDonald's burgers. I'm pretty sure that he's vegan, and his reason for becoming so is I guess if he watched the documentary on factory farming and how McDonald's burgers are made, and it completely turned him off to eating meat altogether.
Wow.
I don't blame him. I mean, I've seen the same videos. It's pretty horrific.
Meat's going to shit anyway. I mean, it's really bad quality.
Yeah. Well, McDonald's sells downer cows, so the meat that they get's all like really shitty. Until they keep their prices so cheap, they get the shittiest meat of all.
So, and why do they liquefy it?
It's basically a proprietary patty of meatloaf because it's not even all meat. They add filler and shit in there too.
Right.
And that stuff things back when I was working at McDonald's when I was a teenager. I think it was like a nickel for a quarter pounder. Like the patty cost them about 5 cents. There was a poster in the employee break room because you could get stock in the company and there's different options and stuff related to it. So obviously they're going to show everybody the prices of everything. I wish I had a picture of that poster though, because once I found that out, to me it exposed how much of a ripoff McDonald's actually is. Like when people were asking for $15 an hour, that actually tracks. You do you know how much money McDonald's fucking makes off their burgers?
Yeah, millions. Yeah, billions.
Yeah, like the markup for their sales is over 1,000%. But obviously, they can afford it. They always could. Really isn't that though? The problem is the fact that minimum wage, if you were to account for inflation, all that shit, minimum wage would likely be closer to like $60 at this point. In order to have the purchasing power that our grandparents and great grandparents had. Like back in the day, you could work a year or two and get a whole house. And you could order the house out of a Sears catalog. Show up in your front yard like a giant Lego set with an instruction manual. Here you go. They made it impossible to get ahead. One thing I've noticed is the price of land never goes down. So investing in land will always be a good idea, no matter how shitty the land, because inevitably, eventually, it'll end up increasing in value in all likelihood. Even some marshy swampland shit. All it takes is for the government to decide that they want to build a freaking overpass through something, and now you've got traffic coming through and more buildings coming in. Now that old dirt road has become a very expensive location where you could put a damn gas station. All it takes is for the government to do their eminent domain crap.
Good point. There might be something in that. Just go around, just like buying up all the unwanted pieces of land.
Yep, that's what I advise everyone to do. Like, you just invest in the future. Like, have something for the children of your children's children. A wise man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. So I would say make sure you have something to leave behind for the children of your children's children. And land's a good thing to do it with. It's stomping grounds. Childhood homes. That's the type of investments people should be making. And keep it in the family. Don't have all that depression and sadness associated with losing a childhood home. And that's just gone. Now somebody else lives there. They're making their own memories. Keep that territory, keep that property in the family. And you can skip the inheritance tax shit. People, you can make like a shell company type thing. Basically, make your own company. You put it in its own trust. The people who are intended to use it will be able to use it, but you'll never have to pay inheritance tax because it doesn't change hands. It stays exactly where it is. That's how the rich people do it. They don't pay taxes every time somebody dies. That would be stupid.
Yeah, that is crazy.
The problem with us poor people is most of us think like poor people. We got to think like the ones who are rolling in the dough. I love when somebody made an app. I don't know what glorious bastard did that, but they made an app where you can automatically buy and sell whatever stocks people like Nancy Pelosi buys. And I thought that was funny as shit. 100% guaranteed profit. It's obvious that they're participating in insider trading, so why not make it a public thing? Let's go. Don't stop them. Let us follow them because they're not going to make themselves poor on purpose. If anybody doesn't like it, welcome. If you happen to have any questions about the Earth, feel free to ask. Otherwise, we're just chilling. It'd be cool to build up a group of people who basically barter and trade with one another. You create your own fair market value trade union and then have it be an international thing and exchange stuff. Like, damn the money or whatever's going on with politics. How can we look out for each other and the greater community that is mankind?
Alright, sorry man, I've got to take off.
Stay.
Cheers mate, you too. Yeah, nice talking to you man. I'll catch up with you guys later.
Yeah. Oh well. Welcome.
sanity.
If you fire a bullet that fast, it will have like re-entry effects.
And we're talking about the rocket speed.
Yeah, I know, but yeah.
I mean, a bullet's so fast you can't even see it.
Oh, are you gonna say that we shouldn't have seen the capsule?
No, I'm just saying that it's a breakneck speed that they're claiming to be traveling at.
Sure.
But anyways, I told my friend this. I asked him. I said, "How fast is Artemis going?" He looked it up, and I said, "Google how fast a bullet goes." And he looks at me. He just gave me this look, and he was like, "Ah." And he's not too like, what's that?
Bullet maybe goes, I don't know, Mach 3, 5.
Like 3,000 miles an hour, something like that.
3,000. It's 3 times the speed of sound. What I don't really get with the communication and all that. Why didn't NASA put some sort of communication relay constellation around the moon yet? I mean, it's not like they aren't working on it. They're gonna use sort of ground stations made out of lunar landers, cheap lunar landers.
Hold on, they're gonna create a little junkyard up there and then get creative with it all.
They're basically they're sending. I forgot the name of it. There's like there's cheap lunar landers, and they already failed twice. But I think they're gonna send it for the third time again. Hopefully that time works. Both of them fell over, so they're basically going to make like a radio tower kind of situation. Just these landers evenly spaced around the moons to create a communication network.
Wow.
But I can't believe they haven't done it yet. Anyway. Oh, I thought they would have an aircraft carrier picking them up, but it looks like a frigate. It is a frigate.
I'm not gonna lie, that footage looks fishy. Of them landing this helicopter looks like a video game.
Wait, but why? Wait, that's your wait. No, well, come on, man. That's not the proof of it
Well, I mean,
being
all
fake.
we're looking at, damn it, dude, all we're looking at are helicopters on an aircraft carrier. I'm just saying, I've seen graphics similar to this in video games.
I know, but that's not the
It's
prime.
fishy the way they zoom out to capture it just entering the corner. It's fishy the way they have that foreground of the hill, whatever they have structure in the foreground. It just looks bad.
Yeah, I know, but that's not the prime evidence you want to use to prove to someone that it's fake.
I'm not
because
proving
obviously
anything. I'm not, dude. We're watching
Bro,
helicopters.
I'm not-
We're watching helicopters on a
Let me
aircraft
finish.
carrier.
Bro, just let me finish talking, bro. Like that's not the prime evidence. Is not so. That's not going
All
to
I
convince.
was saying was something looked fishy.
Okay, I heard you. So
Okay, well,
obviously,
why is it? If it's no big deal,
can
why
you
does it
listen?
trigger
You
you
don't even know
so?
what I'm gonna say. Anyway, in the side chat, you can see that's the evidence you want to use to prove to someone that it's fake. Because that shit is obviously there's AI and green screen going on right there. You don't prove to someone that it's fake by using that footage because they can just give you a million bullshit reasons and sophistry.
Yeah, mental illness, they're going to have to prove it to themselves. Listen, I'm not the one who brought up the footage. The other guy is live streaming the footage. We've been watching it for a half an hour and talking about it and talking about other things. It's a damn. He started with a hunk of metal falling into the ocean. What does that prove?
Well, another big thing is
and
that
now
they
I'm talking
need to
about a damn helicopter.
Well, as far regarding what he's streaming right now, another thing is that he needs to. The astronauts are allegedly supposed to go through decompression period. They're supposed to like literally be in care of the hospital, so they can like recompress back to the Earth or reconstitute back to the gravity of the Earth. But they just go
that's
right
what they
straight
did
to
in
the
the old
fucking.
days.
Yeah, that's what they done now. They just go right to it. That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
he did say, "Well, they'll be in the hospital bay tonight." But yeah, the whole thing's just it's a weak script to whoever read it.
And then you got the video of them walking around normal, and then somehow the next day after they start acting funky. Hey, how are you going to go from acting perfectly normal the minute you get off the rocket to now you're going to start walking funny? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. If you want to see
in the old days, they would pick them up with a helicopter, and they would bring the helicopter down to the they would have a aircraft carrier, and like with an aircraft carrier, they have these like elevators that bring them down to the deck below to store the helicopters. They would have stairs there, and like the astronauts would just walk out to what's called like isolation chamber. But yeah, people kind of overblow the idea of astronauts not being able to walk when they come back. Like sure.
But they put out a video. Did you not see? They put out a video of her unable to walk days after she was walking fine. Right? She was pretending that she couldn't walk at all. I'll find the video. I'll pop it in the side chat.
They mentioned in the video that your body needs to reacclimate to the 1G gravity. It's basically like having lived on a ship for months at a time, and then you come back on land and like land isn't rocking back and forth.
Like having sea legs.
Yeah, it's basically like having space legs.
Well, how come they didn't have space legs when they came back? They didn't have the space legs, and then a few days later, all of a sudden, she had the space legs. Is it kick in late? Does it? A few days later, then all of a sudden you can't walk.
Yeah.
You guys look in the if you guys look in the side chat, you can see that, and this is like after they come back. You can see that none of those people recording are actually recording what's in front of them. Every single one. None of those phones are recording what's in front of them.
Totally. Yep.
Yeah, I hear the sarcasm there. Okay, I guess you believe it.
No. Dude, it's complete bullshit, right? I saw multiple videos where they were pointing the phone right at the astronauts, and you couldn't see any sign of what was there in the phone screens. Yeah.
Do you know what happens when you try to show that to people who are particularly liberal? They say that
spaz out.
Yeah, they don't even spaz. They just deny that they're not they're recording something different than what's in front of them. They say, "Oh, I don't see what the problem is. What's the problem, bro? I don't see anything wrong here, bro." That's what they say.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just really, really cringe.
Blind.
Why is he clapping like this? Is they're laughing, dude. They're laughing at you, bro. They're laughing at you, bro. They think it's funny. Oh, right. I have something for you guys. So you guys are watching this footage here. So I want you to compare what you saw earlier to what I'm about to show you here. Because it looks exactly the same. So check this out. It's a really short video, 45 seconds. Check that shit out, right? It looks exactly like what they showed of when the capsule was coming back. So hilarious, man. Like, they're making fun of people, dude.
Yes, I tried to remind Astro Sentinel of that's his stream he's showing. All it's showing is a tin can falling into the ocean. I mean, I could even make that happen by weekend's end. You know, I mean, give me a budget.
Well, no, but they're not even going that far. They just like take the thing that they did like fucking 10 years ago, 13 years ago, which is actually hilarious. Of course, it's 13 years ago. Then they use that footage, and then oh yeah, that's falling to Earth. Why didn't they like point the camera out the window to show the re-entry fire? Why didn't they point the camera out the window to show them leaving Earth? This is like very common things that people would definitely want to see, but they didn't do it.
Well, plasma on re-entry doesn't allow them to live stream it, but there is footage. Will probably be released later of the full re-entry.
Right, it'll be AI, right? Later, right? It'll be AI. Right?
Yeah, later. Yeah.
There's no reason they can't release it now.
Yeah, but
Plasma won't allow the footage. Well,
I want to see that. Fucking sense, bro.
Yeah, I would like to see that. Why not? They have the Google cars, which have 15 damn cameras on them pointed every which way. I would like to see the plasma disrupting the feed of their reentry. Show me that on film. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just I guess it's strange that you're so.
The only thing that you're gonna get a full re-entry image from is the space shuttle, but the space shuttle doesn't fly anymore. But nowadays, the only thing that you're gonna get full re-entry image from is because they send their signal to Starlinks in orbit. Is the Starship, which has much better coverage, by the way.
Well, run the damn film camera then. If they can't link it up, some film. This is NASA. You're telling me they don't have a film camera in the building?
Yeah, but they do run the film, but then you're calling it AI. Like, what do you want?
What film? What film are you talking about?
The reason is because you said they would delay.
You said they would delay it. They don't have.
Yeah, you're saying that they would delay it. That gives them plenty of time to just fabricate something. Like that's obvious, like what they do.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be AI when they use wide angle. They use wide angle lenses, dude. They distort the image using the lens itself.
Yeah, sure.
They could debunk flat Earth tomorrow if they just show a re-entry video or show them leaving the Earth with the footage not being interrupted. It's not that hard. They could just do that. They could have did that. They had the opportunity to do that. They didn't do it though, because this didn't happen.
When Starship is operational and you can buy a ticket to space, just make sure
Appeal to
It's
the
gonna, and
future noted.
when they do
Yeah.
that, it's going to be when AI is extremely prolific and extremely effective, and it's going to be when people have Neuralink in their brain. Then that's when they'll be allowed to go to space, quote unquote space, and they'll be having some bullshit beamed into their fucking their synapses, and then they'll like trick them to think they're going to space. That's what's going to be. That's what's going to happen.
Remember when a bunch of people believed that they were going to make a moon base, not a moon base, but a like luxury hotel on the moon, and all these people
1970s,
invested
yeah.
a bunch of money in it,
Yep.
and it never happened, obviously. So where's their money? Where did that go? Where's the luxury hotel for the elite on the moon? People have been
Where's the
saying this
Mars?
crap for years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Where's
everything
the
you're saying,
Mars?
Astro, this is not new. We've been hearing this shit for years. Cool story, bro.
To be honest, it
Why is
looked
the
like
footage
they had
so
like a,
grainy? Why is it so grainy, bro?
it's grainy because it's AI.
No, it could be fucking 4K. That's what this is, a extremely expensive taxpayer mission, right? And they can't show me
Looks
4K?
like somebody recorded it on.
It's easier to
The,
fake if it
the
looks like
joke with
shit.
NASA, the joke with NASA
Yeah.
is that they always film in 720p.
It looks like they filmed on a potato.
Yeah, 720p. You can get some nice looking 720p. This is just junk. They made it as shitty as possible with as much of that jittery compression shit going on as possible. Right, looks like crap.
Oh,
And look, most people
no.
are super. I'd be pissed off if I was a globe earther, right? And this is the shitty footage that they put out because you guys have been talking this up for so long. Oh, this is going to shut up the flat earthers, and then they just put out the most junk footage ever. Right. Meanwhile, from the Earth with a $500 shitty camera, we can zoom in on the top of the moon. We can pan down. We can zoom in on upside down craters on the bottom of the moon. But with all the NASA technology, they couldn't even get a video of the Earth rotating or zoom into the bottom and pan up, pan down, show us some upside down Mount Kosciuszko in Australia or something. It's just junk.
Yeah,
I'd
pretty
be-
much. Let me show you this picture right here, and this is just from Wikipedia, bro. This image is extremely high resolution. Was taken in freaking Alabama with a freaking with the Canon EOS Rebel T1i, not a T4i, not a T7i that are out now, a T1i, right? And this is what they show. You can see all the details and everything on it. Now, and look at the images they showed you guys. Nothing. It's grainy crash, bro. It's like and you got really niggas out here thinking it's real, dude. Yo, it's crazy, yo. It's crazy.
Dude, I think this picture is AI generated.
It is. That's CGI, not AI.
Huh? No, I mean,
Yeah, you said something about CGI. But this
In the
is from the
no, I
title.
mean
Artemis thing. This is from the Artemis. Check the side chat. So you basically claim they did not use any CGI at all, dude, bro.
this visualization.
Bro, it's so
No,
funny.
they always, dude. No, check this out. They always use a visualization. This thing. That's how they do it every time.
Bro, I saw through this.
Because
Dude,
NASA has crap
go
coverage.
ahead.
So,
Yeah, dude, I remember.
as I said before, NASA's coverage, NASA's footage, they prioritize the data over the footage. So whenever, like, well, the TDRS satellite is not like really modern.
So it's just trust me, bro.
Let's
That
see.
like you don't think they
It's
would
not like
do
Starlink.
well. Yeah, but you don't think they'd be doing any well to like sorry you don't think they'd be doing very well to like having good outreach to the public by showing them cool shots of them getting reentry and going out of orbit. You don't think that would help anyone like be into
I
space?
think that.
You don't think that'd be a
It's
reading tactic?
2026, dude.
I think that would
It's
help a lot.
2026. You don't think that they have high altitude? Bro, they have high altitude range expanders. It's 2026. They should be able to get some uncut footage. There's no reason why they shouldn't.
But they don't.
I'm not going
because
to
they
make
send
excuses for
everything
them.
up to a satellite. That's not even.
But you see how much work you're having
That's
to do?
non
It's like,
sequitur
it's like
because you can record it. Like you can record it and play it back later, so they should still be able
Yeah,
to acquire uncut footage.
and then you're
And
saying
you-
that it's AI generated.
No, no. The reason I said AI
I
generated
didn't say
earlier is
that at
because you
all.
said that they can't. You told me earlier that the reason they don't do reentry is because of plasma, or because they have to. They're gonna they're gonna introduce that footage later. And I told you that if they're just gonna introduce that footage later, that gives them plenty of time to fabricate AI footage. Plenty of time to fabricate something fake if it's later, quote unquote, a TBA. Right?
Yes.
That's not helpful to gain public trust at all. The only people who I've seen believe this Artemis mission is real are like the biggest sheep and homosexuals. That's basically it. That's the only people I've seen that believe this shit.
Sorry.
Dude, I saw through this stuff like when I was studying astrophysics in college, and we were I was in the physics club, and I was the president of the physics club. I remember literally going. The other club members and the club presidents, they wanted us to like watch the Curiosity footage. They wanted us to watch the rover land on Mars, and I was excited. I thought they were actually going to show footage like telemetry from them doing that. And all we saw was CGI, and they were cheering. I'm like, wait, what's going? Wait, what are you doing? What's going on here, bro? Wait, this isn't something they're not showing you it happening.
Yeah,
They
they,
said
that
it
was-
happened.
they released a drop later, but CGI, right?
Because it was CGI. That's what they showed.
No, I mean the footage of the actual landing. They got it later,
Where?
What if it didn't go so well?
like 1 or 2 days ago.
Did they have CGI ready for if it exploded when it
It's
landed?
been 13 years.
Like, did they prepare multiple plot lines of CGI
And now
for all
AI
the
is prolific, so now
contingencies
you
that would
need
have
to
happened?
fake the footage. So that
Holy
kind of is,
crap! It's like
pretty
nobody's
suspicious.
hearing me when I talk. Hey, mental illness, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Where's that guy's footage? That guy recording him right there. Where's his footage? Where's that guy's footage?
Mental
Hey,
illness. Can
that's
you hear
fine.
Yoder when he's speaking?
Yeah. Hey, mental
Can I
illness,
just-
I
I can
muted
hear
you because you muted me, so you can stay
You're
on
loud.
mute.
Can I just point out that that lady
Clear,
actually was assisted off of the helicopter, and both of these two guys, they barely need any aid. So you said that that woman like had like problems walking and stuff, or did they all have?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're talking about, I was just half listening, but there's a video I posted at 7 minutes after the hour. Actually, there's one that shows a side by side. Okay, so the 13th of April, and then the 17th of April. So it's at 6 minutes after the hour. Right, so it's her walking around perfectly normal, and then if a few days later she can't walk all of a sudden.
So that's the woman, but look, she comes off of the helicopter, like she actually needs to be held by these two guys.
No,
Like-
they were walking around just fine when they yeah. I was watching them. I was watching it live. They were walking around just fine. And then she was doing the press conference afterward, where her earpiece stopped working, and she didn't know what to say because her earpiece stopped working. Right? She was walking around just fine then, and then a few days later, she couldn't walk again. Right? I don't know why you're putting it upon yourself to apologize for something that's obviously fake.
No.
I don't know why you're a NASA apologist, bro.
Look at.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. It's strange how casually you just accept it. It's very
I
odd.
wonder what it is about it. I mean, well, it is exciting. The idea of space is exciting.
Hypnotic. I mean, if you're already hypnotized, it's just more
Exciting.
hypnosis.
It's exciting to float around throwing up all the time.
Look, she needs to be
With
she
a
needs to
busted
be held
toilet.
here.
Why is she walking
Needs to
around?
be
Why is she
assisted
walking
here by-
around?
by
All right, answer this question. Right. So on
DJ.
the 13th,
DJ.
yeah, that's my name. That's my name.
Yeah,
That's my name.
please,
Right.
please watch.
Thank you.
Please watch the stream.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm not watching the stream.
Please watch my screen.
No. I'm not. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, you're not watching the stream.
No, I'm
So
not
you don't know
watching
what
it,
I'm
dude.
talking about.
Yeah, because we're already talking about something else, right? So
Dude,
just answer
we're
this
live
question.
on YouTube. YouTube viewers can't see your screen, so it's stupid to do that.
Right, I'll click on your screen. Pause whatever you're doing. Right, just answer this one question. Right, why is she walking around perfectly fine on the 13th, and then on the 17th she can't walk anymore?
But I'm trying to show you.
Why can't you answer that?
She is being heavily assisted in walking the moment that she steps off the
Okay, I'll grant you that. I'll just grant you that. So why is she walking around fine on the 13th, and then she can't walk on the 17th?
I don't know. I can't confirm like whether those things are actually done on those dates.
Okay, if they are, there is.
What the hell does that mean?
I just wanted to ask a question real quick. Like,
yeah, because you never post your sources, so I can't verify shit.
Fox News.
Astro, why did she when she was doing that press talk to talk about like what it was like being in the capsule going around the moon? Why did she stop so suddenly in such an unnatural way, as if she was listening to something? Why is that? Why did Buzz Aldrin say that he didn't go to the moon?
No, I didn't see the press conference.
You really should watch it. You need to watch that because it was very, very damning.
When did Buzz Aldrin say that we didn't go to the moon?
And there's multiple recordings of him claiming that they didn't go to the moon.
Yeah. But we're not talking about that, right? We're talking about her forgetting her lines because her earpiece stopped working.
Wait, was that the excuse? Is that what they said?
No, that she acted like she was deep in thought. If she wouldn't have said "uh-oh," she said "uh-oh."
Yeah, like that's you could clearly see, dude, she had her hair blatantly covering her ears in a weird way. And then all of a sudden, she just forgot what she was saying. She put her hand up near her ear and she said, "uh-oh," like she blatantly she stopped hearing what she was supposed to be saying. And she even said, "Oh, it's obvious." Astro Senator, watch it. It's the video's right there in the side chat at 7 minutes after the hour.
I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of now.
I didn't want to see any press conference afterwards. Before I saw the landing,
you brought this whole thing up.
Landing right now. Yeah, I know. I brought this whole thing
I watched another press conference. I watched the press conference a couple of days after their landing, and they asked them what is lacking in. It's funny because it's a question that I ask people in here, but what is lacking in Hollywood productions of space travel that yours captured, or you would suggest would help Hollywood give a more real experience? And they all, the woman, of course, she made this look like, oh, good question. The old guy, black guy, he said he's the only one that had an answer, and he goes, they should make it a series. It was just bizarre. All the press conferences are odd. It's crazy. You guys were bragging about this thing, telling us, now you're telling us, oh, just wait for this, you'll be ashamed. You embarrassed. This was the one we were supposed to be embarrassed by. You guys haven't even watched it.
It's the next one. I think the next one we're supposed to be embarrassed by, not this one. It's the next one.
I've already marked it on my calendar. The next day I'm supposed to be embarrassed. I've got a couple years.
So Astro, you do understand that this entire mission has probably created more flat earthers, right? You understand that, right?
Turn that guy off.
Oh, probably millions.
Probably billions of people that are now flat earthers now because of this.
I never even said that this would break like flat earth or whatever.
I didn't say that you said that. I'm trying to tell you that this bullshit mission, this lie that they're telling you right now, has brought more people over to the idea and the possible truth that is actually just flat. I mean, just get over it. It's how it is.
Well, you just wait until Starship becomes operational and can.
Okay,
you just wait. You wait till the future comes.
But Yeah, but that's
Astro, hold on.
years
When it
from
was
now.
just me and you in here together, don't act like you weren't showing this tin can falling into the ocean. You also linked, going to the moon is, you said going to the moon is cool. You said that.
Really?
Yeah.
I said that we should go to the moon because.
Yeah, you said going to the moon is cool. All I'm saying is don't act like you didn't present
No,
this as evidence that the Earth is a ball.
Never. I would never say that going to the moon is cool just in and on itself.
You did. It wasn't Obadi. It was you.
What I said is that we should go to the moon because we only been there for 12 days and we've manned the space station for 20 years and there's still science to do. So we should go to the moon.
How is the science helping you though?
What science? What science are they doing?
Because I remember doing outreach for an amyloid fiber research project that was supposed to send amyloid fibers into orbit, right? But I have seen no progress in that field for amyloid fibers to help Alzheimer's. It's still the same as it was. So clearly, nothing happened.
I mean, is that even science? Isn't that just like product testing?
Putting people in pretend outer space is not science.
Well, there has been a lot of research into
zero research
creating there's been a lot of research into creating certain medicine in microgravity.
Oh yeah, well,
there has not been any research. Zero research for that. Zero labs floating in. There's zero labs floating around in the sky.
Well, actually, there's a company that has launched, I think, 2 or 3 satellites now that have then re-entered and.
I can't get a fucking robot to pick up 50 parts in a row correctly, and we've been doing it for 5 years, and you're telling me these satellites just do all this magical chemical work.
Yeah. Well, since when has anyone made medicine manually?
Just launch stuff into space and let relativity start manipulating the molecules. Like what?
This guy said, "Hey, isn't there a company that put like 2 or 3 satellites in orbit? Starlink supposedly has over 10,000 in orbit."
Oh yeah, because companies just self-launch all the time, right? It's not like you need a top secret facility.
Okay, Astro, did you want to? We've been in here 45 minutes. Did you want to address the topic of the room?
Letters.
Yeah, because you immediately started streaming the Artemis 2 capsule return.
Yeah, there was no one else in here.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. Do you think that? So that's where you want to start. But you said that has nothing to do with the Earth-based globe.
So dropping metal in the water equals Earth's globe?
Yeah, that's what he was saying a while ago. That's what he was selling.
I never said metal.
You implied.
Well, what is it made of?
You've displayed your knives, so don't act like you're not selling them now.
Well, I already said earlier that what gets hot is like the heat shield. You called it ceramics. Even if it's ceramics, like there's enough footage.
Okay, does that have anything to do with the topic? The channel topic?
Nothing caught on fire. Nothing got hot.
You brought up metal into the water.
They wouldn't have to put heaters on planes if it got hot when you went fast.
You know what, Rad? When the Russian shuttle was found to be made out of wood, the Buran 1 or Buran 2 that's still mothballed in that Russian facility, when those urban explorers went inside, they found it was made of wood. So not even made of metal.
Those shuttles?
Yeah, remember that when those urban explorers went in there and started filming it?
Yeah.
the space shuttle was made of wood because it was just a movie
that's
set.
awesome. It was just there to fool people.
Oh, dude.
Well, the thing doesn't even look
I wish you
aerodynamic
had the
anyway, so I don't even know
video.
how
I'd
you
love to
even believe
see
that
it.
flew, bro.
I wish you had the video of that. I'd love to see it.
Like,
Oh yeah,
would any of
it's
you
still
fly
out
on
there.
would any of you fly on a space shuttle for like for a flight? Because it doesn't look aerodynamic enough to me to like, especially not to come from orbit. It doesn't make any sense to me. It isn't. It looks like a dildo to me.
Oh, it's
That
even
actually
worse is watching that capsule fall like butt first into the atmosphere instead of nose first. You kind of wonder why it wasn't tumbling around butt over nose like 1,000 RPM.
Wait, Yoder, did you see the video I posted in the side chat up there? It's way up there. The 2013 video. Dude, yo, Astro, go back in the video to the beginning where the capsule comes out of the sky. I wanted to compare that to the video I posted because it looks exactly the same. It looks exactly the same, bro.
I want to see the capsule.
I already told you it doesn't look the same. But
okay, if it doesn't look the same,
again,
then I'll be wrong. Go ahead and show us. Let me see.
Just hold up. I'm just showing this Buran video thing that they clearly climb into the Buran here. Let's see if it's made out of wood. Sounds like metal to me so far.
I mean, to me, like me understanding like bullet trajectory and like firearms and things like that. I mean, that capsule, it looked like a bullet, so you would think that it would just start tumbling at some point.
Well, that's not metal right there.
These white tiles are like the heat shield tiles. That's not the metal underneath.
Paint.
It's like tile or something.
Yeah, hear what he says. The
plastic 3D printed.
Thermal blankets. Oh yeah, this part that's like near his knee, that looks like cardboard or something. This isn't wood, right?
There's a moment where they went into the cockpit and you could see like the paneling and everything was wood and the dials were painted gauges.
What is this? What is this thing they're in?
Wait, painted gauges?
Yeah, yeah, and then they tried to mess with the electrical system and it kept shorting out, and in some cases like wires weren't even hooked up. It was all fake fuse boxes and crap. Like it was hilarious. It's like an urban exploration of the Buran space shuttle. It's pretty famous. This came out maybe like 15 years ago or 20 years ago. One of the early YouTube videos.
The Buran never actually finished.
It's been done several times too. So, and the people who went there, at least in one of the cases, got arrested, thrown into a Russian prison. Which, probably pretty rough in there.
I don't know. I wouldn't fly in this. It doesn't look very comfortable.
They're in a spaceship right now, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but the Buran never actually finished the full production. They only flew it once. No crew on board.
No,
I don't know.
that piece of wood didn't fly anywhere.
not according to the Soviets.
Well, NASA and the Soviets both lie.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, because they're both in on it. I mean, the whole thing is.
No, they're not enemies. NASA's a spy agency. It's clear. It was named that in September of 2025. They're now an intelligence agency on paper. So they've always been a spy agency. They've always put out propaganda. They're doing it now, and you believe it. The end.
Here, this light is the space capsule. re-entering, filmed from an airplane. Don't know why it's flashing.
So did we ever prove whether or not the surface of the Earth was curving?
No, just dropping things from airplanes into the water is all this guy has.
But from how high should you drop it then to get?
I don't know. You weren't there. Dude, video, they fool you so bad, you just don't even know when you're not watching real shit. So it's pointless talking to you guys that think that things can fly from nowhere and land in the water. Everybody lands out in the water where nobody can see them. How come they don't just land in a spaceship onto the
Well,
ground normally? How don't they just land normally on the ground?
what you're missing
I'm
with
just
that is
gonna
that they usually fly. They usually land in the Bermuda Triangle, which they make the story up to how everyone disappears and there's supernatural shit going on there, so that you don't explore it, so you don't
Yeah,
see that they're landing.
I know.
I'm just gonna point out that the moment that the capsule gets dropped out of the 2013 footage, that the parachutes deploy immediately. On this one, it doesn't. But that's the only difference, really.
It's also funny how it's a Bermuda Triangle and not a Bermuda area, Bermuda Circle. It has to be a triangle. Like, it's very suspicious, as you probably know what that means, right?
Damn, that shit is still falling.
Yeah, it means there's no triangles on a ball.
Okay, but like, time out. How long is this video here, bro? Like, if it's going at terminal velocity, like, we could just calculate how fucking high it fell from.
Going to be falling, I think, another half a minute.
So what's the length of the video from the when it starts falling?
It's from
Well, you'd have to break it up into two different parts from the point where it released parachutes as well, which it usually releases parachutes around 1,000 to 3,000 feet.
parachute deployment is from 1 hour 32 minutes 48 seconds in, and then parachute deployment is 1:35:15. Did you note that?
Shit,
How's
it fell.
everybody's Saturday going? Everybody's having
Yeah,
a
I
good
can
day?
calculate it for you. I just need the length of time from the beginning of the video to the parachute deployment.
Yeah.
But
So this is 1 minute 30 or 1 hour 32 minutes 48.
wait, it fell for an hour?
No. Well, the live stream was going on for an
Oh, I
hour,
got you.
and then until drogue should deploy is there 1:35. There's it. That's I'm not good at calculating time. I'm sorry.
Just write the timestamps in the chat, bro. It's fine.
I did. So
Okay, yeah. So that's 2 minutes and 12, 26, 36 seconds, 38 seconds.
Everybody's having a good Saturday.
Yeah, man. Thanks for asking. Hope you're
Fuck
having a good
yeah,
one.
buddy. That's good.
Feeling
My
pretty good.
Saturday is
Just hanging
kind of
out.
flat.
Yeah, so that's about 8 to 10 miles.
Your Saturday is going to remain level. And he's going.
Sweet. Well, y'all have a good day.
You too, man.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
He's still here. He's just at the bottom now, somehow.
I turned off my live.
Ah, I see. Fair enough.
Didn't lose him.
So hey, Astro, have you ever questioned what you were shown on TV?
Yes, I question every day why people think that rockets work through the third law of motion.
Well, I mean, I that probably was a question at one point for me, but the question that always stood out for me ever since I was a kid was the teacher taught me that the Earth was a globe and pointed to a spot on the Earth that resembled somewhat where my location would have been, right, when she was teaching that lesson. I lived in New York at the time. And when she pointed that out, I raised my hand and I said, but the Earth doesn't look like it's curving. It doesn't look like a ball. And she said, that's because it's really, really big. And then I never questioned it again after that because I believed it. Now, fast forward many years later, I'd flown in the air probably over 30 times in my life. And every single time, before I was even a flat earther, every single time, I would look out the window and say, oh my God, look how big the Earth is. It still looks flat. Now I'm a flat earther. I have yet to go back up into the air to see it again. But I remember all these instances where, oh my God, it still looks flat. So, like, you know, have you ever just thought to question what you being presented on TV?
Well, you can pay to go. You can pay to go to like 50,000 feet though.
I was at 45,000.
Well, supposedly anything over 50,000 feet is pretty self-evident that you can see the curve. I don't know for sure, but private jets you can charter one for like $900, and you can
I mean,
they can take you that high.
I agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson on this. At 100,000 feet, you don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, he says 300,000 as well on different interviews when he's talking about the Virgin Galactic. He's got 2 different interviews where he said he did the calculations and you wouldn't be able to see any curvature from 300,000 feet.
Well, see, this is my whole opinion on the height and trying to see curvature. Let's just assume that the Earth is a globe. The issue I have is that we all know the quote unquote globe is not a perfect sphere, right? So let's just assume that you did go to 100,000 feet and looked out the window. You may be in one of those spots on the globe where it's not perfectly round and it's more flat, or it is more. You see what I'm saying?
That's
You may be
crazy,
on a
man.
spot on the globe. Because what a
Do
globe
you know how big
is
the Earth is, supposedly?
yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is the
But
globe.
no, hold on. I'm going to explain something simple to you, right? Like when
Mhm.
you're looking at the diameter of the poles versus the diameter at the equator, the difference between those two over 8,000 miles is 26 miles. So turn the miles into pixels, right? 8,000 pixels, 26 pixels. What's 26 pixels among 8,000 pixels? So when you're talking about, oh, well, it's an oblate spheroid, so you might be in a more flattened out area, bro, it's as close to a perfect sphere as you're ever going to get.
Yeah, 0.3% of being a perfect sphere. They just say it's like a technicality. They even say that if you were to shrink it down to the size of a billiard ball, it would be
Yeah,
the
I know.
world's
I've heard
most
this. I've heard
perfect.
this. But
Yeah.
it does have well the massive indentations are on in the ocean. Like the flattest parts are
Right,
are
but the water's meant to be curving at a specific rate over the surface of the ocean. You're not seeing, you
yeah, but
know,
different parts of the ocean are not the same curvature due to
right?
density.
Bro,
So
the
like up a hill
surface
of
of
water
water
in your
is
sailboat.
smooth.
Like I'm
No,
going to
what I'm
take my
saying is
sailboat up a hill of water today.
different parts of the ocean have different densities and they react different, like compared to the
Well,
other parts of the ocean.
according to the globe model, right?
No, like yeah, it's the same thing in a
Listen,
pond as well.
well, it's not like if you have no wind and you have a big lake or a pond, it forms a perfect specular mirror-like reflection. And according to the way gravity is meant to work on the globe, right? Basically, if you have a 10-mile distance over the surface of water anywhere on the globe at any altitude, anywhere, it would have approximately 66 foot of curvature over that distance, according to the globe gravity, the globe radius, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but the problem is there's local variation in ponds.
Of what? The elevation at the bottom of the pond or the actual
The
surface
elevate
of the water?
the actual surface.
Do you have anything to back that up? Because I'd like to have a look at that if you had something to back that up.
Yeah, they've
I've
got
never seen
well, I
a
mean
pit in the middle of
for an
water.
example, you could take a pond like a tiny pond, no, but like a pond, a decent sized pond that you could open and say, okay, maybe that's a lake kind of thing.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
could take a pond and then one side of it have a lot of vegetation, and then the other side have barely any vegetation, and the density of the water on that one side will be the elevation of the surface will be different than the other side.
Do you have
Wow,
any
so that means
evidence?
boats don't always go over the horizon on the
It
globe.
depends. It depends on the density. It's a lot of different factors, but the density of the water is I think the largest contributing factor to that.
I bet you can't back that up with anything. I mean, it would be
Yeah.
cool
Yeah,
if you could. It would be cool if you could, and it's okay if you're wrong about it. But if that was something that did happen, which I
yeah. If
don't
I'm
think
wrong,
it
I'm
is,
wrong.
Yeah, yeah. If you could try to find something on that, I think that would be cool.
Yeah. It also doesn't establish if Earth is a globe or not either. Right, and that's just based off of logical principles.
I just think it's odd that he came in here so certain that the Earth was a ball that he would go ahead and make up a story just to and then try to find a back answer for it later.
Yeah, why would they lie about the globe, guys?
Well,
Yeah,
it happens a lot, like when salt water mixes with fresh water. You have different heights in water. That's very common.
I don't think that happens either. I mean, you can have different densities of water and that kind of thing. I agree with that, but
Yeah,
it's
well,
still a
denser
liquid.
water,
It's going to collapse on itself. It's not going to have
denser water will be lower than the other. They won't mix. That's the whole issue.
Yeah,
The
but
dense water
one
molecules
side.
cannot mix with the other
So
side.
there's places in the ocean where we see this happen, right? Where two separate seas will meet or whatever, different densities of water, and you can see a distinct line separating the two. It's not like one side of that has a higher elevation and one's lower, and there's
Yeah,
some
that is so.
shoreline. No,
The shorelines can be higher than the middle of a pond because of the shallowness of the water it'll be warmer in that area, which will elevate the height of the water.
No, the only time that could happen is if the water was flowing and then you had like something underneath the water, like a hill underneath the water, right, where it's raised up, and as the water flows over it, it lifts up as it's flowing. I forget what the name of that
Kind of like
is.
in rapids.
Yeah, kind of like in rapids. That can happen out in the ocean as well, right? So sometimes if someone sees, that's another thing that people should take into account. If you have a strong current and you have a sandbank, as the water's flowing over the sandbank, it can actually make a hump, and that could trick people into thinking that it's obstructing something bottom up as well.
So in this way, when flat earthers take long distance images of boats on the horizon, way too far for the globe, they can now say, well, it's because the water is bending up over there.
That's funny.
Yeah, look up. It's a phenomenon called lake surface and well, this is how they measure it, but it's lake surface topography. They have topography maps for surfaces of lakes.
How do you take this and measure a globe out of it?
No, I'm just saying, like we're not even talking about a globe. Don't bring that in right now. We're on a totally different subject.
I'm totally bringing it in because we are talking about that.
We'll get to that when the guy. I'm just answering the guy. He asked me to show evidence.
I'm
of this.
sorry, it's so uncomfortable for you. I'm sorry.
At a time, one thing at a time. We'll get to you. The guy asked me to show evidence of this. This is what I'm doing. Don't just talk over everybody.
Emotional damage.
From what I can see, lake surface topography, and this is just taking a quick glance at it, is showing you what's under the surface, not what's at the surface.
Gotcha, bitch.
That it literally has surface in the name.
Right. So I think he's correct. He's correct about it, but okay. So this is what I wrote about it. Right. So I'll read it out. So you're correct in a way, right? But it's the tiniest little amount that you would never really notice it anyway. Right. So lake surface topography refers to non-subtle, non-flat, three-dimensional elevation profile of lake water's surface, often spanning centimeters scale variations, primarily measured by satellite, radar, altimetry like SWAT or LiDAR. This data helps determine water volume, identify slopes caused by winds, inflow, or gravity, and estimate lake bed bathymetry. Okay, so it says surface morphology, surface levels are not perfectly uniform. Studies show they can be concave, most common 67% of lakes, convex or linear, with elevation variations often averaging 0.22 millimeters. So
Yeah,
basically nothing. Basically nothing.
when you get to the Great Lakes and larger bodies of water like that, it can be substantially higher. Like the longer the distance,
Like
the
how
more
high?
different the
Like 1.1
well,
millimeters.
no, if you have an area that's extremely flat on one side of the lake, has a lot of vegetation, and it's very warm because of it being flat and the sun heating it up, the water is going to be you're basically looking just for extremes. So the water density determines how high the water will be. That's basically what it boils down to. If you can create a scenario where the water is more dense with whatever factors you want to use, shallow water, whatever, and then you can have another area that may be deep or whatever and has less dense water, they're going to be varying. They're going to be different heights, the surface, even if they're right beside each other.
All right, this is what AI said. I wrote, what's the maximum it can vary in water surface height? And it says, while average variation across global lakes is only about 0.22 meters, extreme events can cause the water surface heights to vary by more than 5 meters or 16 feet. All right, it's got a link here, so I'll click on it and have a read.
Not like you got tides, you got seaches, you've got shoaling too.
Yeah, and you've also got. This was a more of a phenomenon in California, but it's less and less now that they don't have any lakes there anymore. But some of the lakes that used to exist, they would have one side of it would be salt bed, and then the other would just be like dirt and clay bed, and there would be a massive difference between the surface levels because of the salinity in the lake versus like the other side of it. But a lot of those lakes are gone, from my understanding. But I don't know. A lot of the salt bed lakes in California have dried up.
Here's a paper on it in the side chat.
Why are you introducing this information, Barbie? What's the purpose of this?
Because we see too far.
Huh?
It's because we see too far, so he introduced us.
Oh, so you have an example of how any one of the observations that there's any kind of significant water level change where we're like looking downhill or something? Is that what you're trying to claim? I mean,
Yeah,
whatever.
it's
You
trying to
can
make it
say
it's unfalsifiability, Dandelion, trying to make it as unfalsifiable as possible. Throwing themselves on the gears, throwing the globe under the bus. Whatever it takes, by any means necessary.
it's fine if you want to believe in your fairy tale globe religion, Barbie. Nobody's going to stop you. Like we're all about freedom of religion. People can be deceived. People can go down paths that are bad for them, bad for their family, bad for their brain. People have to make mistakes. It's part of living on this flat earth. So you can keep believing in your delusion. There's just nothing to back it up. You got any proof of that globe there, Barbie?
I think it was Deck that was saying that. Or maybe
Oh yeah, what? So
Oh, he chooses to have a Barbie profile picture, Swole Dog, but I can't call him Barbie?
I forgot I
I
had
thought you were saying
Barbie.
Harvey.
I didn't know
No,
what you were saying. I didn't know
Barbie.
what you were
Yeah, I'm
saying.
talking to you, Deck. Yeah. You a fan? Yeah.
I'm sorry. I kind of missed what you said. I didn't know you were talking to me, but I have for 3 months when I was in high school, I got a chance to sail from Mexico out to Tahiti, and then we went from Tahiti, I think, to like somewhere in New Zealand. It wasn't exactly New Zealand, but it was like an island near it, and then I flew back home. And from my personal experience of sailing, which is limited, very limited, but I don't necessarily agree with the whole globe thing, but there is no other map that exists that that we could have sailed and used and actually not been lost at sea. So,
Lol. You had a spinning globe on the deck of your boat and you spun it to get around. You're such a liar. Or you're
yeah,
just
well,
dumb. Which is it?
it's a
You a liar or
it's a
dumb?
3D version of a globe,
Oh,
basically.
please. It is not. You're using flat maps to navigate. If
We
you're
don't-
deluded, that's
no,
fine. Like I
we-
said, just don't
I
try
promise
to.
you.
Don't
I
no
promise you.
no.
I
You
promise
can.
you.
Yeah. Okay. So you're ignorant
I
then.
promise
That's
you,
fine.
if we did have to go to the flat maps, we would have done it, but we had internet. So we
Okay.
had
We know
we
the
had a
Polynesians did
3D
it in
we
Tahiti,
had a
right?
3D we have a it was a 3D model of a globe that rolled around in a glass case.
Right. So the Polynesians, there's a thing called the Carolinian sidereal compass that the Polynesians used to sail Tahiti, Indonesia, even up to the Aleutian Islands in Alaska, Hawaii, all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't use a globe. They used a flat surface, and they used a system of the stars where they would find pairs of stars that were opposite ends of each other. They'd
Yeah.
rotate in the sky like barbells.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem is
Use it for
the flat
reckoning
maps.
and navigation. They didn't need a globe at all, and they're better sailors than the Vikings.
Yeah. That makes sense, but the main issue with flat maps is you can't really use them to navigate over long distances.
Really, which flat map you talking about?
Well,
I can't.
you have to use multiple flat maps. You can't just use one.
You mean like nautical charts?
Yeah, like for nautical charts, for example, you can't. There's not one nautical chart that you can use. You have to use multiple because they're all distorted to fit in your area.
Right, they're distorted because they're based off a globe and sections of it.
Right.
Yeah, that's why they don't work.
They work they don't work if you glue them all together. They're not going to work. No.
Right, I know. Because Earth's
Yeah.
not a globe.
No, because the Earth's not flat.
No, the
No,
Earth's
it's
not a
because you're trying to
globe.
use a globe and they don't work, dude. You got it backwards.
That's what I'm saying. Is if you were to put all the maps together in a flat configuration, they won't work.
No, they don't work on a globe. Is the problem? You can't connect them together.
They are a representation of a globe.
Oh, so now that they do work together,
They distort them into a flat map.
Dude.
They take the globe and then distort it so it's flat.
No,
That's
it's
how
not
they make
distort.
maps.
The scale on the maps undistort them.
No, the scale's on the map so you can read it.
Yeah, but the scale is non-uniform.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, depending on which institution created the map, sure.
Correct. I am right and you're wrong.
What?
What?
Yeah,
No,
what?
you're right and I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, listen, you admit quite freely.
Okay, so the maps are
these
part of
nautical
a
sections
globe that
together.
is distorted so that it will fit into a flat configuration.
Listen, you don't understand the distortion. The distortion's so that you can physically lay it on the table. But the distances are not distorted because you apply the non-uniform scale.
They are distorted.
Oh my gosh, you don't know how to use a map.
The edges of the map, you can't so if you take a map of whatever, we'll just use a nautical chart. If you were to take that map, let's just say of the New York coastline, and then you were trying to use that map to navigate past the map edge, the distances will be incorrect.
Why is that the case? I thought it had a non-uniform scale to compensate. Do you know what a non-uniform scale even is? Do you know how to read
what I just said?
a
You
map?
cannot take two flat maps and the distances between those two edges of the map, they're all distorted. Like you can't navigate from one map to the next.
Oh, that's a problem for the globe.
Once you pass up, that's the problem with the flat maps.
No, it's a problem with the globe.
Once you move from one map to the next or one chart to the next chart, you have to totally forget where you're at, re-coordinate where you're at so you can use the next map.
Yeah, that's how to make a globe work on a flat Earth. I agree.
Yeah, that's why it don't work, because the
Yeah,
Earth is
that's
flat.
why
It
it doesn't
sucks.
work.
It sucks. That's why you got to have all those different maps, because the Earth
No,
is
that's
flat.
why if it did work, we would have just one flat map.
Where are you going to put it?
Yeah, we're going to use a flat map, though, without spherical coordinates and a uniform scale. But no such map right now exists because nobody surveyed the world flat, because
Right.
it's not by
Because
convention.
it's not flat.
No, it's because
You're
nobody's
proving my
bothered to,
point.
because everybody thinks no. It's because
You're
still in the
you
middle of
literally
explaining.
just
Because
proving my
no,
point.
by convention. Convention does not mean truth, my friend. Because
I don't care
everybody
about truth.
believes in
You
the
just
orbit
said
of
no
the
one
globe doesn't
had
mean
no
that
one.
everybody in the
He
world
doesn't
is
care
correct.
about truth. He doesn't care about truth. He already
You
said
just
it.
said no one has measured the map to measure the Earth to be flat.
Yeah, the entire
So
Earth.
there you go.
The entire Earth. Nobody has. It's true. Because by
Right.
convention, nobody's believed that that's the case, at least not for hundreds of years. So where are you going to go to get the funding, billions of dollars to go survey the entire extent of the known
You do
world,
not need billions
other
of
than a spherical
dollars,
coordinate system that everybody thinks is
bro.
true?
Bro, Daniel Boone did that shit in like when he navigated Kentucky like
Daniel Boone, the
200
man.
Show
years
me
ago.
Daniel Boone's
say the
Do you
maps
know how
right
many
now. I want
maps?
to see
Bro,
Daniel Boone's maps.
he's got. Go look him up. He
Show
was
me
born in
Daniel Boone. No, it's
Pennsylvania. He
you
was
go
born in
present them. You brought
Pennsylvania
up
and
Daniel
died
Boone's
in
maps. I don't know.
Kentucky.
I don't know where to get Daniel Boone's maps. You brought it up. You show me.
Brother, this why Daniel Boone? Why not use someone that's actually a map expert?
Oh, maybe I am a map.
Saying shit just to say.
Oh yeah, this is going to get really dark if you want to continue. wait till you find out what I used to do for a living. Oh, I'm not going to say.
No, you don't need to. You showed up. You showed up on my LinkedIn
So anyway,
again.
I mean,
was
yeah,
you showed
there
up
is.
on my LinkedIn again, and I was reading it, and I was laughing.
But yeah, like you were saying, you can't take two flat maps and use them together. So
because they are using spherical coordinates which don't comport to reality.
well, not necessarily. You can find
Yes,
a map
necessarily.
that's you can
Necessarily,
find a
that is
map
absolutely
that
true.
does not have. You can find a map that does not have spherical coordinates.
Yeah, you can, but not for the whole known world. You know, the UK
Yeah, you
Ordnance
can
Survey is a
find it. You
great
can find
example of
it,
a flat map for that's
brother.
2,500 by 2,500 kilometers square. That's
You can
orthogonal. Does
you
not
can
comport
find
to
it.
latitude
You
and
can find
longitude.
it. You can find a map for your hometown and then the town next to it, and you can't even drive from. If you were to follow both maps side by side, you can't even get to the other town.
Right. So they connect them actually by using a larger
No,
tangent plane to the
yeah,
imaginary globe.
they make a
Who's this?
bigger map.
Who's this Jack map
They make
expert?
they make
I've
a
never heard
bigger
of
Oh,
you.
map of
suddenly he's an
both.
expert.
Jack, I've never heard of you as a map expert before. How
They
things are done.
make a the smaller the map is, the less distorted it will be. So what they do is they make a bigger map of both towns that's even more distorted.
Yeah, because they're trying to use spherical coordinates and it doesn't comport
No,
to
because
reality. We know.
they're literally measuring the distance. They're going outside and measuring the distance from this town to that town, and they're drawing it on a map. And
And
you
then
can't
they
do
made
it.
a book, this red
It's got
map
nothing
book.
to do with
It,
coordinates.
then they made county map
Like
books, and
go to
those
here.
didn't
I'll show you.
require a globe either. The county
What?
map books are a grid.
Yeah. And he says it has nothing to do with coordinates. This is rich. Show me a map county by
Yeah,
county without coordinates.
yeah. Well, you have to
That
go
does
look at the old
exactly what you're
ones. You have to
doing.
look at the old ones. You can pull them
The
up. We'll
old
pull them up.
ones.
Which town do you want? Just pick a small town.
No, you, man. This is your claim.
That's what I'm saying. Name a small town that you will find the maps for it.
I'll let you do it. You get to pick
Okay,
any example you want.
I'll do one of my hometowns.
Show me also like the Department of Transportation surveying manual too for how they conduct this at the time.
Yeah, they probably got that on here too.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you have
know,
to
because
go
I
get
posted
it.
a bunch of citations from multiple states
So
across the US that explain the
what
very
year?
problem of using the globe.
So what year do you want to look at?
Pick a year that presents your best case.
Like 1780? They got a 1780 map.
Whatever's your flavor, brother.
We'll do 1920s.
Okay, after
Yep.
1850. Okay.
Okay,
So
they got a 1943.
All right,
There's
so I want the
1943 of this
methodology.
town.
Show me the methodology too to coincide with it.
Well, no, you said that it. What I'm saying is there's no GPS in 1940s, so they can't
I'm
use
aware.
the circular coordinates of the globe. It's
Well, you mean they
impossible.
didn't have Latin long in World War II? Are you kidding me?
No, but they didn't use it, so that you can't use it on
Oh, yeah,
Earth on
no.
ground. You can use it. You can use it in the ocean. You can't use it on land.
Yeah, because in the ocean you don't have actual like landmarks to do very precise distance measurements with. It gets very sloppy on the seas.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah, crazy, right?
We get it that you're sure of the globe and no evidence is going to change your
Okay.
mind, that you're just
Okay. So
starting with
here
your conclusion.
I'm posting.
I mean,
Okay.
it's kind of a waste. If
You don't
anybody
have
else
to.
has a
You don't
question,
have to
feel
talk
free
over me. You don't
to
have to
speak up.
talk over me.
Yeah, you started
So this map.
talking after
He was
me. Feel
talking
free to
first.
rewind. Thank you for the witness. Can I get another one? Obviously, you interrupted me. So, yeah, we get it that you're never going to change, that you aren't interested in logic, that you just have faith in the globe.
All right.
I'll just say that every 10 minutes just to make sure everybody's on the same page.
All right. Thank you. All right. So in 1943, here is the Chief of Engineers, U.S. Army. They used. I'll send this to you, the information. They used a aerial photography to make the map. They did it in a 1 to 24,000 scale. And here is the man that was overcharged of it here. And then here's the map from 1943 of Conway. So now we can take this 1943 map of Conway. We'll go to the next town, which is Lower, South Carolina. And we'll take I think it's a
Dude, if you're
1950
presenting
map.
something, people on YouTube can't see it. You need
I
to
can't
put
see
it
it
in
either.
chat.
Hey, I got to step out for a few. Why don't you see if they're using latitude and longitude on that?
They did it with aerial photography.
Yeah, so are they using latitude and longitude to figure out
No,
where
they're taking photos from a plane of the land and measuring basically the pixels on the photographs.
the pixels?
Yep.
Pixels?
Mm-hmm. That's how they do aerial photography.
They had digital photography back then.
Dude, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's how they did it. That's how they did it back then. In
So
1940.
back then, they used digital photography and counted pixels, is what you're telling us.
I'll show you exactly the methods they used.
Did they know what a pixel was back then?
In your circle of people, Barbie, are you like the most informed? Do people like generally look to you as like the voice of authority or something? Because I would recommend getting a new circle if that's the case.
Oh, like if he's like the smart one in the whole group?
I mean, that's how he acts. Yeah. So I'm wondering like who he's hanging out with. Bring your friends in here. I want to meet them.
Yeah, I hang out with super smart people myself. I understand. I do the opposite. I try to be the low man on the totem pole.
Yeah, because then you can learn something. Yeah, and then if you're in a group of people where other people clearly have information that you don't understand, have new perspective on things, then you're like thirsty for knowledge. So you try to like find out more about their new perspective. That's what like true intellectuals do, right, Professor Triangle?
Absolutely.
What's he looking for? Is there anybody else that has a question while he's looking for whatever he's looking for?
He's looking for a map on.
No, I'm looking for the stereoscopy mapping. What they used to do.
No, you're
It's
looking
basically
for them counting pixels in
no, like
1943.
the pixels. What I mean is like you take an object in the photo, and then you match it to the next photo that's overlapping that photo. See what I'm saying? That's how they make a map.
That's not
And so
pixels.
if you have,
Hey, can you share some links in the side chat, bro? Like we want to follow along, or at least try to. I don't know if we'll be able to.
that's my bad. I'm bad about that. I'm bad about that. Let me got you, bro.
Yeah, otherwise you're just talking to yourself and you sound goofy.
Well, I mean, this guy didn't understand how they made maps in the 1940s, so I was trying to explain it.
No, he understands completely.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there he is, the voice of authority. All bow down to trashy Barbie
Well,
there.
he said he didn't. That he was wanting evidence of how he didn't think they.
No, he
said
just
did it
wanted
with,
you to get the evidence. He knows exactly what he's talking about.
No, he said they did it with latitude and longitude, which is incorrect.
Okay, so you're gonna find it. You haven't found anything yet.
I just showed you guys. I showed you here. I told you exactly the wording that they
Dude,
used to the stereo copy.
Are you gonna keep saying I showed you and do nothing?
I don't see anything in the side chat at all.
I don't either, man, either.
I put it in there.
Give us a screenshot so we know where you're posting it, because you're not posting it in our chat.
Oh, that's probably true. Let me see.
Lobby of the home server. Maybe.
Doubt that.
Have you guys talked to Davey before? I know he got muted for interrupting, but is there any chance that he that there's more hope for him than Trashy Barbie?
Davey, say hi to Dandelion. We'll pause deck for a little while and you can say hi, Davey.
Barbie has posted a map now.
Mm-hmm. And then this is how they took the photos. They did not use latitude and longitude. I'm sending it right now. I don't know why he thought that, but it's just what they used in the ocean. And so basically, the point is, if you can take this Conway map, and then as soon as I get the Loris map, I'll post that one as well, because they're bordering each other. You can take both of these maps, which are basically just photos from the air, overlapped. You can take both of those maps, and you will not be able to drive from Conway to Loris. You'll get lost in the woods somewhere. And these are just photos from like overhead. You know, these are not like projections of the globe or whatever. You know, this is just people who went in planes, took photos of the ground, stitched the photos together, and then put them on a piece of paper. And so if you take that photo and then the photo from the next neighboring town, you will not be able to use the maps because it's curved. The globe.
So you're talking about topo maps. So the person you started the conversation with had to go, but you're talking about topo maps. Everybody knows about those. They're used, usually for hiking or when you're going a small distance. They're not used for navigation.
Right, so because it's impossible for the maps to be aligned with one another. They will always be distorted, and they're just photos of the Earth, right? Because you're getting a top-down view, they're not adding the curvature of the Earth into it, and so when you put the maps side by side, they don't line up.
Where's your evidence of this claim?
Well, like I said, I mean, it's very self-evident. Any two maps you find that are adjoining, and you try to drive from one map to the other.
Cuyahoga County map. All the towns are connected. Cuyahoga County map. You can drive from one town to the other, and it's accurate, and it's on a grid system.
It's not accurate. Sorry about that, but it's
not.
What
are you talking about?
It'll be off
for years. Everybody's used them.
Yeah, but they're off depending on the distances. I don't know exactly what distance you need to be off by a certain amount of feet or a certain amount of hundreds of feet. I don't really know. But definitely the bigger the map is, the more off you're going to be when you get where you need to go. Like
I think you were born too late. Yeah, Deck. I really think you're born too late.
The roads are not even going to be in place.
I don't know how old you were, but if you had been like an adult, like in maybe the 60s or 70s, you could have like just bullshitted your way around the, circle where you were passing the pipe around and gotten away with it.
Probably could have worked at a map place, huh?
Yeah. But here we're asking for some evidence to back up each one of your claims. Either way, we're getting further and further away from the original main point, where
Which
we are
is
trying, which is that there's no curvature measured on the Earth, and we have
right.
multiple
That's why the maps don't work.
observations of items in the distance, which the geometry of a sphere predicts will not be visible if we actually lived on a globe. So your claim, which you still haven't backed up, that if you stitch the topo maps together, you couldn't use them to navigate, I find to be ridiculous. I used to use the topo map to hike in the Rocky Mountains, and they worked perfectly well. They were great because anytime you have a larger scale map, it's going to be more accurate. So the reason they don't just stitch them together is because it's impractical. They need
No, the
smaller
reason they
scale
don't stitch them
maps
together,
for larger distances. If
the
you
reason
wanted to have a road map of a state in your car,
explain
if
to
you
me why
tried
they
to
don't stitch
stitch
them together.
together a bunch, I'm explaining it right
Ex-
now while you're talking over me.
yeah,
The
tell
map
tell
would
me
be
why they
way
don't
too
stitch them
big to
together.
fit in your car or your boat.
No.
That's why I asked before, how big is this map supposed to be that you claim everything can be stitched together? So if I stitch one city to another for the United States, how big is that map supposed to be? 8.5 by 11 paper.
Well, I mean, maps are much bigger than
Each city will say it's just made out of 8.5 by 11 grid paper, and then that connects. So each city, whatever, regular scale for that red map book for Cuyahoga County. How big is that supposed to be that I can carry with me? That connects one. I just unfold it, and it's one piece of paper. How big is that supposed to be that we can practically use, like you think?
Why do you need to practically use it?
There, you just answered your question. Why they don't do that?
Because you were sitting there saying that if you stitched it all together, practical use, it wouldn't work. But he's
Well,
asking
it
you, so
doesn't have
how
to be
big is this
practical. It
paper
just has to
made?
be a one-time use. You know what I'm saying? You use it one time and you won't get where you need to go. You don't need to
Well,
use
show
it
us
every day.
that. Show us two separate ones that don't align with each other, right next to each other. Right, two segments, right, that show two separate areas that should align with each other that don't.
Taken by the same plane on the same day.
Yeah, show us that. Otherwise, you don't have a claim.
Same height, same camera, same temperature, at the same time. They just went over a large area and said, this is one city and this is the other, and they don't match up. That's what you're claiming.
Maybe when they overlay it over a lat-long coordinate system or something like that, then it doesn't line up.
Well, none of the issues that you just presented matter, like the day or all that.
This
But
is your claim, though.
what does matter is the height of the plane.
Well, you just made a claim, though. So how did you come to that
No, but what I'm saying
information?
is
That if
listen to
what
me.
you're
The other
saying
guy
is
just said a
that
bunch of variables, but those variables that he mentioned don't matter. The one that actually matters is the height of the plane.
No, they change every day. When you take off, you have
And the
to set
camera.
your altimeter.
Yep.
Yeah, different focal length cameras, all sorts of different things can come into account. So
Air
where did you
pressure and
gather this
temperature makes your
information?
altimeter different.
Yeah, where did you gather the information to make the claim that you made that the two of the maps that should perfectly, like a jigsaw puzzle, align with each other don't? Like, where did you gain that knowledge from? Because we want to also gain that knowledge.
Well, it's common sense, but I'll find the information for you.
How's it common sense?
Because
It's
the
like
curvature is not put
gravity is
into the
common
map.
sense. Gravity is common sense
You
too.
can't add curvature into
Yeah,
a
if the
2D
Earth
map.
was a globe, it wouldn't work, right? That's your claim. So show us the
We
evidence.
don't have one
that backs your
coherent map.
claim up.
There you go. We don't have one coherent map. There you go.
Yeah,
That's
but your
why they're all
specific
broken
claim was
into
that if you take
thousands of different maps.
take aerial footage of two areas right next to each other, the two photos won't join up properly because the Earth's a globe. But you don't have any evidence to back that up. You're just saying it's common sense.
Yeah, I mean, you can even ask AI. Here's the
edge of the
Ask
lens
AI.
distortion myself.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, now he's going to ask his pet robot. That's a great
Mom,
idea.
I'm finding the evidence. I already told you. You got to give me a minute, bro. So you're just chatting and demanding answers. But Let me find the evidence.
Yeah,
Scientific.
we're
back
asking
up.
to back up his claim. We're so mean.
Yeah, you got to
Gosh.
give me a minute,
We
bro.
should just believe him on faith like he believes in the globe. Like, what's our problem?
This has got nothing to do with the globe. This has got everything to do with maps, bro. The maps just don't line up. They can't.
Then do better mapping techniques.
Or perhaps they take
These are
the
just
two
photos of the
images
ground.
and then they apply a lat
Use a
longitude
better
system
lens.
over it.
You take photos of the ground and then you can't line them up on a piece of paper.
Dude, your altitude has to be the same from edge to edge.
I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. He was just being rude and talking over you because that's what he does.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is like they could do their imagery, right, of like the landscape and everything, and it's all flat and square based off of how they're observing everything, and then they have to apply a lat longitude system over it, and so because of that, as they turn it in on itself in order to create that lat longitude, it creates a distortion, and then when you try to relay those maps over each other, it's like, oh, it doesn't work because the grid coordinate system fucks it up.
No, these
Almost like
maps do not put the lat longitude cutouts in them. These are just photos. These are photos from like the 1940s. They didn't do all that. You can do that with computers today, but they couldn't do it back then.
So how do we know directionality for those images?
Well, you can't use the maps to go from one map to, like, if you try to drive and follow that map foot by foot, or like meter yard by yard, you will not get where the map says you're supposed to get, even though they're just photos from
I didn't know
overhead.
you could go foot by foot on a map. That's weird. That's kind of crazy how
That's
you
why
can
you
do
have
that on a
scales.
city
That's
map.
what
On a
you
city
can.
map.
The scales you can go
coordinate?
down to the inches.
What coordinate system are you using?
How big is that piece of paper?
There's no coordinates. It's just a photo of Earth, right? And then so you have two, let's just say, trees on the map. You can go out and measure that distance in real life and be like, okay, so this distance on the map is this in real life. But then as soon as you start moving that distance across the map into a different map beside of it, it just all blows up. It doesn't work.
I don't think you understand what a map is, man.
Sounds like lens distortion.
I know, but we're talking about old maps where all they did is they flew over a long area and they just took a bunch of pictures, and then they came back down and they
Definitely
stitched
a
the pictures
camera
together.
issue.
A map
Definitely a
requires
camera
coordinate
issue.
system. Whether it's Cartesian or whatever you want to call it, it requires a coordinate system. It requires an XY axis.
Well, no. What he's saying
what a
is
map
that
it does not. It
if
does
you
not.
have a photo from above that you take from a plane of one section of the Earth, right, and then you take another photo of another section right next to that section. When you attach the two photos together, they're not going to line up because the Earth's a globe. But he can't back that claim up with any evidence at all. That's the problem.
Yes, the evidence is when you take a map and you take the scale of it, and then so you go out in the real life and you measure those distances.
Yeah, we look. We already know the claim.
I'll just
right?
explain it to you.
We already know the claim. You don't need to explain it. Now we
Okay,
need you
so there you go.
to validate the explanation. Do you understand?
Yeah, so now what we can do is we can take a actual measured distance that's on a map by hand, whether they took a wheel and measured it with a wheel, whatever. Hopefully
Yeah,
closer to
just
a
get it
larger
though. You
distance,
don't
like a
need to tell
mile.
us what you're going to get. Just get it and then explain it once you have something to present.
All right, give me a minute.
Thanks.
Now they paint giant X's on the highways, if you've ever driven over those, and then they line those up.
Good. So Doug is
in a Hollywood basement.
Hollywood basement.
What's that, Marymount?
Yeah.
Californication.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Is that and Big Daddy? Was that Big Daddy Flurf that said hello too? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, hello. Yeah. We were just talking to Doug, but he's gone undeafened to find evidence for his claim about maps. So, if anybody else has a question, well, Deck is finding his evidence. Feel free to speak up.
You guys believe armies was a true thing, bro? The last thing NASA did?
Hell no.
The last mission NASA did. Do you believe that was true?
No.
Yeah, Spanish Empire wants to find somebody who believes in Artemis. They're such a believer, a true believer, that they just believe whatever they see on their screen. Anybody like that in here? I'd love to talk to that person. That'd be great.
I don't believe armies was a true thing. I'm in your side, lady. So
Oh, I
don't
know. Yeah,
judge.
I know.
You know?
Hello.
Okay.
Don't project and assume. I know exactly who you are, what your
I
point of
misunderstood
view
that, my
was,
bad.
and you
I
were
thought you
asking if
thought
the
I
people in
was
the
a
room.
globetrotter.
No, I know exactly who you are. We've encountered each other multiple times. And
Yeah, maybe
I am
you spoke
now.
with a lot of people. I didn't knew that you wanna remember me.
Okay.
That's
All right.
good.
I'll pretend that. That's fine if that's what we're doing today.
So
All right,
anybody here believes that, right?
I got a video for you guys you can watch, and it explains how you cannot use a map to actually go somewhere. Basically, the topo maps, the ones that are
We
just
already
pictures of the
understand.
Earth.
Look, we already get the explanation. Now we need
Yeah,
validation of the
this is
explanation.
validation. I just put it
Just
in the
doubling down
chat,
on the explanation again isn't
brother.
going to get us where we want to be. You're
I
supposed
just
to
put it in the
Post in
chat.
validate
your
that the
stuff,
explanation
not
is a true thing.
somebody
Come on,
else's
man.
stuff. Put this shit in where you got it so we can read it too.
Oh, I put it in the wrong place. My bad.
How do you do that? How many
I
chats
don't
how
know.
many people are you talking to?
I mean, I don't care to how many people he talks. I care about the message. If he has a great message, amen.
He does not
Hallelujah.
have a good message. He's a chanter. He's a globe religion believer.
So basically, what this guy is doing here for you in the video, he's taking a real measured distance in real life. Okay, so like you could say he went out and measured the distance between a building A and building C, or building B, and then he's using that distance with the map scale to find a distance on the map. So now when you move that distance on the map, it will not align to a different area, a longer or shorter area. That number you get off the map will not correlate to what's in real life.
It's not
What's
true.
gonna be then?
Unless you put a conversion factor of the Earth's curvature.
Okay, who measured that so we know what to punch in?
Just watch the video, man.
No, I don't want to watch the video. I want you to tell me who
You're getting
did
muted.
that
Sorry.
No,
so we can punch
yeah.
in
Bro,
the
why?
numbers for the curve.
Bro, he give you a video, bro.
I'm not
You should
that
watch it, my
doesn't
guy.
that
I don't
doesn't
want
tell
to
me
watch it. I don't
how we
want to
got the
watch it.
numbers.
What the
Wah,
fuck,
I don't
bro?
want to watch the video. Wah.
I think he was just thinking that someone who presented the video for evidence would be able to discuss it with him for the benefit of people in the live stream. There might be other people who are not currently speaking who are watching the video. I was going to watch the video until you guys started having a tantrum about it. So anyway, the point is, if Deck Barbie is so confident in this, which he must not be because now he's gone, then he should be able to discuss it and give us a overview of exactly how they did the thing that he's claiming that they did, which, just as a note here for moving on, since he's now gone, he has not done. He has not presented any evidence that actually backs up his claim, and this YouTube video, which he claims is evidence, he just dropped and ran and isn't willing to have an intellectual, serious conversation about it. DJ is watching it. Yes, wonderful. Thank you, Six. Yes, that's so sweet. Yes, thank you for exposing yourself. Love it when people just blatantly expose themselves, like XYX. Although, in my country, exposing yourself in public is illegal.
What the fuck? You kind of crazy lady, but I respect you.
Yeah. Oh, do you? Because last time we talked, you didn't respect me, but you don't even remember
but
that. Yeah. Oh, you just claimed we'd never met before.
Well, you didn't want to speak about what is behind the containment, and you didn't want to speak about metaphysics shit, you know?
Oh, suddenly
That's the
he
problem.
remembers that we discussed. Yes, all those things.
I'm not too based into
yeah.
that either, you know?
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to know, that's all.
It's all right, SYX. Somebody muted you because you called me a retard, probably. But all I'm saying is you
No,
calling me a retard is exposing yourself as
I don't think I called
being
you
of
that.
questionable intelligence. No, I'm talking about SYX. So
No,
I'll
but
go
then
ahead and
you
unmute
were
you.
like
I was saying, what the fuck?
No, you were
saying
just
you were
Yeah, that was
screaming
called
over
a.
me.
It's
over
a
me naked.
pun.
It's
It's
a
like
creepy
a.
comment.
It's a
He was
pun.
comment.
Yeah, it's a
especially
joke.
if I'm a minor. Like
Okay.
you don't even know my age.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
we don't
honey.
need to know your
So
name.
tell
We'll go
us
ahead and
all
put a
about your
note on
globe
the.
belief. Tell us all
We'll
about
go
your
ahead and put
globe
you on a watch
belief.
list. We'll go ahead and
Okay,
put you on
go
a
for
watch
it.
list.
That, I would love that. That would be great. Yeah. Yeah. If you could get me kicked out of Discord, that would be even better. Yeah. Because
Oh
my life
God,
was
please
better.
get me kicked off too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be careful with Dandelion. She's a bit of
Yeah.
a sexual
Please
creep.
get rid of me by all means. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Why is
Get
people
Anyway.
mad
my
against
Discord,
flat
get
Earth? I'm
my
not
IP
lying.
blocked.
Why is
I
that a
need
thing?
my IP blocked if possible.
Yeah. Just get me kicked off muted altogether. Wouldn't that be amazing, Professor Triangle? Yeah.
But why there's people they are mad with flat Earth, bro?
I don't know.
Mad at us.
SYX thinks it's retarded. Yeah, so tell us why flat Earth is retarded and tell us all about your globe and all the evidence you have to back it up, Six. We can't wait.
And your watch list.
I have to believe that Katy Perry have been sent to the moon, to the space. Yeah, sure. You know about the symbolism, bro, right? About NASA?
They don't believe NASA exists.
And NASA exists, but it's not a true thing what they do. You know what I mean? It's a
Another guy's
company.
conceded. Six SYX. Just I had to point that out. Sorry, Spanish Empire, for interrupting you.
Okay.
You know, because I know you don't get enough
Okay.
word. You didn't get enough word count in yet. So anyway, SYX has left. Just left the chat. Just so everybody knows, he says I'm a retard, but can't back that up. So another claim with no evidence. Thanks, SYX.
But yeah, what's so interesting about the whole map thing is that if you take just a look down photo of a map, in order to use the map, you have to add in your calculations of your distance you're trying to travel the Earth's curvature. You don't have to do that with these modern maps because they put Earth's
Already
curvature
measure
in
it,
it
right?
already by
Yeah.
distorting it. That's
I
what.
see
And
what
that's
he's
why.
saying, though. I see what you're saying, bro.
Yep.
But is it true that it's 100% accurate? That's my question,
Yeah.
bro.
So basically, you all you need is 3 points outside. House 1, house 2, and house 3. Okay. So you would need now you could do this on a bigger map, but you would need to get in a vehicle, some kind of flying vehicle, take pictures of all 3 houses, stitch those photos together, or if you can do it in one photo, sure.
But
And
is that
then
made by AI or is made by
no
measurements that the human have studied?
measurements. Yes,
Okay,
measurements.
okay, that's
Yes.
important.
Yeah. So then you measure distance from house A to B. Say it's 100 feet. So then you
How many
take
kilometers, more or less, can you say?
you can just say it's a meter. Just say it's 100 meters. I mean,
All right.
okay,
Well,
so
in
it's
these
100
days, I
meters
zoom
from
into the horizon. I study marine biology, you know. So I
yeah.
zoom into the horizon with cameras worth than 15,000 of euros, and I zoom in more than 100 kilometers, and I still see I don't see the curvature. That's the point, you know.
Sure.
I'm a flat earther, but I always like to speak about this thing, being honest.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, so just a second, Deck. I just want to jump in because I'm watching your video at the moment. I'm about a quarter of the way through it. Now, when he's talking about measure, I could be wrong, right? But when he's talking about measuring distances, he's talking about measuring distances on one map, right? The topological map with a ruler, not actual measuring distances in the real world. He's talking about measuring them with a ruler and then comparing those measurements to measuring with a ruler on the photo map.
Yeah.
Not actual measurements. You're talking about, when you're saying measurements, you're saying an actual real world measurements with like one of those little wheels that you push along or something like that. Nowhere in the video that I've seen so far is he talking about doing that.
Yeah, he'll get. I think it's probably it's around like the 8 to 10 minute mark.
Does it show validation of any of the measurements, the real world measurements, and how they were done?
Yeah, well, your validation.
Yeah, I'll watch the rest of it.
Does he have validation of the measurements? I'm not sure, but we could probably work together and find someone who has measured a long distance, and we could that's been verified on foot, you know. So
Yeah, is that the best evidence for the globe?
but anyway, all you need to do
you're
is to
doing
take a
that you're
measurement
doing
in
good,
real
bro. I
life of
respect you, bro.
something. Take the measurement of something in real life, 2 trees, 2 houses, 2 towns, whatever. You take that measurement, you put it into your map. You say, okay, now I've got 3 inches on my map. That equals, the 100 miles between those 2 towns. So then you
So
but don't you
stretch
think
out.
scale's wrong.
Right. So
don't,
then you
Yeah,
stretch
that's
out.
back to
So
that.
then you stretch out 4 inches and say, okay, so from this town
Dude,
to this house should be double that.
No, you can't say should be if you're using a stick with marks on it on a piece of paper.
Right, but you're not right. But according to the map, in real life, it should be this. But then you go measure it, and it's not.
That's why you shouldn't use maps like that.
These are not
proof, bro?
maps. These are basically just photos of the Earth.
Oh,
These are
definitely
topo
don't use
maps.
Yeah,
that.
but the problem
Yeah,
is who
definitely.
tells you that those photos are true? In the same way that the pictures that they show us from outside the
You can
state.
even do it. You can even do it with a solid photo, not multiple photos.
Yeah, but just like a normal, right? Like I don't know,
It
like a
just has to be
tourist
high
pic.
enough up.
Sounds like lens distortion.
I don't know, man. I'm a conspiracy guy, but what can I say, bro? I mean, none of us can leave the atmosphere, bro. For
You
example,
don't
you
need to
believe in
leave
all
the
of the
atmosphere.
missions that NASA did? You know, like the moon landing, armies.
I mean,
No,
look
you
at
can
the.
shut up. We're not talking conspiracy theory.
All
I
right,
mean, you
just
can even
quickly,
look at the.
Deck. You've
Yeah.
shared a whole video, right? And can you give me a timestamp where he talks about an actual distance that was measured in the real world, and how it doesn't line up with the photograph, the
Yeah,
top
let
view
me.
photograph?
I know it's a long video. Give me a minute. I'll
Thank you.
find it.
Mhm. I have to say something positive about Deck. I know that'll shock you guys, but at least Deck, does like put up a pretense of like going to find the stuff. I don't know. Like a lot of them just run away, right? He's deafened, then he's gonna come back and be like, "I'm sure it's true. If I just keep this going long enough, it'll be true. The globe. I can go back to it." I mean, he's never gonna leave it. I mean, that's obvious. He's just believes that's the level he's at, and he is just gonna keep going down rabbit trails to try to find evidence to back up his recalcitrant, solidified
There's
belief
nothing
that he's
wrong
already
with bringing
sure is right.
evidence of what you
Yeah, I
believe.
know. I
That's
was trying to.
completely perfect.
That was starting out as a compliment. I'm sorry, it went downhill at the end.
Yeah.
I get the impression we're actually skipping over a lot of prerequisites for this discussion in the first place. We're going to be talking about maps and coordinate reference grids. We have to talk about how they're made and what kind of questions and considerations go into them.
Fuck the jets.
What about lasers?
Like, for example, establishing your point of origin.
Fuck the Arabs too.
All right, dude. What the hell?
Yeah.
That's the white, totally white
Fuck everything that's
profile
not white.
picture. Okay, I muted him, but I guess we got to ban him.
I'm sending him.
Okay,
I'm
good.
white, bro, but you're a cunt.
The one sociology.
I'm white.
All right. Let's send this dude to the shadow realm.
One question, boys. Do you believe the flood was a true thing?
Oh man, dude, who cares?
Can we stay
Now
on
it's
topic?
Panchus.
Spanish Empire? For fuck's sake.
Yeah,
Come on, bro.
Panchus. Yeah, the Spanish Empire, you guys, because I'm going to have to leave soon, I'm just going to say this openly in front of you because I mute you regularly. Like, if he messes up the conversation, just mute him. You're very esoteric. You're into, like we talked about, you're into like you just told me you're into the, what did you call it? Metaphysical. Yeah. So that's cool.
Yeah.
It's just not what we're into, right? So like,
I know, but
yeah.
I don't know, you guys were quiet, so I believe in the flood and I want to know what flat earthers believes, if they believe that was a true thing, what they believe, that's all. Because if the flood happened, how is that possible in a sphere, for example? Does it make sense in a sphere?
Yep, so we've got Deck going off to look for whatever the latest little nugget he's looking for. So just to recap, since I've been here, and since every time I've seen Trashy Barbie Deck there, just comes in here with claims, has nothing to back it up, clearly has very solid faith in the globe. Like, if he wanted me to write a recommendation to his globe pastor about his extremely strong faith in the globe, I would totally write him a letter anytime. Like, oh yeah, this guy's so into the globe, he can't even like think of the possibility of this failed toy being a fake. Like, he can't even start out a conversation just imagining, because like, you can think about things without having to embrace them. You can, especially if you want to be an effective debater, you can even imagine the possibility that there might be a world, even a 1% chance, where the other point of view might be accurate. Otherwise, you're always going to be a bad debater. Too bad he's deaf. I don't want to give him any free advice anyway, but the point is, he's had no evidence to back up his claims. He just keeps making claims. He wants to get down, to these little points that really are irrelevant to the fact that they haven't measured curvature, that we have multiple long-distance observations, horizon observations, laser tests, radio wave propagation, and so on, that clearly demonstrate that we do not live on a spherical shape, and he just wants to avoid that at all costs because he has an emotional, childish attachment to the globe. Does that seem like an accurate recap?
It sure does. Yep. Yep, and he's making the critical mistake of the ages, which is confusing the map for the territory.
Yeah, it's so weird. I think I wish you would. I don't know. I don't want to ask him like how old he is, but I feel like, because were you here, Yoder, when he said he went out on a boat and there was no way he could have gotten to the right place if he didn't have a computer that had the globe inside it? I'm like, oh my gosh! Like, it
Isn't that hilarious?
hasn't even been like hardly maybe a couple generations since. At less, right? A generation, and they've already act like nobody went anywhere accurately. Yeah, before we had this computer that told us we were on a globe after they tried to turn the flat maps into globe, and then they turn them back into flat again. Yeah, because they got to do that, right? Yeah. I mean, it's like, come on, guy. Like, he doesn't. I mean, I'm sorry, I got to stop talking about him when he's deafened because it could get bad. But I'd say it in front of his face. But come on, it's just sad. It's a sad demonstration of humanity. Come on, guys. I wish he'd undeafen so I could insult him some more to his face, because now I have to be quiet. I had to bite my tongue.
Well, we can still carry on the conversation ourselves about the topic.
You can always just play it back for him on YouTube too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Or when he comes back, I could just be like, if you want to hear what I said about you, it wasn't really behind your back. That any time you could have undeafen. No, but the point is, topo maps is like, when I would hike in the Rockies, like for most hikes, like a day hike, you could just bring one topo map. But if I was going on like a week-long back trip, I'd sometimes have to bring 2 or 3, and then you'd get to the point where that topo map ends, and then you take up the next topo map. Like, yeah, they work. Like, I could have stitched them together, but why? Just get the next one out of my backpack. You're not going to stitch together topo maps. Like, he thinks he's like found some great discovery about topo maps, and like, he doesn't even understand like what they're for. Like, he just doesn't understand maps at all. That's very obvious.
Like a topo map, you don't measure curvature, right? Like when you pick point A and point B, and you get out a ruler.
Yep.
And you measure the distance from point A to point B, and then you use that ruler measurement, and then multiply it by the ratio that's provided, and then bam, you got your distance. It has nothing to do with the globe.
That's right. It's almost a globe defeater, because the contour lines showing elevation are all perpendicular to a horizontal surface and reflect no distortion if the map is accurate. This means the verticals are all parallel to each other and not radial to a common point in the center of a globe. This means if you go to measure valleys between points of interest on a topo map versus peaks on that same topo map, you should have different distances if Earth is rounded. But nope, topo maps, same, matchy-matchy. good enough for nap of the earth search and rescue operations where helicopters are flying through gorges and valleys and around mountain ranges to rescue people.
When you say
I want to see
topo
him use
map,
a
do you
topo
mean
map.
topographical maps? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, with the contours depicting elevation profiles.
Right, right. But they're made assuming the oblate spheroid model, aren't they?
Well, if they are not distorted, and they're purported not to be distorted, then from one corner of the topo map to the other corner of the topo map, there should be distortion because those mountain peaks should be facing away from each other.
Oh, okay, yeah. So what I'm looking up says the modern national topographic maps are produced within a geodetic reference system that models Earth as an oblate spheroid. Well, the video that he's showing. Well, this is what the guy's claim was. I was watching the video that he shared. He said that when you take an actual real world measurement, it doesn't line up with the top view photographic map, and that's not what's happening in the video that he shared. What they're doing in the video that he shared is they're taking ruler measurements with the topographical map and then comparing them to the photo, and saying it doesn't match up quite. So not even what he claimed at all.
Yeah, okay, so I just wanted to recap for the audience if anyone's only listening to the audio, because I see what you guys put in the chat there. And now Deck has left again. Yeah, so he put that out as evidence for his claim, which we first had to beg for 10 or 15 minutes. So he just kept repeating it. He said it was common sense, because he's sure it's a globe. So it's a common sense if you're a globe-tard, heliocentrist cultist. Yeah, it's not common sense if you live in the real world. Yeah, so Swole Dog said, DJ, I watched that video about topographical maps, and it had nothing to do with spherical measurements. DJ's watching it, says, right, I am not finding it to have anything about what this guy claimed. Swole Dog, all he did was measure based off the ratio provided, nothing to do with curve measurements, very fifth grade math. So again, like so many globetards before him, Deck Barbie has made a claim, had no evidence, then found something through a Google search, thinks it's evidence because he just read the description, threw it up there, tries to insult Professor Triangle when Professor Triangle asks him to explain his own evidence, and then runs away before the two people who watched it can actually discuss it with him. So does that seem like a fair summary?
Yeah, fairly common occurrence around here, it seems, too.
Right.
It's like yesterday when I presented Jesse Kozlowski's paper, The Main Surveyor, back in 2006 before Flat Earth erupted. He wrote a paper decrying how electronic distance measuring devices, which are lasers used in surveying, which depict real-world ground truth measurements, do not match geodetic reference frame coordinates that are also used in surveying. And then it was brought up by Debate Daddy that, oh, it's actually the opposite. You got it backwards. The map is correct, and the electronic distance measuring device is what's inaccurate. Right, Debate Daddy? Yeah, that little slip and slide didn't work.
No, he was just saying that he was saying a few things, but one of the things he was saying was if you have to factor in elevation, because on a globe, if you're elevated, you're going to be further away than if you were on the ground. Because you're curving away from as you go up.
Yeah, how do you determine that in reality?
Because their measurements are actually accurate.
Oh yeah?
Are you saying you have to factor that in?
Say so, right? Yeah, see where this is going?
That's how all surveyors work. Yeah.
That's how all surveyors work. Yep, except for these ones that say that their EDMs are accurate and their global positioning systems aren't. You know, like all the 30 or other citations I posted.
No, except for the novice ones that don't understand you have to factor that in.
That's novice ones, like the ones that own surveying companies and the ones that are funded by academic institutions and government agencies that I posted. Or like the CERN, when CERN did it, and CERN tried to build on a globe, and the CERN facility couldn't build on a globe, so they had to use a flat map to build CERN.
Okay, bro, you have psychosis if you think they're in on some like gig
Not what he
thing.
said.
Like
That's not what he said.
they're all funded. It's just come on, man. Like
He didn't
it's not
say
that
you
deep.
didn't understand what he said properly.
Why do you got to straw man him, dude? It's sad.
I think you genuinely misunderstood what he was saying. Debate that.
I don't think he misunderstood.
I don't know. I was chilling
He's
here,
trying
and
to
he
say that the people that
started
are professionals don't understand,
jabbing me
and
from
he
the sidelines.
understands that they don't understand somehow. But you don't know anything about any of this, which is funny. You're not even capable of evaluating any of the freaking academic papers on geodetic survey.
I was just chilling. He dragged me in by jabbing at me. So
Well, it's ironic that Yoder was just pointing out it's ironic that an anti-flat earther like Jesse Kozlowski, before flat Earth, was complaining that the geodetic measurements aren't accurate compared to direct, well, nearly direct measurements from electronic distance measuring equipment. That's what EDM is. So it either uses light, infrared, or the old ones use radio waves. As soon as flat Earth comes around, all of a sudden it's super accurate, which is crazy.
Isn't that funny? I didn't know about that paper until I stumbled upon it myself a couple weeks ago. Were you aware of that paper?
No, not at all. I didn't even know he
No?
published anything.
Yeah, 2006, man. There you go. Posted in our home server.
He's the first person, when I looked into this topic, he's the first person I looked at. I didn't look at flat Earth stuff. I looked at his. Because I figured,
Yeah,
they
me
just
too,
measured the
actually.
globe, right? So let's go. And I looked for like I don't know if I was looking exactly for geodesy, but I ended up finding him somehow. And he had it was a video on, I'm sure it's still up, like reciprocal zenith angles. And then I went through how they do that, and I'm like, well, they're just presupposing it's a globe. They're just baking the curvature in through a couple methods. First of all, the statistical analysis, right? So they're using means, right? Mean values, right? So they take a bunch
Yeah,
and they
root
get
mean
the
square.
mean, but they're already presupposing that, say the measurements indicate that it's flat, they would take those values as statistical outliers, and they're going to cherry pick the values that most closely match the reference ellipsoid. So I'm like, this is just a, confirmation bias. That's all this is, right? So I realized that
Yeah.
right off the bat, and I was like, okay, now something's wrong. You know what I mean? There's a big red flag.
Dude, you know what's even funny to think about? It's like it's so wrong that they're cherry picking the worst of their measurements, the inaccurate ones to build the globe.
Yeah, and then like some of the theodolites, they have like it will auto calculate refraction.
Oh yeah, that's
And
right.
you can turn that off. You can turn it off and turn it on, which is crazy.
Kind of like Stellaria.
Yeah, so what do you think they do? They take some measurements, and depending on how the measurements turn out, like, oh, this is too far out of what I expect, I'll just turn the refraction on or turn it off.
Right. As long as it's believable and justified by this and everybody else accepts it, then it's true. Hey.
Yeah, and then they were using like the standard refraction thing, so I like dug into that, and I'm like, standard refraction, okay. I'm like, where did the standard come from? And then come to find out, there is no standard. It is actually, that's not what they mean by standard refraction. They don't mean that it's a standard value that they somehow got by measuring refraction. That's not where it comes from. They call it standard refraction because they take the U.S. standard atmosphere model and calculate the curved ray from that lapse rate. But that's a pseudo standard, because if you dig down, right? If I go to, say, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation's website and they hire contractors to survey highways when they build them, they have a refraction value that they use, right? So then I look at another one like Wyoming. Well, they're using another value. Then I look at Louisiana. They're using another value, right? So there is no standard. So whatever that particular Department of Transportation feels like using. And I first noticed this because the values that are used in Europe are significantly different than the values that are used in North America. And then the values that are used in places like Finland are even more extreme. Because there was a guy, I think his name is Haneke or something like that. He did a lot of the he did a lot of the initial geodetic surveying, the refraction coefficient. He did some of the initial stuff, and what he found, like in Finland, was it's like 0.17 or something refraction coefficient. But then Europe as a whole is 0.13, and then 7/6R is 0.166, and then like New Orleans uses like 0.8, 0.18, and then Wyoming uses another value, and like every place I looked at, they use different values, and I'm like, there's no standard refraction. Does it like? But they say it, and it's like when you say something like standard refraction, right, in a conversation, when Glover goes, well, you just use standard refraction. At least back then, it's like hey, dude, this is well known. It's a standard. You know what I mean? We
Yeah, the
know this
belief
very
is that
well.
it's common.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like it's some well-known thing. So it was so well-known, we standardized it. Nah, dude, there was no standard. It's all over the place.
Yeah, they think that if they just apply it all the time, then they cover a lot of bases without having to actually, do any work. It's just a lazy method.
Well, I mean, that's because they can't do the actual calculation for a curved ray. So the way they do it, they just make the globe bigger, and then they just do it as if they were using a globe with a bigger radius. And they just do it that way.
And for the audience listening, they're flattening the Earth.
Yeah, basically. Earth's so big it's flat, man.
Well, they started that in 2020. They said flatten the curve.
Yeah, that's it, man. Trump gave it away.
Yeah, you know what? The lockdowns gave us all a chance to research flat Earth and flatten the curve. 2 weeks to research flat Earth, guys. You're going to lock down. You're going to go research flat Earth. 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
2 weeks. How did anybody buy that crap, dude?
I don't know. It felt like they ran the whole country like a freaking kindergarten's classroom.
I know. Remember them getting up at the White House at the podium, and there'd be like Fauci, that Blick girl, or whatever her name is, right? There'd be like Donald Trump standing there, and like a whole entourage of people behind them, right? Of like really important scientists, and they'd have their hands folded calmly in front of them, and like, it's just such a theater, just nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody has a clue what's going on, but everybody acting like they have it under control.
And I don't want to get on this topic, dude, because
I
I'm gonna
know.
spaz out, dude, because I'm very angry that no one's been held accountable.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah, gosh, and I just got with so many fights with other ladies in the supermarket during that time. It was really bad for my health. So I just hope it doesn't happen again.
What do you think that like the apologists, right, the people that went along with it, when they look back on COVID, what do you think they remember?
Being right.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we're all safe today. We're all safe today because I told that lady she was walking the wrong way the aisle in the frozen area. I
That shit
was.
makes
No,
no
I told her
sense.
you're going the wrong way. I saved the world
They
by
don't.
telling her she should have followed the arrow on the floor. That's what the other lady's saying. The one I fought with,
They don't think about it.
There's places for your feet.
They
Put
don't. They
your
don't.
feet
They
in
don't
those
think
little
about it. Right?
footprints.
Oh,
So
other
they don't
person is
think
saying
about
they
it.
don't think about it. He's disputing. Yeah, that's probably true. It'd probably be too painful. Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
Big Daddy saying that. Yeah.
other than movies and the inundation of all of the images, nobody's really trying to think about the globe either until they realize there's some people that are opposing this idea. That's the only time it comes alive, but they don't think about it. I'm sure they don't think about COVID anymore either. They're not going, okay, what did I think then versus what the numbers are? They're not doing any of that because they didn't do it then. They're not doing it now.
Yeah, well, we need to remind them. That's what I mean by not being held accountable. Like, it's like they did this thing and they were wrong about literally every like if these were just like they were so sure that they were right but they were wrong about literally single thing they said. Okay? How can they get away scot-free with that?
Yeah.
Just walk away like nothing happened and then pretend none of that ever happened. It's like it's almost like cheating on your girl or your girl cheats on you. And then it's like you just pretend that shit never happened. Oh, this shit happened. I mean, just holding a grudge, dude. I ain't trying to hold a grudge, but man, they never apologized. They're not repentant. They just acted like it just got memory hold. Like that just never happened.
Yeah, they can't apologize because that's a confession of guilt.
We made it through, so it doesn't matter.
We made it through.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made.
Crimes were committed. Who cares?
It was worse than that.
Rights were taken away. Who cares?
I could go back and find the papers. They were quoting papers that had titles on them, but no information in the paper. Like they were just placeholders. It was weird.
Must be some AI type
Like
citations.
better done like this. Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's Morvis. Yeah, you're hot,
Really
Mikey Morvis. Did you know that, Morvis? Should I mute him? Should I mute Morvis?
I still don't think he knows.
Okay, there we go. Somebody muted him. Oh, we've got Abdullah, Beckhud, and Cooler. We've got some new people that came in. If anybody's got a question about Flat Earth, hi, Abdullah, Big Tiger.
Yeah, I actually do have a question. I
Go
actually
for
have
it.
three questions. So the first question, before I ask my questions, I have seen Flat Earth map and I have seen how you guys explain the or how the moon and the sun move around the Earth. So the first question would be, how do you explain the eclipse? And then how do you explain why isn't the sun lightening all of the Earth? Why is it focused on one spot, unlike how light acts? And then the third question is going to be, what is your strongest evidence that the Earth is flat?
Problem is all the dumb shit flat earthers you're watching that are presenting a globe map that's been flattened out. So your base premise is now fucked.
Okay.
I don't know if I have the time to roll this back, but maybe somebody else have the patience because my blood pressure is already high.
Why? Because of COVID?
Yeah. Got microclot.
Oh shit. What he's saying, Abdullah, is that There is no flat Earth map. The map you've seen is a flattened out globe. It's an azimuthal equidistant projection.
Yeah.
Of the celestial sphere, because it's really just a projection of the coordinates in the sun. So longitude, right, that's based upon the position of the sun, and latitude is based upon the position of where you see the celestial equator above the horizon. That's how you find your latitude and longitude. If you know what time it is, you know where the sun is, and then if you know how, like, where you are relative to the celestial equator, how high it is above the equator, you can figure out your latitude. So that coordinate system was flattened, and that's the map that they show you. But the map that's typically shown isn't a navigational map. It's a map. It's called it's a longitude and time calculator. That's what it's called. So its only purpose is to calculate time. It's not meant to like sail around the world with. And it's a globe anyway. So that's just
Okay,
flattened out.
I don't know which map are you referring to, but do you know the
It's called the
map?
Gleason's map. It's called the Gleason's. It was a map that
Yeah.
was
Okay. So
patented in 1880s or something.
okay. So I just need a photo of it, or maybe I should
Yeah, hold on.
post
Yeah,
one.
yeah, hold on. Post in the side chat. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is the map that I've seen.
Well, that's the Air Force map. This is the Gleason's map. This is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay. This is
They're both for AE projections.
So this is flat Earth, right?
No.
It's
What is
just
it?
a piece of
This is a
paper.
squished globe.
I'm sorry.
It's a squished globe.
Yeah. This is
Yeah, we don't
This is
think
how I
the Earth
perceived it.
looks
Yeah.
like that.
So it's. I'm a little bit confused.
We don't think the Earth is a disk in space, dude.
Okay. So what is it?
Well, first of all, there is no outer space vacuum with the Earth is floating around in. There's no solar system. There's none of that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I understand. This is what flat Earth says.
Yeah. So you asked about the sun. So the sun cannot illuminate the entire surface of the Earth because the sun's light cannot penetrate that much air.
Okay, just 1 second before you go to the sun. I think just explaining the map to me is gonna like.
I did
be
explain
huge.
it to you. It's a globe.
Yeah,
It's not a flat Earth map.
It's a what?
It's not a flat Earth map, dude.
Yeah, so the
It is
map.
portrayed out to people on the internet that it's a flat Earth map, but
Yeah.
most flat Earthers don't believe that this is a map of the Earth.
Okay, so what is it then? Which one?
Neither. None of them.
Yeah, okay, I got that. But okay, so do we have the map then?
Well, I mean,
Making
there's
maps is extremely expensive.
So what he's asking is, do we have a picture of the entire Earth? No, we don't. We don't
That's
have a
what he really
picture or an
wants.
idea. No, we don't.
Of Israel, because we love Israel in this country.
So since we don't
Stop
have a
it.
picture of that, since we don't have a picture, different ways, we don't have it. Do you have a follow up?
Okay, now I get it.
Yeah, what we know, what you actually want is a photograph of the Earth from space.
Yes.
That's what you want.
Not
You want a
from
photo of the
space,
Earth
but
from space.
not
There is no
necessarily from
space to take a
space.
photo from.
Yeah, not necessarily from space. Just I wanted to like bird's eye view at least, you know.
It's not
Just a map.
possible.
We give you guys a bird's eye view, and you guys
But-
say, "I don't want that. I want something different."
A literal
I don't
bird's
know
eye
who
view.
you're lumping me with, but I'm probably not with them. So, anyways.
Oh, well, then go ahead, everybody. Post the pictures of flat Earth for them.
Okay, moving on. So,
Yeah.
okay, so in the real world, how people navigate the world is by using the stars. They don't really use maps.
Yeah.
We use maps on the ground, like in your country. We have like road maps for you to drive around, and then we were just talking about this. There's someone else was topographical maps if you want to navigate that way. But the orientations and are all based upon whatever coordinate system you happen to be using at that time. And our coordinate system that we use is latitude and longitude, which is based upon the stars. If you try to map just the Earth with a reference to the Earth, without using the stars and without using latitude and longitude, that map will not match a map based upon the stars as a coordinate system. Okay, so you're asking us for a map. Maps are made for specific reasons. So people either make maps to indicate, I don't know, the topography, to indicate, to use for some sort of navigation, like a chart of a bay, so you don't run into rocks, right? But those are very small scale maps. Large scale maps, like a map of the world, we don't. There's no way to even verify if it's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I've also seen a footage of an airplane that is supposedly traveling for 4K miles,
Yeah.
and the stars are supposed to be moving because it's a globe, but the real footage don't show the stars moving. So
Yeah, I've
I've
seen
seen
that.
some,
I've seen a couple.
yeah, I've seen some
Going
stuff,
both ways, right?
and
So going from Europe to South America and going from South America to Europe.
yeah,
Both
that one,
ways.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's bullshit.
Oh yeah,
Personally, I think
Yoda
it's an
thinks
art
it's bullshit.
project.
Yeah, there's some issues with the video because the cockpit, right? That looks almost like a composited layer, right? So like you see the stars, right? But you see the cockpit window. That doesn't look like it's an actual cockpit window. It just looks like a fucking composited screenshot transparency pasted over the stars. But you know,
yeah.
that's just a video someone made to upload on YouTube, and it wasn't really
Oh.
a genuine type thing.
Yeah,
But I
that's
know what
true.
you're
'Cause
talking about. I've seen it.
I used to believe the Earth was flat until I turned 4. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So
Crazy.
yesterday,
Yeah, legit. Let's
Last
go. I
week,
just realized the world ain't flat. Like I'm just telling you,
how do you
in
know
case
the
you
world
mind.
ain't flat?
I've been out there, man. I've been out there.
You're
No.
still out there.
What do you mean out there?
Yeah, I've been out there. I've been
What?
out in space, bro. I took a
Hey,
lot. I took. I
Fake.
got.
this
No.
is how weak
No.
people's
No.
arguments are. This is what we have to deal with. This is how weak their arguments are. This is the best you can do.
I mean,
I just
honestly,
said
I've
this is
believed
the
in.
best
You guys
globe
can't
argument
even.
they have right now.
You guys
This
can't
guy
even
coming
actually
in,
never got
he's
a
the top of
Jesus.
the line.
I mean,
You guys have.
honestly, I have always believed in a globe Earth because this is what we study in school, and I loved physics. But growing up, I've seen some weird stuff, so I became like agnostic about it. I just don't know, and I don't
Physics
Look,
is
really
flat
care.
Earth, not globe Earth,
if
by the way.
if the
Physics
Earth
proves
was
Because you
flat
stole
Earth,
gravity.
not globe.
if the Earth were actually flat, it would have pushed everything off the edge by now. What the fuck?
Yeah, and if the
Like,
Earth was
Wow,
a
that's
ball,
really
a dog
smart.
would have buried it.
yeah.
Go on mute, bro.
Yeah, did you you hear about the firmament or something?
what an
I mean, I'm not in
intelligent
all that firmament
argument.
shit.
I mean, uh, I don't know. I mean, I'm a Muslim, right? And we believe that the heaven, like, I don't need to explain my beliefs here, religious beliefs, but there's no something specific in my religion that explains whether the earth is a globe or a flat. But yeah, there is, in some passages it hints to this, and some other passages it hints to that. So I'm a bit conflicted, and honestly, I'm agnostic. So I just wanted to hear
Okay,
you guys.
so check this out, Abdullah. This is a funny fact. I'll actually post this in the chat because I think this is hilarious. They have a Qibla calculator, how to pray to Mecca,
Yeah,
right? The direction.
yeah.
Think about that on a globe, right? If you're in southern New Zealand, you have to pray toward Antarctica.
Wait, I didn't know that.
Yeah, because you got to pray all the way around the globe for it to intersect into Mecca.
I mean,
That's pretty
what?
funny.
Dude, I got it, bro. I got the freaking quote, bro. I got it. Hold on.
I mean, Is that like, are you making a point, or is that like a
I'm
fact
dead.
that you get?
You can go on a Qibla calculator, which will calculate the direction you have to pray to Mecca.
Yeah,
Make
what I know.
the location the southernmost city in New Zealand. It's called Incarville or something like that. It's the southernmost city in New Zealand. It'll show that you have to pray toward Antarctica. I'm dead serious. I'm not kidding.
Is that the most direct path
Apparently,
to?
on the globe it is. Which is silly, dude.
Won't the prayers just get there anyway? Even if, because you're on a globe, it should just always get there, no matter which direction, as long as you add some swing
Well,
to it. Then you
eventually.
can make
Yeah,
that
but
thing
we.
go around
Yeah, but
forever. Your prayers could just keep going around and around and around and around, and kind of like orbiting with a not a straight orbit, but kind of like a clock orbiting, just kind of moving around, and eventually it'll just keep hitting them. So you should tell your guys that.
I mean, no, we understand that. Of course, we got some people asking us about this, but what I know is that we are supposed to face the most direct, like meaning the shortest way direct to or path to Mecca.
Okay, I got something for you, dude. I'm going to show you how to do it on the flat Earth instead. Now maybe your prayers will be answered because you're praying in the right direction. I posted in the side chat.
So is it like first come, first serve? Is that why you want to take the closest path? Whoever gets there first gets their
First come, first serve.
answered.
Yeah, it's like a prayer buffet, dude. All the good stuff's in the beginning. You got to get there
That's
early.
what I thought. Yeah, they got all the shrimp. They got the prime rib right when you start, and then by the time you get there, because you're an hour late, you got like the ham, and then there's only corn with
He's
some
Muslim. He
peas
can't
that
eat
fell in
Oh
ham,
it.
dude.
yeah.
What the fuck?
Hey, he did that on purpose. Yeah, or like if you're the last table called at the wedding, yeah, it's like, what's gonna
Yeah,
be left for me?
I got a piece of fat.
You get the dried out chicken cordon bleu. That's like the size of a quarter.
Okay, but what? Yeah, what was? Why were we going for that? I can't remember.
Well,
Something
he
about the
brought up that
map.
he was Muslim. I just think that's a funny factoid that on a globe, Islam makes no sense, dude. How the hell do you pray to
I
Mecca?
was saying you can just pray any direction, and if you swing yourself while you're doing it, that thing should make an arc and just keep going around like a clock, like an atom goes around, not in the same exact path, but always spinning a little bit different. And then eventually it's always going to hit anyway. But these guys said, no, it's a race to see who gets there first. So then they pray, everybody prays at the same time, go. And then if you pray super hard and you're next to the guy that's right next to you, he's not as praying as hard, yours gets there first anyway. So you might get your wishes granted.
It's called the
Yeah.
Great Circle Prayer.
We're going to be on this tangent. I mean, it is tangentially related. Like, yeah, there's other religions that talk about like directions, like the traditional Catholics, the altar is supposed to be in a certain place. The priest is supposed to be facing a certain direction. But like, really, I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you just be praying up? Like, don't you think that makes the most sense? But nonetheless, yeah, the earth is flat. There's no globe. So that's why you don't have to take any of these things into account. Shortest distance is if you're just facing due whichever way.
Well, he did ask 3 questions, so let me just dispense with them very quickly. So I'll deal with the sun first. So the sun, the sun can't illuminate the whole surface of the earth because there's air, and the air absorbs the light. Just like if you go underwater, if you go deep enough, if you're 400 meters down, it's completely pitch black, even if it was noon, right? But we're talking about thousands of miles of air. Eventually, the thickness of the air and the dust particles and all that will absorb the light, so it can only illuminate a certain area, which also makes more sense, right? Because we have twilight, right? We have nautical, astronomical, and civil twilight, so it slowly gets darker. It doesn't just like snap off. Like if you were actually on a globe, it should just get dark instantly, right? You have direct sunlight, boom, no sunlight. But what they say is, oh, the air scatters the light, so everything stays illuminated for a long time. Well, that's just some ad hoc crap. So it's just as reasonable to think that the air just absorbs the light. It actually, you can calculate this. It's an exponential function. And if you measure the brightness of the sun, it's 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at noon. So there's your
Not
explanation
only
of why the
that,
sun doesn't light everything up.
but like you said earlier, what you just said now contradicts the idea that the sun is going to light all the land unless it's obstructed. Because clearly, if the sun is near the horizon and it has to go through all that air from your perspective, we know with light attenuation that's never going to happen because the light has an extinction point. So I don't know why they don't think about any of this stuff.
I mean, because when they learned this topic, it was through just memorization, just memorize our claims. That's it. They're really, never really encouraged to think about what they're being taught. Okay, what was the other one? Eclipses. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Eclipses. Well, there's a standard explanation of what causes eclipses, but that explanation is not correct, and we know it's not correct for a couple reasons. Number one, they don't use the heliocentric model to predict when eclipses happen in the first place. They use something called the Saros cycle, which was known well before the globe model existed. And in fact, an ancient Greek flat earther named Thales, he's the person to predict to the day the first known eclipse prediction that was to the day. And he was a flat earther, a Greek flat earther. Right? So the methodology to predict eclipses, you can't use whatever the current explanation of being three balls in the way, right? So there's three balls, one's a light, there's two other balls. One ball's blocking the light from the other ball. That explanation can't be modeled. The model they use, the heliocentric model, can't actually predict when that happens accurately. So that's one problem. Problem number two, there's eclipse observations which should be geometrically impossible. Namely, one's called the Selenilian eclipse, which the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, but the Earth is supposed to be casting a shadow on the moon. Well, I don't know how that's possible because the Earth is not between the moon and the sun, which are both over your head. It's under your feet. So it's called the impossible eclipse. It's been known about for thousands of years. And it's even in academic works that talk about it, say they had to make some reason why this is possible. Otherwise, they would have to throw the entire heliocentric model out, which they didn't do. They came up with an ad hoc refraction explanation for why it happens. But observations of the Selenilian eclipse show that the shadow is coming down from the top of the moon towards the Earth, which is refraction can't explain because shadows are not refracted. And then there's the sunrise, sunset eclipses, solar eclipse. So in Australia, it was recorded the solar eclipse at sunrise. So as the sun was rising, the moon is allegedly in front of the sun. Well, if you do the angles, the angle of view to the horizon, and you draw that straight line of sight, it can't intersect the moon and the sun, and the moon and sun, Earth be in a line. It's geometrically impossible. Okay, so that's another one. And then there's the problem of the way the shadow, like a lunar eclipse, the way the shadow is projected. Shadows project circulars. The shadows of spheres are circular when projected on a flat surface. They're not circular when projected onto a curved surface. They would get distorted as they move across the surface of the curve, right? So shadows will conform to the shape of whatever they're being projected on, like a set of stairs or whatever, right? So if you have a shadow projected on a set of stairs, that shadow will look jagged, even though the object that's casting the shadow is not jagged. So the sphere casting a circular shadow as it crosses the moon's surface. If the moon's a sphere, as it crosses the center line of the moon, it should form into an S because the moon's surface is curving in opposite directions from the edge of the shadow. So you'll get this S curve thing. But, we don't observe this. So that story, that explanation, it makes sense, but you have to ignore the impossible observations about it. And you have to ignore the fact that they can't actually use the explanation in a model to make a prediction about when it happens.
Do you have videos for these for everything that you
Yeah, so
highlighted
someone
here?
posted it in chat right there. It's the Cahokia Mounds. Lunar eclipse
Yeah,
of sunrise Salanillion viewed from Cahokia Mounds. Now, this guy is not a flat earther. He just happened to film this and put it on the internet. And then he
okay,
tries
so
to explain what he's seeing, and he can't because it doesn't make any geometric sense to him.
okay, so the things that you have explained specifically, if there's a video explaining the same thing, because I'm kind of more interested now. Like, I want to put this in a paper and think about it, and I've also downloaded the file about the
Okay, hold on. I got
stripping the divine.
so the Soros cycle thing. I got thing from this guy. He's a professor at the University of Cambridge. Talks about it. It's this video. It's called Stand Up Maths. That's the channel. He's a professor at the University of Cambridge in the UK. Tells you how eclipses are predicted and that they can't use a heliocentric model because it's not accurate enough. Someone already posted a video of the Salanillion. That was the Cahokia Mounds one. Sunrise. Collapse. So here's the sunrise eclipse, right? This was filmed in Australia, in Western Desert or whatever they call it. But I'm going to show you a diagram of why it doesn't actually work. Find the diagram.
I've also seen a video of somebody explaining. So he made an observation of the sunlight going through the clouds, and then he made a small model, and he said if that's a globe, it wouldn't make sense because of the distribution or the path of the light doesn't make sense, and it kind of made sense to me. There's also one
There's
of
a
the
video. It's a really, really, it's a really good test of a solar eclipse. So he took a time-lapse camera and attached it to the side of his house, and he time-lapsed the sun and the moon for 3 months, and he plotted the path that they take, right, across the sky.
Yeah.
And then the day of the eclipse that he did the time-lapse, their paths changed. The only way they would have been an eclipse of the sun and the moon is if their paths changed, because the angles were completely different. Because he filmed that too. It's a really crazy video. It's kind of long though because he does an entire presentation. It's super thorough. I mean, a lot of this stuff, it has to be very thorough because we get challenged a lot. So a lot of the material will give you It's going to seem long, but we have to be very, very careful and specific because people complain, say you left this out or you left that out or you didn't address this. We, like, when it comes to this topic, the flat earthers need just so much documentation of our observations. And they'll just go to the beach and they'll film half a boat and go, oh, look, ships over the horizon, gold proven. Oh, how far away is the boat? I don't know. Where was the beach? I don't know. How tall is it? I don't know. How far away is the horizon? I don't know. Like, they just don't know anything. It's silly. But we need all this information. Having trouble finding this diagram. Hold on. Jesus Christ. I had it yesterday. Okay, I found it here. Well, kind of. So this diagram, say this is a top-down view. If you look at this diagram, right? The white arrow is the line of sight to the moon. Like, so the moon's right on the horizon. As you can see, that doesn't line up with the sun because the sun's 400 times further away. So it can't be on that same line of sight. And if you're looking at the sun on the horizon, then the moon can't be in the same line. So it's
technically every eclipse is not in syzygy then.
probably,
really? Yeah.
but I mean, a flat earther named Mike Bull came up with this, discovered this or noticed it or whatever you want to call it. And they just can't be in the same line. And then he went out and he made a 2-scale physical demonstration of the fact.
You know, we're very similar. I'll give them that. Flat earthers probably say, I don't know, as much as globe earthers. Here's the difference, though. When we say I don't know, it's to claims that we haven't made. When y'all say I don't know, it's to things that you have claimed. That's the difference. Why can't people fly if the earth is flat and there's no gravity? I don't know. What the fuck you talking about? Right? But okay, if the earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, how come that horizon is not blocking that boat? I don't know.
Yeah, I've
Very
also
different.
seen something about this. Which is something that is used to actually debunk flat Earth.
Okay, so we did eclipses, sunrises, and the next question was, what's the best evidence for flat Earth?
Yeah. But first, do you know the name of the guy in the ice cap?
The name of the guy in the what?
The green ice cap.
The green ice cap.
Dave Weiss. What about him?
Oh, Dave Weiss.
Yeah, I just wanted his name because he made a lot of good arguments.
Dave Weiss,
Dave
or Deep
Weiss.
Inside the Rabbit Hole, DITRH, kind of goes by
Yeah,
that acronym.
I wouldn't say he makes great arguments, but that's about
He
it.
makes a good introductory presentation of
exactly.
flat Earth, but some of the stuff he
beginner's
says
flat
is
Earth,
not correct.
maybe.
Wait, can you guys spell his name? I'm sorry.
DAVE. Dave.
DAVE.
Yep. Weiss. WIESS. I think it's IE. There's an EI.
EI, I think.
Yeah, it's WEISS.
Okay, great. Yeah,
He
so
speculates a lot without indicating that he's just speculating. He's a, what would you call it? So he'll speculate about things like, the infinite pond theory, that like the Earth is gigantic and we're just, the part we're in is just like one pond of water, and that you can cross Antarctica and reach some other pond. He speculates a
Do
lot.
you know, without a shadow of a doubt, that the Earth is flat?
Is that a question?
Yeah, just Jesse Lee Peterson put that question to him
Oh
about
yeah, that's right.
24 times.
What do you say?
He didn't quite answer it.
I mean, I have seen some clips, him like making observations or saying his observations, and it was peculiar to me, to say the least. It was interesting.
Well, I'll just say this crew is not very impressed by him. I've talked to Dave many times. He's talked to us. It's for what he does, he's good at. He's good at introducing people to flat Earth. But when you get into like the specifics of the details, he, he's average. I'll call him that. But he's not really a debater. He's kind of more like a presenter. He'll have a conversation with you, but he really can't. He's not that great at defending his ideas, I guess.
I mean, for somebody like me, I think he is the level that I need right now.
Yeah, I agree. But he isn't really good. Like, he's good at telling everybody, like, this is what he's good at. Telling people why the globe, NASA, and all that evidence is crap. But when it comes to actually demonstrating that the Earth is flat, he's not great at that, right? So we have lots of evidence, laser tests, long distance observations, infrared long distance observation, radio wave, microwave, all sorts of things that have been done, and things that have been done in the past, such as the Knickerbein, Marconi sending a 10,000-mile radio transmission from the United Kingdom to Australia, things like that. He isn't like super knowledgeable about what the flat Earth evidence is. He's knowledgeable about what the globe Earth evidence is and why it's not correct. You understand? He's
Yeah.
more like a negator than he is like a giving positive evidence for flat Earth. Not that he needs to, because I think the burden of proof is on the globe, but it would be nice to have that in your tool belt. But this is like, I'm just whining about the edges, right? This isn't like a major complaint. I'm just saying he's okay. Like, he's okay for what he does. We don't put him on a pedestal is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand.
But he's a good guy.
Okay.
Seems like a good guy.
Yeah,
People
he
call him
is
names. People
definitely.
say he's a grifter. People say he's a liar. He gets attacked a lot. People say he's a grifter, like in it for the money. Not knowing that Dave was already like a multimillionaire before he ever got involved in this topic.
I mean, honestly, I don't care about what people say about him.
Yeah,
I
good.
care about what
That's
he has
smart.
to say. So, what is the strongest evidence that
It's
you
not even
have
that he's a
for flat Earth?
multimillionaire. He actually creates content as well.
Yeah, true. The strongest evidence? Well, it depends.
I mean, I would
It
appreciate it
depends
if
on
you
what
use.
you consider strong evidence. I mean, it's all like because we have laser tests of like 40 kilometers. Shoot a laser 40 kilometers, and it stays the same height.
Yeah, I now have videos for that. I'm gonna watch it after I finish this conversation with you guys. But okay, so let me ask you
But
this.
that's just like one, right? I mean, the thing about
Yeah, yeah,
using light is like, remember I was telling you the air absorbs light, so you can only shoot a laser so far before there's no way you're going to be able to see it anyway. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So if you switch to like microwave, there's microwave transmissions of like nearly 400 kilometers. And then if you switch to other frequencies, there's something called LoRa, which is like a new type of low power. It's called chirped radio. It's like 2.4 gigahertz. That's been picked up at 800 miles. NATO had a transmission system, a communication system in Europe that was also 800. It was just two antennas, 800 miles apart. There's the Knickerbein, which was a World War II bombing system where they crossed the beams. So the Germans had two antennas. They'd shoot out a radio pulse that had dots and another one that had dashes from another location. Both of them were like 380 kilometers away from the United Kingdom. And they would cross the beam over the UK. And when you were in your airplane and heard the dots and dashes at the same time, it meant you were over the target. So they used this as a navigation system to bomb Europe. And that shouldn't have worked if the Earth was a globe. So like all these things, right, that they used that, I mean, there's in 1918 during World War I, they did a 10,000 mile radio communication, the United Kingdom to Sydney, Australia, which is 10,000 miles. Now think about that. The UK to Australia talking on the radio. And the reason they even tried it was because in Australia, the guy could hear the local radio stations in Berlin. He was hearing German radio stations.
Hmm.
So how would any of that work if the Earth was a globe? How is any of that possible? Then there's other things like the Bolivian salt flats, which is like a perfect mirror. You know what those are? The
No,
Bolivian salt flat?
no clue.
It's like a salt flat. It fills up with water. It rains there every once in a while, so it'll fill up. It's very flat. It's a 43,000 square mile flat spot in Chile. Every once in a while it'll rain and it'll fill up with like 2 inches of water, an inch or 2 inches of water, and it turns into a giant perfect mirror. And it makes a perfectly symmetrical reflection of the sky, right? Well, if the Earth was a ball, that would be like a convex mirror, and the reflection
Yeah.
would be distorted.
Yeah, what's it called? The lake?
The Bolivian salt flats. I'll post a picture. Bolivian, Bolvian, salt flat.
In India, during the Krakatoa explosion, the sound wave was heard 600 miles away.
Refraction.
Yeah, 'cause on a globe, that means that the sound must have bounced off the whatever, the stratosphere and came back down, right?
Yeah, a couple times. I don't know. Dude, of course not. I mean,
And the pressure wave was recorded circling around the Earth 3 times. And whale communications can be heard over 4,000 miles through the oceans.
Oh yeah, that's right. The
Okay,
ELF,
so-
the undersea submarine communications is ELF. That they work worldwide. There is no like limit to their transmissions.
Okay, see, so the obvious oldest question: why would the governments tell us that it's a globe?
That's what we want to know.
I'm sorry?
That's what we want to know.
What do you mean?
I mean, as far as the
Why do
government,
people usually lie?
go ahead, Sheepdog. You talk.
You said what?
I just quickly, why do people usually lie, Abdullah?
To
Because they
hide
don't know the truth.
secrets. And yeah, to hide secrets, and that would be to
Huh?
manipulate.
Well, that's like a subcategory of why someone would lie. But what's the main reason why someone would lie?
To control.
It's to control how you think. It's to control how you think.
Oh, well, I mean, to some people it would be, but to other people it'd be too.
If I steal a cookie from your cookie jar, you ask me,
Is he cutting off?
did you take a cookie from the cookie jar? And I said, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why would I lie? I don't want you to think something. Right? It's all about controlling what the other person thinks.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So whatever that reason is to control us, and how we're supposed to think, that's our speculation. We don't.
You're roboting hard.
We don't have. Or we may never
hear
get
you.
most. We just know that there is some sort of. No, Tony. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you're lagging so hard.
Am I coming in bad? I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just saying, yeah, you're right about that other thing. And yeah.
Tony, you're clear.
Okay, cool.
But you're asking why the sociopaths would lie to us. It's like asking, why would the kleptomaniacs steal? It's just something they do.
Yeah. Why would when I inhale do I?
I mean, I didn't
exhale?
I didn't expect an exact explanation to why would they lie. I was just like, whether you guys know or not.
Yeah, you're right. We went a little deep on that definition.
I think it's a bit of a folly to say that they, whoever they are lying. I don't think that there's much of a lie going on at all. I think these people really believe in a globe.
Just like they believe that you guys believe that it's flat. It's the same thing. You got
No,
to
it's
meet in the
not.
middle, though.
No, definitely not.
Well, I'd hope it would be. I mean,
I know you
otherwise
hope
they
it would
throw
be,
it
but it's
middle.
definitely not. It's really about whether or not you have evidence to back up your claims.
Well, I just don't think that I would definitely want to think I know about one thing exactly, I mean, because there might be a chance it might not be. And boy, if I know everything about one thing, that would be kind of depressing in a way.
Yeah, but when they tell you that Earth has a certain curvature rate, and then you go out and measure it, and your friends go out and measure it, and everybody else tries to measure it, and they can't find that curvature rate anywhere, what are you left with? And then you go to like state level surveying manuals from their departments of transportation. You go to universities. You go take down federal documents. You take down all of these demonstrations and measurements of the Earth. And every time they're saying that when they try to measure the Earth using globe coordinates, it fails and they have to resort to using flat local tangent planes to improve accuracy. What are you left with?
We're not talking about actual evidence right now. We're talking about like if you
I
know
am.
everything about something, okay, that's fine. But if you know everything about one thing, should you just close off and not learn anything else? Like if there's other things to learn,
Yeah, we
Just don't
learned that
spin
the
in
Earth
one
isn't the
subject.
globe, dude.
That's fun, but once you realize, this is what I want to say. Once you realize that it's not a globe, why would you stick to it? And it's just, this is it. I'm gonna come in here. I'm just gonna talk about the flat Earth all the time. I'm not gonna expand about anything else. I'm just gonna talk about what I know about the flat Earth.
Okay,
There's
it's
so
kind of
much
like
other
this.
things.
Okay, everybody thought that I was a size 10 shoe, and I thought I was a size 10 shoe. But then I went to the store and found out that I'm really 10 and a half, actually 11. I'm an 11 shoe. I am sure as shit that I'm wearing size 11 shoes right now because I got size 11 shoes on. I don't need to keep an open mind to the probability that my feet are smaller.
Cool, got you. But do you have to
Okay.
every single day come in and talk about your size 11 shoe?
Well, I have more passion about the size of the Earth than the size of my feet, so.
I understand. Like, they're lying to us. I get it. I get they're lying to
No,
us.
not
Like,
necessarily. That's my point.
Like Tony is not. Look, listen, Tony. This is a place that we get away from the rest of the world, in which people like you come in sometimes, and we get to show you why we're here away from the rest of the world. Here's what I mean:
I
turn
got
on
it.
a TV.
You guys
Turn
just
on a
like,
TV.
I got
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Turn on a TV. Turn on a program for your children. Turn on a program for yourself. Read a science fiction novel. Uh, have a social conversation with people. It's
Are you
always
saying
going
I?
to come up. Their religion, the religion of the globe, is going to always come up. So we're not talking about it with people. The rest of the world is talking about it with us. We're here to discuss the fact that that's what we used to believe, and it's crazy. And a lot of people come here to challenge that. That's
Yeah,
the
okay. But
real
what
context
happens
of
if they're?
what's happening.
I get you. Yeah. What happens if they're not coming in here to challenge that? What happens if they're just coming in here just to talk about what you guys have learned in the world, not other than just
Who's
the
doing it?
flat Earth?
Who's doing that? Who's doing that?
No, it seems like you guys should attack someone that thinks the world is globe. Like, I mean, you're not
Who,
really getting a lot of
who,
recruits.
who is doing that? Like, for example, I'm in here a lot of the time. Who's come up and asked me about what I know? They don't even ask me what I know about flat Earth. So, seeing is that this place is recorded, I know you have an idea that people can't talk about things, but when have you heard me shut someone down about something they were genuinely curious about from me? Do you have that on video?
Yeah, well, I've been muted in here. I can't believe I haven't been muted yet. But I've been muted in
I
here
don't know. I
usually
didn't
5.
even use the word mute. I'm sorry. Did you have what I had?
Oh, you're coming in really bad, dude. You're coming in robot. I think. Yeah, you're coming in kind of like you're muffled.
So did you have what I asked for? Because I didn't say anything about meeting or anything. Why can't you just answer what I said directly
What
to
did
you?
you? Yeah, but you're coming in kind of messed up. But what did you ask? I'm sorry.
Yeah. You're implying that people can't just come in here and ask us about our general knowledge. That's a lie.
Oh yeah,
People
yeah.
just
Okay,
aren't
I get. But
curious
you guys
about
always turn it
it.
back to flat Earth.
People aren't actually curious about it. Just like they're not curious about my understanding. No, fuck my understanding. My experience about flat Earth. They're not curious about that. So they're really not curious about anything we have to say. That's what majority of people who come in here demonstrate. Not
Got
me
it.
not wanting to talk to other people. I like being in here running my mouth because it's not full of retards that have a religious belief system that I don't have to deal with.
Cool. Hey, this is what I got to say. I'm just going to say this now. You guys can both ban me, whatever. But this is a room of complete fucking narcissists. You guys have found yourself.
You
What a
projecting there,
sad little
buddy.
mop you are, Tony. You can go fuck yourself.
Were you guys all? What were you all talking about?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Why is he in here being irate about us hanging out on Discord? Go home. All right. First name, last initial. Thank you.
Gotcha, bitch.
Like
Does
he
he
got so
understand what the
upset.
word
He
narcissist
got
means?
so upset that he wanted to call all of us narcissists because he couldn't actually validate that what he was trying to portray about this room was true through me. And I'm here often. You know, same shit as Malcolm X. They wanted to ban him from the platform while talking shit about him. That's all of you Globers. We're not banning you. You're coming in here acting fucking crazy because we don't want to be a part of the globe. Chill out. Get a life. We don't want any cookies.
He was trying to get himself banned. That little Freudian slip there. I'm surprised you guys haven't banned me yet after he was actually being reasonably polite. It's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And then he melted down, and so he got his little server mute. Now he can go into his back chats and start squirting all over the place.
Okay, that was a good chat, guys. I gotta go now, but I've added you. We're Indio. I hope I'm saying your name right. Also, Swole Dog. Yeah, I sent you guys a friend request. I hope you guys accept it. I'll probably send you some questions in DMs, maybe some chat in DMs, and I will probably come back here. So,
Man, you've been polite, and thank you for joining.
yeah, man. Okay, peace.
See you. Unlike that Tony guy, this guy was polite.
Well, I want to apologize to Tony for us being narcissists because we made this topic room about ourselves, not about the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, I just talk about myself all the time in here, hoping people can dox me.
Meanwhile, he could only talk about these
Even
people. A
though,
lot of them, they can only talk about flat earthers, but never flat Earth.
even though he wanted us to, he said not just about flat Earth, but just your general knowledge about it. He wanted us to talk about ourselves while calling us narcissists.
Yeah, this topic ruins people for sure, man. It's like people lose their freaking minds. The cognitive dissonance causes them to contradict themselves and all kinds of crazy shit. Lose their temper. It's almost like talking to somebody with some kind of brain injury.
It actually is a brain injury. Remember, they've been told their whole lives since they were children, this is what's happening. But in reality, it's actually the opposite's what's happening. So they don't ever experience what people tell them they should experience, right? You see the sun move, but they tell you that's not happening. It's actually the Earth moving, right?
Yeah,
So
valid
it's
point.
no wonder they are brain damaged. This is a real injury. I mean, cognition is a real thing as well, right? So that's exactly how you trigger it. You tell people one thing is how it is, and then that's not what they experience. So yeah. It is actually unhealthy to be a glober. Not good for you.
Might be a study out there, like people who can dispel cognitive dissonance from their mental architecture of their lives if they live longer, happier. Might be some kind of study.
Wouldn't surprise me. Would be a good one to do, though. You should do as a cohort. I feel much healthier, both mentally and physically, after I became a flat earther. Starting taking
100%.
care of myself, started working out, starting eating better, starting using fluoride, things like that, you know?
Yeah.
And they
Yeah, man, totally.
They say your life doesn't change when you become a flat earther, dude. It totally changes everything.
Yeah, it's up to the individual how they choose to respond to the new information. But you have an opportunity to make those changes. It definitely gives you a point of departure from how you were living your life before, if you want to make those changes.
Yep.
Like I like to talk about in here on occasion how it's important to align how you think about your world with how the world actually is. I think that's very important and powerful because it allows you to draw inferences and conclusions to things that might be more exact and precise than before. You're able to exercise a level of discernment that you probably didn't know was possible. You learn to identify other areas of your life in which you take for granted urban myths and generally accepting common sense, which isn't really sensical, and doing an inventory of all these things, casting off that which you cannot support empirically versus that which you can. It's almost terrifying because what you're left with when it comes to taking an audit of what you truly know versus what you accept to be true, you're left with very little. You're left with very little. You actually know very, very little. But what you're left with is a core kernel of knowledge that you can rely on 100%. You found it. You dug as deep as you can, and you found that little diamond. And that's all you need. Yeah, I kind of think of the globe as a big urban myth. There are other urban myths that we surround ourselves with that we may be unaware of. And flat Earth, allowing you to identify perhaps the biggest urban myth of all, gives you a template, a pattern to check against other things in your life that you think about that could be urban myths too. You can cast those away. And then you can start building up your worldview based off of empirical reality instead of beliefs that other people give you to accept. I think it
What's
improves your
empirical?
faculties of judgment. Go ahead.
What empirical realities?
Mm-hmm.
What empirical realities do you refer to?
Well, the objective truth of the world that exists before you were born and after you're dead, that one.
Okay. How do you verify that the world existed that you know today is the same world existed before?
I didn't say it was the same.
I mean,
Or are you
do you
adding
know
words?
do you know the you know the idea that it's actually that the human perception itself is pretty subjective?
Yeah, I mean, it can be. Perception often is subjective. But there is a difference
Right.
between things that are subjective and things that are objective, right? And you
I
can rule
mean,
that out.
I mean, the way people perceive the world around them, their surroundings, is largely subjective.
Sure, we're not talking about perceptions in this case, though.
Yeah, but for empirical things, like it's everything you observe in sense, right? Which is your part of your perception.
Well, perception is how you think of things. You can align your perception with more of an objective standard of reality that exists around you. So, for example, like if you're succumbed by the illusion of curvature in psychology called the lemon illusion. Yes, in modern psychology, there's an actual condition called the lemon illusion. People perceive curvature where there is none. You can look it up. Frontiers in Psychology, great medical journal.
Yeah,
The lemon
I know.
illusion is exactly that. Now, you look everywhere, you go to the beach, you think you see a curving horizon, you think the Earth's a globe as a consequence. But then you go to
You
actually conduct these measurements and you find out that you weren't seeing curvature at all. It was your misperception. And it's actually flat.
well, we know that
Now
the
you can
world
correct
is
your
not
perception,
flat.
right? Now you can correct your perception against an objective standard.
Well, we know that the world is not flat because of several other independent studies that have been conducted regarding that thing. Like right now, you don't even need like this argument that okay, I feel the Earth is flat. I did some measurements, therefore it's flat. I mean, there's like so many evidence that shows it's
Oh,
not flat. I don't even
really?
know why we have to discuss this.
I would love for you to give me one or a couple. Maybe we can talk about. Give me your best
Yeah,
examples for the
did you
globe.
see the recent Artemis flight to around the moon?
Wait, how does Artemis prove Earth is a globe?
Well, they was streamed, right? It was streamed.
Yeah. Like they
on
stream
YouTube.
movies and cartoons too. How do you know this was real?
Yeah, because of several other independent sources around it. Because they literally have video evidence, which is verified to not be like CGI or anything like that, right? This is actual like evidence.
How is it verified not to be CGI? Can you show me somebody that verified Artemis not to be CGI?
You want someone to verify that this is not? It goes the other way around. You verify that
listen,
it is.
listen, dude. You said that you said you verified it not to be CGI. I'm asking you to provide the evidence.
That's not. Yeah, NASA doesn't
you're
do.
Spiraling like a
NASA doesn't.
Getting high on your own supply of globes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's the shit.
You think NASA did a CGI of Artemis too? Like
I didn't claim shit. I didn't claim shit about Artemis. Okay, so I want you to provide evidence right now.
You're asking me
your claim. You keep talking over me, motherfucker. I want you to provide evidence to back up your claim.
Bro.
Hey, motherfucker! I keep talking. You keep over talking me. I want you to provide evidence to back up your claim that somebody verified Artemis to be CGI. Yes, you did. That's why I'm asking you for the evidence for that claim. I didn't make up that you said that. You actually fucking said that, dude.
I didn't. Okay, first of all, NASA doesn't do CGI for like Artemis trips or Apollo trips or like fucking
the satellites. They actually fucking did. And they actually presented a segment to us that they said was CGI.
Okay,
and they presented a segment to us that they said was not. So I think you're wrong there. You might want to check your sources.
Well, which sources are you using that the satellite images from NASA are CGI?
I didn't say satellite images from NASA are CGI. Why are you giving me claims to defend that I didn't make?
Well, did you hear what I said? What was my claim?
You're trying to change the topic, and I'm trying to put it back on track.
I'm not.
Listen, I asked you for evidence of the globe. I asked you for evidence of the globe, and you said, "Did you see Artemis?"
Yeah, video evidence is
and then
evidence.
There have been so many independent sources verifying that Artemis was real. They live streamed its video, and you said that people have verified that it's not CGI. Go ahead and show me. Show me the money. Listen.
Yeah, because NASA doesn't use
money
fucking
talks,
CGI.
bullshit walks. Go show me the fucking money.
Yeah, NASA literally doesn't use CGI. It's common knowledge, bro. On like these kinds of trips. I'm sorry, but that's just
except there are segments that they do show CGI. Like on the Apollo program, there was on the Apollo program when the capsule was on its way to the moon for several days, they would show a picture of a model or a cartoon of Apollo's spacecraft, and on the bottom they actually said this is a simulation. And people for several days could tune in and watch this shit.
For was it the Indian mission or which Apollo mission?
No, I'm talking about Apollo. They started off with Apollo, and they've done that with almost everything ever since. It's also been done with SpaceX launches.
Which specific Apollo mission are you referring to?
Might have been 11.
Okay, so Apollo 11, and that was during the moon landing, or?
Yeah, and Buzz Aldrin even said he was on one of these Tonight shows, and the host is saying, "Yeah, I saw you do this, I saw you do that." He's like, "No, you watched an animation." Buzz Aldrin said, and he's absolutely right because NASA admitted that they actually put on an animation. It was on the screen that there was a quote unquote simulation running.
I just knew this. NASA did not
have a camera. They didn't actually have a camera in space chasing the Apollo craft, filming it. I mean, you got to be a retard if you think they did.
After doing a quick Google search, it says NASA did not use CGI for Apollo 11 mission 1969.
All right, fine, not CGI. They used an animation. They created a simulation. Okay, that's what I said. Now you're trying to change what I said.
They probably created a simulation to illustrate how the landing was going to happen because it's hard to depict exactly how it would be realized. But the videos themselves that they made and them making videos from the space shuttle is not CGI. I mean, when was CGI even created?
Yeah, I know there was no CGI back then. Okay, we need to get on this topic. Can you show me?
Okay.
Can you show me the evidence for your claim that somebody made sure that all the evidence that was presented from Artemis was not CGI?
You want me to prove a negative claim?
Well, you made it. I mean, you said that you've proven it wasn't CGI. I want to know how. Or did anybody do anything? Or are you just making up the fact that somebody did something? I don't know here. Like, you're saying somebody did something. I want to see evidence of that. That's all.
I never said somebody did something. All I said was
you said somebody verified that the Artemis was not CGI. You're damn straight, almost exact words. And now that's why I'm asking you to show me who did this thing that you said they did.
Verify.
You are moving the goalposts. You sound like a fucking idiot right now, but that's just my opinion.
Well, you sound like an idiot because I never said someone verified it. I said NASA doesn't fucking use CGI for like these emissions. Why would they even use CGI?
Yeah, you said that too. You said both of these things. Okay?
Yeah,
and the fact that I'm asking you to back up your claim is putting you in a really tough spot right now. Isn't that right?
It's not. You're just
it is, because you keep trying to shift the goalpost and move it on to something else you said. And I'm trying to hold you to this point. You can actually concede right now if you wanted to be honest, but you don't sound like somebody who likes to concede shit. Maybe that's why your life is in shambles. But,
Dude, why are you so mad? Just calm down. Just take a sip of water.
You should see me right now. I'm smiling like a honey pie horse.
Okay, well, can you show me the evidence that NASA uses CGI? Why would we even assume that they use CGI?
If I actually said CGI with NASA in context of Apollo 11, I was mistaken because I meant to say animation. They set up an animation, and they called it a simulation. CBS actually broadcasted the simulation.
Yeah. Do you know why they do simulations, though?
I do know. But this was in refutation to your claim that they don't use such animations or depictions, okay? So now you're actually validating my point for me, trying to move the goalposts and trying to assert yourself as being correct when you were wrong, and I was correct all along. So now you're agreeing with my point. I would like the audience to hear.
What was I wrong about? You just conceded you were wrong that you thought they had CGI in the 1960s.
Listen, no, they didn't have CGI in the 1970s, bro. Come on.
Then you're trying to say that the Earth is
They used
not
an
is
animation like Buzz Aldrich said,
No,
bro.
they had 2001: A Space Odyssey. Go watch that movie. They had that before the moon missions.
Yeah, like, and so now you're agreeing with me that they sometimes do use animations. After you said that they don't.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
2001: Space Odyssey doesn't use CGI.
Nobody said
They
it
just,
did.
they just used.
That's
You're
the
the one
camera
just
tricks
used,
they
talking
use.
CGI right now.
Nobody said they
I don't
used
think I was the
that.
first to
Nobody
use the word
used.
CGI in this
Nobody
conversation.
said
You used it.
CGI, dude. Nobody said CGI.
Yeah, you brought up CGI.
You made it up in your head.
Okay.
You brought up CGI.
What I said is that NASA doesn't use CGI on these missions. That's all I said. I don't know why
posted
How do
you're
you know
being
that's
so.
true? When they admit that they do. They admit that they use CGI on these missions. They call it like telemetry enriched animations or something like that.
That's
They
not
claim that they're using
CGI.
yes, it is. They claim to take the telemetry data and do real time modeling and simulations of that data, so that they could present to you images of these craft flying through space to look like that they're flying through space, and they're really not. You know.
Can
I'm
you
sure
can you
some
prove to
intrepid
me?
flat
Okay, can you
earthers
show
out
me
there
the
can post some of this
specific?
shit in the side chat.
Okay, well, telemetry enriched simulation clearly looks like a simulation, looks like a cartoon, but the stream that you saw of Artemis flying that was streamed on YouTube is not like CGI edited or anything
Great
like that.
concession. Thank you for conceding that NASA does use CGI on missions like Artemis.
Yeah,
Thank you
NASA
for
uses
conceding that I
CGI
was
to
right and you were
depict.
wrong.
My God, dude, you're so stubborn. I was trying to tell you that the simulations that is used are used to depict how the mission is gonna go. Like they did it like for the Indian moon landing with the probe,
No
right?
fucking shit.
But
Thank you for
the
repeating my
stream
point
that
to
you're
the
looking.
audience. You're repeating my
Okay,
fucking
yeah,
point
but
to the
that's not
audience
my
right now,
claim.
dude.
But the claim is that when the astronauts are flying and the camera attached to the probe, that's not CGI. That is real.
Oh, really? How do you know that part's real and the other part was not real? It's
Why
not
would
that
it
they
not be
use better
real?
CGI, right?
Wait, why would
No.
NASA have to lie to you that this is not real? What are you talking about?
Because we measured the Earth flat.
No, we didn't. When did we measure
Yeah, we
the
did.
Earth
We
flat?
measured the Earth flat. You didn't measure the Earth flat. We did.
Oh, I really.
We're here to
Can you
tell you
show
that.
me? Okay, where did you publish this paper that you measured the Earth flat?
No, you don't publish papers to prove that you measured the Earth flat.
Well, where did you publish this information then? Like, where can I find this where you prove that the Earth
Shoot,
is
man, we got terabytes of it on our home server. It's all over YouTube. You can find it on social media, X, Rumble, Spotify. We've got so much information to make your head spin. And you know who else measured the Earth flat? You know who else measured the Earth flat? The U.S. government measures the Earth flat all the time. State governments measure the Earth flat. Oh yeah, I posted a ton of reference citations.
So can you reference that from the U.S. government, please?
Okay, let's see. I've got one from like Federal Highway Administration. Let me go pull that one up. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to read about that.
Oh, good. Okay. In fact, if you visit our home server, I'm going to plug it, discord.gg/flat earth. Go visit and visit our side channels. I'm not going to post it because I'm not posting in here. No, that's why I'm giving you the address. And you can go to our side channels, go to Geodesy, which is surveying, or go to the channel for satellites, and you'll understand.
And you post
okay, this is from the Federal Highway. This is okay. I'm going to continue. Okay, I'm going to continue. Michael Dennis,
how can I go to that place?
Highway construction to local coordinate systems by the Transportation Research Board of National Academies 2012. Transportation Research Board, funded by the federal government, commissioned this report to explicitly address a crisis occurring when departments of transportation tried to use spherical and geodetic GPS grids to design and build state highways. This report compares the mathematically distorted grid distances of a spherical Earth model against the true physical ground distances required by construction crews to actually lay asphalt and connect bridge girders. From this report, here's a quote. Map projection systems such as a state plane coordinate system and universal transverse Mercator inherently distort horizontal distances. As a consequence, grid distances will not match distances measured on the ground. Such discrepancies can lead to significant problems in construction layout if not properly addressed. The most effective method for minimizing these discrepancies is the development of a low distortion projection that are scaled to a topographic surface. An LDP is a map projection designed to minimize linear distortion such that the projection surface is brought close to the topographic surface of the Earth. So why is this a damning quote? Well, because it proves that the globe model that they used, which was considered a literal construction hazard by the National Academies of Science and Engineering, that's the bottom line. So to prevent these significant problems in construction layout, like bridges missing their abutments and pipelines falling short of their connections, the federal government funded a 130-page textbook teaching Department of Transportation engineers to throw the globe away. Okay?
So a low distortion projection actually takes into account that the Earth is a globe. Like
Yeah,
it's
so that
designed
you
to
can
minimize
remove the
angular.
globe distortions.
It's designed to minimize linear and angular distortion. It doesn't assume.
Distortion
It
from
literally
what?
assumes.
Distortion from what? From the globe coordinates, doofus.
What? Can you explain to me what linear distortion projections are, or can you just post the URL to this? Like
Yeah,
I
I
cannot
posted
find your
everything in the
website.
side chat,
Okay, great. Let's look at this.
including my write-up. They're forcing their globe math into a new projection that mimics measured distances in reality. And if you think this is the only thing I've got, you've got another thing coming, brother. I've got dozens and dozens of these. Oh yeah.
Okay, sure.
Listen, it's not just flat earthers. It's not just flat
Uh-huh.
earthers who have problems with the globe. You got state highway administrations that have problems with the
Right.
globe. You got CERN. Did you know CERN, the particle accelerator, was built using a flat Earth grid?
What page were you reading this, if I can ask?
I don't know, Control
The thing
F.
that you choose.
Because I got you the quote. You can Control F and copy and paste. I'm using a phone. I'm not going to do the work here for you,
Okay,
but I posted
great.
the source
Yeah,
and the
no.
quote.
Okay,
Yeah.
low distortion.
All right. So, for the sake of the audience, so they're not listening to you breathe, I'm going to continue with some more. This is about CERN, okay? This is by M. Jones et al., Geodetic Parametrization of the CNGS Project, European Organization for Nuclear Research. The physicists at CERN had to align the underground magnets of the accelerator complex with absolute microscopic precision. They compared the standard geodetic, geographic globe coordinates, like WGS-84 and the Italian Gauss-Boaga frame, against the mathematical reality of what the particle beam actually required. To make the machine work, they discarded the geodetic sphere, and they locked the entire 27-kilometer facility into a custom, perfectly flat Cartesian plane. The reference frame used at CERN, this is the quote, the reference frame used at CERN to describe the position and orientation of all the geodetically aligned elements of all the accelerators is a 3D Euclidean reference frame referred to as the CERN coordinate system. So they created their own reference frame. The CCS is a modified local astronomical system.
Can I say something?
No,
Can I
the
say
principle.
something?
No, I'm
Can
not
I
done.
say
The
something?
principle. No,
Well,
I'm not done yet.
we have to
You're trying
talk about the
fucking
other
interrupt.
study. You made a mistake. Low distortion
not.
projections, especially in this study, do not assume that the Earth is flat. I'm sorry. And even in this particular paper, it says
they don't,
nowhere that they
because-
assume that the Earth is flat. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, you're looking.
Like,
You're
low
looking for
distortion
people in here that
projections
are like, "Hey, I'm a
literally-
flat Earth surveyor for the highway system." That's not what this is about, dude. You have to use your.
No, do you even know what a low distortion projection is? Even?
Yeah, it's when you take a reference frame that's more global and you increase the resolution, and by doing so, you find errors. And so what you do is you flatten it out and shrink it down to a smaller size, so that your compounding errors also reduce.
Yeah, and low distortion projection maps the projection on the curved Earth, not on a flat Earth. It's literally topology. It minimizes
linear.
geometric distortion in specific limited area.
It's linear, dipshit, and Euclidean.
Yeah, linear. Yeah, you could have linear things in topology. Like you could have linear things on a 2D plane. Like that's the whole point of distortion.
Plane,
it's
yes,
reducing
exactly.
dimensionality, dude. What are you talking about?
Linear things on a 2D plane. No fucking shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, they do not assume that the Earth is flat. They do not assume that the Earth is flat.
I'm going to continue with my quote because this is bothering you a lot. All right, so let me go back to CERN. Okay, holy shit, man. I can't even get out a few words here without these idiots trying to overtalk. God damn. All right, so where was I? All right, so CERN basically created their own local tangent plane, okay, and it was flat. And what they erected a pillar point called P0. This is in these documents. P0 is at the center of their building site. The z-axis, the vertical axis going all the way up to the sky, is parallel to all verticals on this tangent plane. Okay. So what they did is they flattened out the Earth, whereas if Earth is a globe, all your verticals are going away from each other and meeting at a supposed common center of a globe. In this case, they flattened it out such that all the verticals are not meeting at a common center, but are all parallel to each other and perpendicular to the surface over 27 kilometers. This principal point P0 was chosen for their point of origin and for a reference point for all other vertical axes throughout the entire construction project. Each projection distorts reality and may introduce a scale factor. The plane in which the trajectory is computed is considered tangent to the ellipsoid. So yeah, they thought they were still on a globe as they were doing this, as they were building on a flat tangent plane. And they were measuring the Earth flat and treating it flat. I'm not saying that the people who were constructing the CERN facility were secret flat earthers. And this is the cognitive dissonant part about this. These people are globers and they think they're justified in treating the Earth as flat, plain and simple. Okay, so is this guy still around, or did he decide to bolt because he couldn't? Yeah, he left. Oh, fuck him. It's crazy, man. Like, you start off in good faith to try and have a conversation, and they start spiraling and spewing venom. It's crazy. Listen, I'll match your energy. If you're going to be a total asshole like that, I'm going to be an asshole too, and we're just going to make a shitty stream together. I could also just mute and boot you, but it's a little more fun to play with you beforehand. You're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She's like, you don't know what an LDP is. I'm like, yeah, and then here's my definition using my own words. She's like, okay, good. Oh man, I heard that flat earthers are the dumbest people in the world. I should go in and try to intellectually bully them. Then I'll feel better when I'm amongst my peers who are all smarter than me. All right, where's that flat earth room? I want to go bully some of the dumbest people on earth. That way I'll feel smart. Oh, there they are. Okay. Hi, flat earthers. Any evidence of the sun going around and round and around like a racetrack?
Sorry you had to experience that, man.
If Earth is flat, how come I dropped my hand sandwich?
Mm-hmm. I do have some questions about flat Earth if you're interested.
Okay.
Your position. I suppose my first question would be how complete would you say your model is?
Why do I need a model to do what?
I'm here. It's fine if you don't have a model, but I was just wondering because a lot of flat earthers have models. You could just say I don't know. Yeah. Well, if you are a flat earther, then you at least have the model of the Earth is flat, right? I guess that's some.
Well, yeah. I understand the Earth to be flat because it's measured that way. Now, what does that look like from God's eye view? I don't frickin' know. If that's what you're asking, or if you're asking for a picture from space of a flat Earth, have one. If that's what you're really asking for.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, if you're asking for a model,
they don't believe in space.
Scientific models are for observable phenomena. So if there's a model of the globe, then you'd have to make a globe observation to model it first. And I don't know if there's actually a globe observation that matches a model of a globe. See my point?
Okay, so would you say then that you have a biblical view of the Earth, and that is why you'd consider it to be flat, or not necessarily why, but that you align with a Christian Bible?
No, it has nothing to do with that. It has absolutely zilch to do with any of that. What it has to do with is first I tried to find verifiable evidence of globe curvature measurements and couldn't do it. Frustrated the fuck out of me. And then I actually went out and made my own observations and measurements. And then I accepted measurements and observations of others that you'll talk to in this community. And now I'm just like, well, fuck, what should I do with this? How could I accept the globe is true in spite of and in light of all this information? When you read how people concocted the globe, they're constructing it out of math. They are not actually measuring curvature anywhere. When you understand that that's what they're doing, then you can't go back. You can't be slightly uncertain about the globe. You know for a fact that it is a complete fiction. So there's not a doubt in my mind that Earth is not a globe because I understand how it was created.
Because it was created of like, through like geometry.
Yeah, and human perception of, and it actually has its origins in the perception of how stars behave.
Yeah, I suppose because because there are different stars depending on where you are.
Right. So people perceive, so people perceived back in the day, Greeks like Pythagoras, even Aristotle, Hipparchus, Aristarchus, like all these Greek astronomers, they perceived a celestial sphere. Nobody today, like flat or globe, believes in a celestial sphere. But that's how it started. They believed that there's this like black canopy with a bunch of lights in it that rotated. That was their perception. That's one way you can interpret subjectively how these stars behave. It's not the only geometry that works. With that said, that became a convention. And what happens if you start to use that as a navigational aid or as a surveying aid? What you're going to end up doing is you're going to end up projecting flat Earth into a sphere as you take your measurements and adapt them into the sphere because you're using that as your aid, your reference ellipsoid is what they call it in surveying. So you're projecting flat Earth into a sphere from the beginning. If you were to build a map without using the stars and depend entirely upon benchmarking your measurements to landmarks, straight line, side-to-side, point-to-point distances, you will have a very different outcome compared to if you started using stars instead or in conjunction with. And this is noted all over surveying manuals and geodesy and navigation and so on. This isn't a controversial take.
That you get different measurements navigating by the stars versus navigating by reference points.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like fixed waypoints on the ground. Precisely. Now, nobody, to my knowledge, has done that for the whole Earth that we know about. That is measure the flat Earth without using the stars. Because the very coordinate system that's been in use for hundreds of years, latitude and longitude, everybody's heard of this, that's inherently spherical. I don't care if people try to flatten that out into a pizza disc Earth and say that's flat Earth, which is not the case. That's still a globe.
Yeah.
The latitude longitude convention is so baked into society and history and everything else that almost all scientific interpretation, collection of data is shoehorned into this framework. And you could easily adopt a different framework and get a different outcome and it be just as valid. This is the problem of what's called underdeterminism in mathematics. When you get model afflicted and you try to explain things with models, like what people do in here and ask us for all the time, instead of actually assessing the root true cause of things that you observe in reality. Models, there are an infinite number of explanations if you don't have evidence.
Yeah.
So we're about evidence, not explanations. We're about measurements in reality, not models. We benchmark our claims to reality, not to models. People asking us for models are doing it backwards. It's putting a cart before the horse, the map before they confuse the map for the territory. It's almost like the longest age-old problem of man is confusing the map for the territory.
Yeah, but
that's what's happened.
How do you? I suppose I suppose how do you don't we need maps though to be able to understand larger concepts in general? Like you can only have so much working knowledge of a territory, right? Like you can only explore so much of it on foot yourself. So at some point we need to use if we want to know anything about a larger to say something like the Earth is flat, right? I feel like to say that you need some sort of model, otherwise you would have had to walk across the entire Earth yourself. Or am I misunderstanding you?
It's a bit of an aggressive conclusion. And honestly, just like in court, when if a judge
accepts the jury's conviction, it will be because they're either guilty or no evidence of guilt.
Mm-hmm.
So, you don't have to prove your innocence in a courtroom, philosophically and logically. You just have to provide, instead of evidence, reasonable doubt.
Yeah. So would you
And
say
they
that?
say,
Yeah.
yeah, I've got more reasonable doubt for the globe than you can shake a stick at. More than like almost anything that I've ever encountered of any subject or topic area in my entire life. Like, Earth not being a globe is probably at the top of my list of things I'm most sure about.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, but that would that make you say then that you're not? But it's not that you're. Well, because that sounds like it's going the other way then, right? Because it's like reasonable doubt is like you have so much doubt of the globe, but it sounds like that's more like you're saying that there's an evidentiary case that it is. It's not that it just might not be a globe. It's like you're saying you have evidence to the like contrary, to large degree of certainty.
That's right. We do. We've got tons. And not only gathered and obtained by ourselves and our community and those that we like to associate with, but even out in the wild world, you're going to find. I've been talking about this all morning. It seems you can go out and find academic papers, manuals from federal government, from the state governments, describing how to conduct surveys for large land projects. And they want you to use flat planar coordinates. You can find cases where surveyors keep trying to use a globe, keep trying to use spherical coordinates and spherically, geodesic distances between points of interest, and it doesn't match up to reality again and again and again and again. And that these discrepancies are resolved when they flatten the Earth and treat the Earth as a flat horizontal plane. It's not just that it's easier, but it improves accuracy. One of my favorite papers I came across not too long ago by a student of the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School discusses how he was able to improve the accuracy of unmanned aerial vehicles and their targeting, including their landing, takeoff and landing, by rendering the Earth as a flat plane and dispensing with the global coordinates. Because by using the globe, they could be off the runway just a little bit and the landing gear would crack and buckle underneath. And then by using flat planar coordinates instead of spherical ones, by using more measured reality, they're able to improve the precision of landings of these aircraft. That's just one example. Like we've got hundreds of these.
I'd be interested in take a look at that paper if you have it on hand. I mean, that sounds kind of interesting to me.
Yeah. Let me go dig it up real quick.
I remember when I was
away from my phone.
I was in a coxswain's course, and I remember doing a test. I suppose that wasn't a practical test. I don't remember if that was when we traveled, but it was like learning to navigate using like ocean charts, and that was the difference between ocean charts versus land based. Like the degrees, like the longitude and latitude were slightly off. One of them you could use Pythagorean theorem for because it was flattened out, and the other one you couldn't. Your result would be different because I think it was the ocean one. It would use it was using like the spherical, like the Pythagorean theorem. Isn't accounting for a sphere. Oh my gosh.
I posted a reference citation as well as an opinion article.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You know what dead reckoning is?
I've heard the term. Isn't that when you use No, that's not. I don't think I'm right. Is that when you use? Oh, sailing.
Yeah, dead reckoning. So basically, you take your heading and you take your speed, and then you can figure out where you're going by making planar triangles. So if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't be able to do this for very far. But it was
Yeah.
done for 2,000 miles.
Mm.
I gotta post on that. It's from the Royal Meteorological Society.
To make a lot of loud noise, so my voice activity is going to be limited for a bit.
Yeah. Oh, I went to a schoolhouse right next to this where this thesis came from. I was in Monterey for a while.
Yeah, like defense language kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. They taught me Filipino.
Yeah, I knew a 3-3 in Tagalog.
That's funny.
Am I roboting at all?
No.
I'm gonna talk until y'all tell me that I'm roboting. Who's the gentleman you're talking to, Piotr?
Me, Bretito?
Petito? Let me ask you this, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you had the opportunity to know the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I say that nonchalantly, but like obviously that would destroy my whole framework for like really big questions and be very philosophically like it would probably cause a lot of problems. But like, yeah, I would want to know like.
Holy shit! Is there something wrong with you? You're like the very first person to admit that.
About to say, holy shit, we got a unicorn. Yeah, well, you know what? I say this man's in good company because I kind of know where he's coming from, and he knows where I'm coming from.
That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah.
posed the question.
We won't talk
My
about
second
DLI stories.
question. Sorry.
I was going to
Go
say,
ahead,
we
Yoder.
can save the DLI stories for a skiff.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, no. I mean, I
Yeah.
appreciate the question because like it's gonna be like it's so easy to have like a bit of I don't know, not dishonesty, but disingenuousness creep into a conversation like this because it's like, did I come here like really being like, oh, maybe they'll have good evidence that the Earth is flat? Like, no, like that's because my presuppositions, based on like my whole life, so much is like I'm gonna, I'm popping in here to hear. I mean, the last time someone was talking about, being on the back of a giant fish, so like
Yeah,
that,
flat Earth
there are things.
it's frustrating as shit, and I hate it.
Yeah, yeah, but
I
like,
got
I
a
mean, I
second
try and
question
go
for
into
you.
these things with open minds. Like, I've got two coworkers who like I've been talking with them about evolution because I'm like a big fan. Like, I'm super interested in evolution, and they're creationists who don't believe in evolution, obviously. And I love having conversations like that. And I try to come at it with an open mind. Um, but it can definitely cloud your judgment. Like I saw an article, well, a YouTube video talking about an article about giant spears and how that could be evidence for like biblical giants. And like I was immediately like, oh, he's misunderstanding the article because he's talking about the spear point being bent in terms of use. But it's like that looks like it's referring to the wrong spear. I didn't even realize that it was just different pictures of the same spear, just from different sides, so I made like a totally obvious mistake just because I made negative assumptions about this like YouTube guy from because of the perspective, the starting position. So always got to be watchful of that sort of thing. And it's tough. Mhm.
I got a second question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why would you want to know if the Earth is flat?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think like philosophically, I think having more like knowledge, more true like facts is almost always going to be like beneficial. And it's like if it's not going to be beneficial to you or to whoever, then it's like I would want to know that it's not going to be beneficial. It's like it's a weird I mean it's a philosophical like kind of
No,
cyclical
for
thing
sure. But
almost. Yeah.
the question was, I used that question to like pull out a little bit more from you, and I kind of got the answer that I wanted to. Right? You wanted to have more knowledge. So, do you understand the difference between knowledge and belief?
So like knowledge is belief that aligns with reality, I suppose.
No.
Oh.
Knowledge is a direct experience, right? You've gone through the process of basically trying to isolate as much as you can so you can be
Mhm.
hyper specific and hyper focused, right?
Mhm.
That way, when you have a conversation about it, you know all the details about it with confidence, right?
Mhm.
A belief is just blind faith with very little or no confidence at all.
Oh, you're starting to robot now.
Did you hear that last part?
A belief is just blind faith, and then you cut out.
Blind faith with uh, with
Dang,
uh,
they really don't want
Sheepdog,
you
your
to.
blind faith with
sheepdog, the
little or
black
no evidence.
helicopters are there. Black helicopters. I repeat, black helicopters, sheepdog.
They're bagging them. They're bagging them.
Wants to hear what you're gonna say.
Another roboter.
Dang, this chicken. Is this what the AI apocalypse is like?
I guess so.
Everybody just glitching out with little or no evidence. Okay.
Roboting. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
so what I'd like to say is there's a lot of flat Earth content now on the internet. Tons. It's kind of exploded in the past few years, and most of it sucks. Most of it looks like it's almost done to make us look stupid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they'll take the globe and they'll project it into an azimuthal equidistant grid, and then call that a flat Earth when it's still a globe because they're ignoring the non-uniform scale.
Mm. Oh, because the non-uniform scale. What do you mean by the non-uniform scale?
So, you know, with the azimuthal equidistant projection, it looks like a bicycle wheel where you have the North Pole in the center and then lines of longitude extend out radially from that center point.
Yeah, and
And
then you end up with Antarctica as a circle around the entire
yeah,
Earth.
yeah. So, and then you got flat earthers. They're like, oh, this is the flat Earth. And it's like, no, dude, no, that's a globe. The non uniform scale applies because this coordinate reference grid still has two origins, just like the globe has two origins, one in the north and one in the south, which is based off of the celestial sphere. And what they've done is they've geometrically projected the second point of origin, being the south, into a gigantic ring. And so the scale allows the person using the map to still use the map as a globe because the scale accounts for the widening as you move away from the center point.
Mm-hmm.
So 89 degrees north
as a ring around the North Pole. It's about 430 miles on a globe. 89 degrees south is also about 430 miles in distance or in circumference around the globe. And that 430 miles is now like a ring around the whole map that looks like it's 60,000 miles if you were to apply distances uniformly. But you're not supposed to with that map. So this depiction of the Earth as a flat Earth is just like the dumbest thing. It's been a source of frustration for me for a long time. And as soon as I see like flat Earthers representing flat Earth with it, I'm just like, you're too stupid for this conversation. It makes me feel bad about talking about it. Go ahead.
So would that explain the Antarctica 24-hour sun then? If you're just saying that like Antarctica is just like placed differently, but it's not stretched out around it, you could have a 24-hour sun from a different reason.
Yeah, there could be any number of explanations for it. Explanations are infinite. You know, and from our perspective, we don't really know where Antarctica is. I mean, what if there are multiple Antarcticas? We don't really know what the sun is. What if the sun can be seen to appear in multiple places at the same time by different individuals in different places because it's specific to each individual? Now, this may sound crazy at first, but when you think about the actual globe cosmology with the solar system, it fits that explanation too. We are told that the sun is immensely large and immensely vast in distance away from us, and that its rays are effectively parallel to one another from the source of emission, reaching us on the Earth. And the parallel rays can only be used to discern a globe by assuming that there's curvature to go along with it. And so your vantage point for each observer to the sun is going to be different and unique to each observer because they're all observing parallel rays from a curving surface. So that's how the globe explains it. And for that explanation to hold water, I just want a measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. Well, and you're saying nobody's ever presented good evidence of a real measurement of the curvature of the Earth?
No, nobody has, and it's even more frustrating because the opposite seems to be more true than people realize. You start digging into, like when I was reading out reference citations earlier, massive, very expensive infrastructure projects where surveyors are attempting to use global coordinates and GPS to enrich their data and improve accuracy, or finding the opposite happens. They have to modify GPS data to work on a flat tangent plane, they call it, to a globe. And then they treat the Earth as flat, and they treat all verticals as being parallel to one another instead of being radially splayed inward out from a common point of origin in the center of the Earth. So the vertical at your point of origin on your tangent plane that you're building on, going straight up to the sky, is parallel, precisely parallel to the vertical that's at the edge of your survey site. Could be 27 kilometers away. But if Earth is a globe, that shouldn't be the case. But they improve their accuracy by treating the Earth as if it is the case. That's just one example. Like when they measured, when they built the Eurotunnel, they didn't assume a globe. They assumed it flat, and they shot laser transits across the English Channel. But and the funny thing is most of the people working on these projects, I'm going to assume, still think Earth is a globe, and they think they're justified in treating the Earth as flat because maybe they think that the globe is good enough for most cases. And I mean, I don't know. So it's just kind of weird. I mean, it almost seems like there's cognitive dissonance going on. It's been going on in a very profound way for so long. It goes back a ways. So you start investigating the topic, like surveying is probably the best topic to begin studying this flat Earth thing with. And you might be led to a German mathematician, and I think he's a civil engineer named F.R. Helmert. He wrote a book called Higher Geodesy. And this book really is like the Bible
for modern surveying, and it's basically how to measure a globe. And he describes a process in about 10 steps. And this is from a 2-volume set that spans like 1,000 pages. But he explains a process in about 10 steps that involves measuring the Earth flat and then choosing a globe model to bend your measurements against. And if the Earth was a globe, why would you need to actually do that? Why would you need to invoke a model of a globe that you didn't measure? It's insane. This is actually how GPS works too, man. GPS receivers by default render a flat local tangent plane at each receiver. And each tangent plane is chained together in an ECEF, Earth-centered Earth fixed coordinate reference frame.
But how could you know that? Because aren't GPS, like, isn't that all premised on the idea that there are satellites up there? So how could any of the data be reliable about, like, how could any of the what they're saying about GPS coordinates being measured, referenced toward the flat plane? How could you trust that? Like, they're actually even saying that?
I mean, just how, like, if you can build a home GPS receiver and you'll see for yourself. But yeah, GPS is such a fascinating topic. I learned that so back in World War II, back before GPS, there was a worldwide network called the LORAN system using radio transmission towers, and you can use those towers in direction finding in order to map your position. The LORAN system was like a global network before GPS, and I guess it worked well. And the funny thing is about modern GPS, coincidentally, modern GPS alone, absent additional corrections, has the same accuracy as the ancient ground-based radio system. And in order to make GPS as accurate as they claim it to be, millimeter precision and all, now for civilian use too, they have to enrich the satellite signals with ground tower information called the CORS network. There are about 1,300 radio towers all over the Earth that are managed by, I think, NOAA and the Air Force. I think NASA's Deep Space Network, too, is a part of it. These ground towers are emitting wave frequencies that are used to correct and improve the accuracy of the satellite-borne transmissions. So I find that really fascinating, to be honest.
What about satellite phones on mountains?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there very likely is wonderfully technologically advanced overhead architecture up there, and it's using technology that we may not really know about because nobody really understands it or has access to it. The idea that you can put up a piece of junk in a rocket and have it self-orbit is quite basic compared to the kinds of things you can read about that's openly available to you to read in NASA's technical reports server, because they describe a plasma environment up there. And they're using like magnetic braking and accelerating technologies, electrodynamic tethers and thrusters and all kinds of crazy shit. You got a guy who invented a whole field of science called magnetohydrodynamics named Hannes Alfvén from Sweden. He was a NASA scientist. And Hannes Alfvén, during a seminal speech he gave to the worldwide scientific community regarding plasma physics, he said that all you idiots who think that Einstein's relativity and gravity is really what's governing the scale of the universe out there above our heads, you guys are all mistaken. That I would not trust like the Hubble Space Telescope data to any of you morons. I would rather give all of this scientifically, obtained data to physicists who study like circuit theory, electrical engineers, plasma physicists, and so on, because 99% of what exists above our heads is a plasma environment.
Are you saying that GPS is using technology that is not given to the public?
Oh yeah, I did say that, and that's absolutely true. There's the ground segment. It's managed by the U.S. Air Force out of Schriever Air Force Base in Colorado. You will never get to go
not
there.
available to the public. I mean, now you know
Yeah.
about it.
Huh?
You do think they're using technology that you wouldn't know about?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Yeah, why not? I mean, we can't verify any of it. They encrypt and classify their backhaul to their network. I mean, what technology is that? I don't know. So the idea that the Earth is not a globe is really one of the most strongest convictions of any topic I've ever had about anything in life.
So why would the officials lie about the globe Earth?
I don't know. Are they?
Yeah, why is it being taught in schools and stuff?
Well, I mean, they believe it's true. It's that simple. It's like, why do people teach religious stories to children?
Well, if it's not the case, then obviously it's being perpetrated by some source, right?
Yeah, people believe it's true.
Sure, but what about the perpetrate this non-true thing? Why do you
I
think
don't
they
know
do
if
that?
there's anyone doing that, and if they exist, then I have no idea who they are.
Bacon. Bacon, 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 bacon. See, bacon's flat, therefore the earth must be flat. Right? Right. Hello? Anyone here?
You think it's a globe, dude?
What?
Do you think it's a globe?
I don't know. I don't really care. I don't think it matters.
So you're just LARPing
You don't know, or you don't know,
Well,
you
no,
don't think you care.
no. So my thing
You
is,
don't know, you don't.
we've lived this long with like the debate over like whether it's flat or not. That I'm like, at this point, it doesn't matter. Like, it literally makes no difference.
So you don't know those, because those are two different questions.
So you're here because you don't care, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm here to cook bacon. Beautiful, beautiful bacon. Yeah.
Bacon was here yesterday. Like, if you hang out long enough, you might see him come back in.
Who?
Bacon.
Oh no, he's right here.
Username Bacon.
Yeah, he's right here. Kirkland.
He's a troll, dude.
What do you mean?
Obviously.
Wait, Bacon's a troll? Like the username guy, Bacon?
To the guy who said it doesn't matter, I mean, I've heard theories. I'm not sure if any of the flat earthers here believe it, but if you keep going south on a globe, you just kind of loop over, right? But if you're a flat plane, either there's a termination point or there's not. Maybe it keeps going and there's other realms and
No.
the
It's like
realm we're in now. I've heard flat earthers say maybe it's like a slave realm, like we're just here to like in
no.
a
It's
slave
actually so
realm and there's like better.
Andrew Tate actually stands at one end, and then when you get there, he just throws you back to the other end. He's so strong. Yeah.
I mean, of course, it doesn't matter objectively, right? It's just your family is what matters, your friends. That's what, not the Earth, globe, flat.
What about Mars? Does Mars matter?
But you realize flat earthers will say, like, to hear that as a flat earther must be irritating, because for somebody to say, "Oh, what if everything I ever heard in my entire life were a lie?" It doesn't matter. Like, the level of cognitive dissonance required to make such a statement is baffling.
I don't know. It's just like there's certain things that do affect me, like if I'm lied to about it. But like the Earth being flat literally doesn't matter to me. Like, what difference does it make in my life? You know? I'm like, oh no,
Hello.
it's
How about you, man?
actually
But flat
flat.
Earth made
Oh
me taller,
no.
more handsome, and sexier. I lost about 10 pounds on flat Earth.
You know, help me look smacks. You know,
Guys, I lost over 80 pounds on Wegovy. It's a wonder drug.
we go.
Shoot, man. Maybe I should ditch flat Earth for Wegovy.
Maybe I should be like a spokesperson for weed. Like, I honestly, that I've lost that much weight on it that I'm like, all right, I should be their new spokesperson.
Who is it right now? Lizzo?
Why is Bill Nye's camera on? I thought we weren't allowed to have our cameras on. Oh, that's some nice bacon.
Thank you. Thank you. Sharia
Love
chat
that.
didn't like it. They kicked me.
I'd love to eat that right now.
Yeah, Sharia chat did
Even
not share the
it's a
same
fucking troll, dude.
feelings. They like I literally was in there for about 30 seconds, and then they were like, "Oh no, I'm melting," and then they kicked me.
You can cook your bacon here. That's for sure.
Thank you.
We love bacon.
When the pigs graze on the flat fields of the flat earth, you know.
There you go.
I gotta do some
No,
Cook your
research.
bacon on a flat planet.
I'll be right back. Can I get the eggs? Savage it. Savage it. Eggy. Oh, he put it in the fridge. Gosh dang it, Dad. All right, I'll be
Who just said that?
He left.
That's weird because that's my girlfriend's cat's name. Why did you just say that? Is he gang
Your
stalking
girlfriend
you?
has a name for her cat.
Eddie. Yeah. Bro, that fucker loves me. I don't know what it is.
So say something else, but I'm not.
Yeah, be nice to the cat, Eric. Come on.
Yeah, pet the cat.
Yeah, also pet the cat. And it wasn't Eddie. Come on, you gotta pet the cat every once in a while. Otherwise, your girl's gonna go crazy.
I had a Spitz for about 15 years named Eddie.
Conspiracy.
Is flat Earth the greatest conspiracy theory ever?
I like the solar cycler theory. It's pretty interesting.
What's that?
How like the classic, like you go towards the light thing's actually like a trap to you getting reincarnated, I guess. And it's just a endless cycle. And you should actually like go away from the light because the light might be them trying to trick you. It's a pretty interesting concept. That would be some crazy technology though, to like do that shit.
Is this the only flat Earth society on Discord?
We're not no society, dude.
Yeah, we're not flat Earth society, that's for sure.
No, I mean this society on politics.
You mean this server?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we might be. We come from a home server, discord.gg/flat Earth. We've got about 30,000 members.
Okay. I want to hear like flat
And
earthers
bro,
and over earthers going
listen,
at it.
man. We don't believe that we're a disc floating in space either, with a dome over it and stuff. Okay, so if you're gonna come here with those kind of questions, you're the wrong place.
Yeah, he said he wants to hear debates. I mean,
I'm
we
not
have
sure what
those
you mean.
occasionally, but we're more of an information kiosk than a debate server, you know?
You're trying to spread information?
You're trying to share information.
For what reason?
To educate people about the way they view the world.
You want to educate people about the way they view the world, huh?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
what makes you an educator?
I could get into that, but it's not necessary.
Upbringing. I think education's mostly based off upbringing and hereditary as well.
I was asking what makes me an educator. I don't know. I was
thought what makes you an educator.
I was certified with instructional system design for adult learning. So I have that, but
I would never have my brain that blown ever again as realizing the earth was flat, but I find that ever since then my mind is blown every single day, learning something new and amazing.
What blows my mind more is sorry. Blows my mind more is wondering, how do people lie so much and not feel bad about it?
Well, you know, there's a great episode of I guess it was Better Call Saul. It could have been Breaking Bad, but one of the two. It was called Bad Choice Road. And, you know, every decision you make, you get on a road. You're either going to somewhere good or somewhere bad. And then you get on that road and you go down the road and you think you get off, but then you find out that you can't get off. So that's the key to a liar is they get on that road and they can't get off of it. There's no exit off the turnpike. They just got to stay on it. That's the key to it. And it becomes so compulsive that you can't ever get off that road. They think they might be off of it, but they never do.
It's like the baby gorilla that you feed the baby gorilla and then becomes an enormous gorilla that weighs you down. It starts off a cute little gorilla and you just keep feeding it, and then you're holding this enormous gorilla that's crushing your whole body, and you're still feeding it, but it's enormous because it grew up.
Yeah, which is exactly how it happens. The camel's nose gets in the tent. It just gets in a little more. Next thing you know, its whole body's in, and you're on the outside of the tent.
And the funny thing, gorilla, because evolution is in gorilla, that's a funny little metaphor that's double metaphor there.
Oh yeah, I
Evolution being
picked
the
up on that.
monkey. Yeah, you caught the monkey evolution metaphor mixed in with that other metaphor. Yep. Here we go.
Yep, there was some sort of monkey man.
Monkey business.
That sounds like a Dre song for some reason.
Ace has got some good music. He's got some really good stuff.
Welcome to the room, Zakaria and other person. 12B.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm very good.
So, are you interested in the room topic?
And what?
The topic of this room.
Can you give me the flat earther like that? Ask a flat earther. Yeah.
Yes. So, have you come to ask a flat earther something?
Flat earther. No, I didn't have any question right now. I don't
Okay.
have a question right now.
Well, feel free to hang out and listen.
Yeah, okay. No. Thanks
Okay.
for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you? Hi.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Welcome to the room, RX. Do you have any questions for us? If you do, feel free to open your mic and engage. The room topic is Ask a Flat Earther, Q&A. I know a lot of you are. Oh, hey, how's it going?
It's going well. What about you?
I'm great. So, have you come to ask a flat earther a question?
Sorry, come again.
I said, have you come to ask a question of a flat earther?
No, actually, I just came here. I don't know what is going on.
Okay, well, we're discussing the nature of the Earth and what can be empirically proven And so because of that, we know that the Earth is flat and stationary, and we know that the
We
heliocentric
are like
model
debating over here
is
about
false.
it's flat or not.
We know it's flat, so we're just here to share that with anyone who's interested.
But I argue that I don't think it is flat. I think it is a kind of curve shape.
So you don't think it's flat to shape too?
Hey, Lats, you off work or are you on break? You're back for more, huh, Catnap?
Hello?
You're back for more?
For what?
You are botting really badly.
I
Your
just woke up.
Yeah, okay, that sounds better. So we got in your head, huh?
I left the other server because this guy was rage baiting me on Holy Scripture, telling me that he knew better when he didn't. He was basically showing like the Bible was saying the Earth was stationary when it doesn't, because none of the Hebrew, none of the original language doesn't say that. It just says it's stable, like Goldilocks. That's what it says, like, because the word is he's basically like trying to show like this word meant stationary when the Hebrew word doesn't mean that at all, and no
Well,
scholar or says
okay,
that.
well, the Bible doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, but there is supporting evidence there. So, but that would not be our primary source. It does say it's fixed, right? Which is
It doesn't
different
say
from
it's fixed.
stable. Yes, it does. But also,
What's the word for
I would
fixed?
point to the story of. Do you remember the story where God stopped the sun?
Stop the sun. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, he stopped the sun. Yeah.
Right. So
Do you
if
know
the
the?
if the Earth was moving, why would he need to
Yeah.
stop the sun?
Wait 1 sec. If the Earth was moving, I
But
don't. He just
anyway,
doesn't stop the
that's
sun in the sky. I don't know.
yeah. Well, he did stop the sun in the sky because the sun is in motion, which is what we can observe. But like I
Yeah.
said, these theistic texts are not the reason we're flat earthers, right?
I know. I just want to ask you
Yeah.
something though.
So
What is the word for fixed in the
oh,
Bible?
I have to get
Like the
out my
Hebrew word.
I'd have to get out my concordance. I can do that later. But I'm happy to send that to you, but if we could move along to try to stay more on
Yeah.
topic, that would be great. But I'm happy to send that to you.
It's because the same word is used for other things, like for
I'm
people. So we wouldn't say people are fixed, would we?
okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it's contextual, of course, but I'll get
Just
back to you on that. Well, so anyway, do you have any new questions today about the topic?
um,
Oh, hold on. Let me say
um
hello. 1 second. Hey, Verto, welcome to the room. If you have any questions, feel free to open your mic and ask. Okay, go ahead, Catnap.
I don't know yet. I'll have to think about something. But I was
Have you
um
watched any of the laser tests we sent you?
I, yeah, I saw one of them, but it doesn't.
Which one
I
did
don't
you watch?
remember. The
Was
one with
it
the thumbnail.
is
I don't
it
remember.
the field engineers
I
or
don't. I
one of
don't
the
remember.
Okay, well, we've got some really good stuff. We've got one done by a guy named Dr. John D. He's a doctor, has a PhD in optics, and he again was not a flat earther before he began his laser experiments. So his stuff is really well researched as well and extremely thorough. That's a good place to start.
Um. So he became a flat earther after he did this. As an optic PhD,
Yes,
right?
he did. Yeah, he set out to disprove the flat Earth, which is when you set
Did
out to disprove the flat Earth, that's when you realize it's flat.
he? Can I see his thesis on how the Earth is flat?
Well, you don't need a thesis for a surface description, right? You don't need a thesis
No,
for
but it's
flat.
it's a big discovery, so like it disproves everything. So he should have wrote a thesis
Why?
because it's a huge discovery that disproves like literally
Wait,
everything. That
Catnap, the Earth as flat isn't a discovery. We all
no, it
experience
is
no, it
because we're
isn't
taught
because
something else.
okay, the taught something else is what's to be scrutinized, not the base axiom that a flat and stationary Earth is what we experience and observe. Do you understand?
Mm, I mean,
If
not
every
really.
okay, if we test and we see that gas pressure requires a container, all right? And you want to
Mhm.
say gas pressure doesn't require a container, and then it's beholden to you to prove the exception, right? The default is what we see and experience. If you want to tell me that we can't trust our measurements, we can't trust our experience, then you would have to prove that it's not what we see and experience.
Okay.
It's not a breakthrough. Everybody knew this until the last few hundred years. Every culture knew that the Earth was flat and stationary.
Yeah, but when we increased in when we advanced in our technology and innovation, that's when we said it was a globe, and that you should.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
if it was a result of advanced technology, then where's the evidence? Because
there's too much
that's not
evidence. There's not
you
just
don't
one.
you
There's just not one fixed
but
evidence
but yet in all this time you've never been able to present one. And not just you, but when we looked for that, we didn't find it.
because there's
And
too
no
much
one
of it.
you can't present anything because there's too much.
That
Really?
meaning that one.
Do
It's
you
not
hear
one evidence.
yourself?
There's not
We
one
don't
evidence that proves it altogether. They're all connected evidence that has to actually all. You have to go through all of them
not
together in
the
order to come to the conclusion.
well, that's ridiculous. The only thing we need is a measurement of surface curvature. It's very simple.
Okay.
So that's not something requiring incredible technology. Although I will say with the increase in technology, that gave people the ability to make these long distance observations and disprove this fantasy globe.
Mm-hmm.
So, we have a good comment in the side text. You say that we can essentially extrapolate the globe, right? Based on this mountain of evidence that we have to take this and this and this and we put it together and we come up with the globe. But none of those pieces of evidence are an actual measurement of the surface curvature, correct? Or are you claiming that they are?
I don't know. Honestly, I just woke up.
Okay. Well, if you
Tired.
want to present your absolute best evidence for the globe and put it in the side text when you have had some
I'd
coffee.
only say that the other planets above us are spheres, and the moon and everything, and Saturn and Jupiter, and therefore what we're on is a sphere. I mean,
Okay,
they
well
are
that's
spheres. You can literally see them. Yeah.
okay, well that's a logical fallacy because it doesn't follow that because something else is a thing that this is a thing. I mean, how
Yeah,
does
but
the
it
earth
moves the
how
same
no,
way because you can see Mars rotating on this telescope.
okay, the earth is not in motion. So how does the earth resemble Mars? And what would cause you to decide that the earth must be a planet based on just seeing things in the sky? I mean
I
seriously,
mean,
Catnap, do you go into a
if we were on, look, if we were on Mars, we would say like, how is Mars the same as Earth? And we would say Mars is fixed and not rotating.
well, no one
It's the
goes
same
to
thing.
Mars. This is a non sequitur, okay?
No, you can see the pictures from Mars. They're literally the same, almost the same.
Okay,
It's just red.
you okay. Do you realize you're just spewing propaganda and claims? We're not
It's
interested
not
in the
propaganda. We
claims.
have pictures.
We have pictures of Bigfoot, Catnap, is that real?
There's no pictures of Bigfoot.
There's more pictures of Bigfoot that we can trust. There's
There
more
isn't.
people have claimed
They
there's
all
more
contradict each other.
Catnap, there are more people
What?
who have claimed to see Bigfoot than have claimed to see the Earth as a sphere.
It's mass hysteria. There's the pictures of Bigfoot don't
Okay,
look
so
the same. When the
okay,
pictures of
so
Mars, they all look the same.
so Catnap, let me ask you, could that be faked?
Faked. Well, anything can be faked. So,
Okay, well, let me
like,
ask you. You say that
you need to know
they
why
look
it would be fake, though.
no, you don't. You don't need to know
Yeah,
why.
you do.
Okay. You need to know why in order to accept something as fake?
Yeah, I
That
mean, like, why would it be
you're
fake?
just
Why is it
being
not true?
you're just being dishonest. And for one, you have no idea what Mars would actually look like. You have no idea.
No, we have an idea because
No, no, no,
we've
no.
sent.
You have no way to
Oh my
determine
gosh.
whether those photos represent the reality of Mars because you don't know what the reality of Mars is because you can only observe it through a telescope. You just
No,
choose
like
to accept it as
let's say if I was the one in charge of sending something to Mars, I would obviously believe it because I've sent it myself. So why can't we trust the person that did it themselves? Why do we always have to be the people that has to do it first? Like
because
we
we
trust
know.
our senses. You trust your
Okay,
mom. I trust my mom. I trust like my electric
catnap,
company.
catnap. If
What?
my mom tells me something and then I go out and look for the evidence of that thing and I find it isn't true and it isn't even possible, then
Do
my
you
mom's
automatically
wrong.
trust your mom?
No.
What the hell? Everyone automatically trusts their mom. What are you talking about?
No, I mean, maybe when you're a child, but when you're an adult, hopefully you have a brain. And if your parents tell you
No,
something,
no. So
hopefully you can go out and verify whether the information is true. Now, Catnap, what have you done to verify that the surface of the earth is curving at the rate that we're told?
it's not at the rate that we're told. There's a different rate. I'm assuming. I don't know. It depends on the laser
You're
test because
assuming so
the
wait.
laser
So
test could.
okay, wait. So you're assuming that the information that these quote unquote authorities have given you might not be true, but you still assume that pictures they send you from Mars are true. Do you realize how
Yeah,
this is contradictory?
yeah,
You're basically
yeah.
what you do is you make the globe completely unfalsifiable and you go through all these mental gymnastics to convince yourself that that nothing that we say to you could possibly be true, but yet you won't verify it for yourself. And when you want to
Pictures
hold
from
up
Earth
a
can be false.
pictures from Earth.
Yeah, like a
You can go
picture
out,
of like the beach. It might not be true.
but you can go to the beach and see it for yourself.
Okay, so it's about you have to go in order to prove it yourself, right? You can't
No,
trust someone else who went.
Catnap, do you hear
Is the
Mhm.
yourself?
existence of the beach and the ocean an
I have a
extraordinarily
Yeah,
picture.
I
I want to
know.
send it. I want to send it to you, obvious. Hold on. Let me send it in your DMs. This is a picture, right?
Yeah,
I have
post
it
it
with
in
me right now.
the side chat.
I can't. I don't have image perms,
Okay.
so I'll just quickly send it
What's it?
to you.
Tell the audience what it's a picture of.
It's a picture of the moon during a stellarium, but it's off topic, but I just want to quickly post it.
Okay.
And this is from the satellite. It's called the
Is this the
satellite's
one
called TriStar.
when you're
The satellite's called TriStar 2. What the
telling
hell?
Ellie in the clips?
Who is
Okay,
that?
that's not.
Hello?
Yeah,
You're
were
kind of
you in here
roboting.
yesterday talking about the Selinelli eclipse?
Yeah,
There's a few
he's been
pictures I
in
want
here.
to show.
He's been here since like he was in the other room until like 4 in the morning, and then he's back for more.
Yeah, he
All right, I
yeah,
want
got
to
you here.
send.
So in other words, he NPC reset it and come back?
No, I mean, he communicated to us yesterday that he thought discovering that the Earth is flat would completely destroy his world. So what we have here is somebody who is in deep cognitus and fighting against reality and coming and just grasping at anything around him to hold on to that globe fantasy. So that's what you're hearing from him right now. And that's why he sounds so scatterbrained and inconsistent and illogical about it all.
I mean, if
Yeah.
I worked in NASA, I mean, I might have been able to present to you more arguments. I mean, I was. Look, I had many goals when I was younger. One of them was actually become astrophysicist at NASA in Houston or somewhere else, like in one of the observatories. And I would have come to you guys if that was my life. I would have still come to you, and I would have given you more arguments.
No,
I
you
need to add
assumed
you,
that.
obvious.
Maybe
We've
what we
spoken to
need
them
here,
types gotten up.
and Finch is
They
just
don't know
give me
what the
one
hell
half
they're
second
talking
here.
about in
No,
the
I'm
chat.
just
Yeah, go
telling you,
ahead.
like
Maybe
that
this
was
guy
one of my
needs less.
that was one of my goals.
Hold on,
Yeah, maybe
Catnap.
this guy needs
Barrington
less.
wants.
Yeah,
Yeah, go
maybe
ahead,
this guy
Barrington.
needs less arguments and not more. Why don't we
Yeah.
try to,
Andy, please.
friend? You need to lock yourself down to one point and not gish gallop around. I can't even count
I
the
just
number of
woke up.
subject changes and logical fallacies you've
I
put in
just
here.
woke up, dog.
Let's lock
So,
you down to one.
has anyone posted the John D laser tests in the side chat? Can someone do that?
Look, laser tests. They sound really
Okay,
like
so
untrust.
Catnap, you're gonna watch one, and then you're gonna come back and discuss it. So I'm gonna have you watch. You can watch the FE core, or you can watch the John D stuff, and then I'll talk to you. But I'm gonna put you on mute for your own sake until you have done that, so that we can have a somewhat intelligent conversation. Because until then, you're just not in the state of mind to deal with this topic.
Okay. You're obvious
Alright,
to add
cool.
me real quick before I get on mute. I can't DM you.
You can just DM me, man.
I can't DM you. It's not working.
It should be. Everybody else can.
I cannot DM you.
Okay, well, can you DM Fences?
Oh, yeah,
Nope.
I'll accept your friend request. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's see. I thought I did, but I think I did accept
It's
it.
irrelevant anyway what you want to post, Cat.
Yeah.
I just want to show you something. It's just a small talk thing, but I want to show you real quick before I watch the video.
Yeah, you explained. It's more images of the moon from supposed satellites.
I added you, Fences. All right. Yeah, it's
Okay.
images of the moon. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll post them in the side chat, but you go take a break, wake up a bit. This is a lot of information all at once, and I think the best thing for you to do is just process one thing at a time and just kinda take the emotional level down a little bit so that you can look at this with an objective mind. So, I'm just gonna put
Okay.
you on mute, but feel free to stay,
I
and
added
maybe
you.
we might unmute you in a little bit, okay?
All right, I added you.
Alright, cool. See you later. So, Harvey, anyone else have any evidence for the globe? Maybe it's just gonna be us talking in here, and that's fine.
I couldn't hear very good. Was he trying to invoke the moon photobombing the Earth from Discovery satellite?
Um,
No,
no,
not that
I'm
one.
yeah, he wanted to talk about pictures of Mars. So, yeah. But he's panicking. That's what's happening.
Why would you ever
His,
panic over heliocentrism?
his world being destroyed.
Because
Are you sure
it's
he's
his
just not
identity.
into resetting?
Well,
No,
he
I
yeah.
yeah, but it's like a yeah, it's difficult for him to accept the reality he lives in.
Well, besides his own immediate senses, he's never been given a genuine opportunity to know what that reality is.
That's a very good point.
Hey, there was a husband and a wife I saw in the news in a Midwestern state with this last week who was arrested for molesting their daughter. And so I'm just wondering, because he made this statement about how everybody trusts their mother. And, it was a ipso facto statement that everybody trusts their mother. And I thought it was interesting. I'm wondering about, do even the kids who've been abused and things like that trust their mother, or is this guy just making crap up?
He's just throwing shit at the wall. He's obviously young, hasn't spoken to a lot of people in his lifetime, doesn't realize almost every single person has a dysfunctional relationship with their parents because they trusted them at points when they shouldn't have. It's like he's trying to make a case for blindly trusting your parents, but that has gotten so many people into so much trouble
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's
because
no
they
reason.
did exactly that.
Yeah, there's no reason to put implicit trust in anyone. I mean, you
Trust,
need to
trust is
actually
earned.
exactly.
But this is why all these younger people are so dysfunctional. They just blindly trust each other. They don't have to earn it off each other. They're just it's another form of like suicidal empathy, you know? Can't bring themselves to call a person out on their bullshit for fear that, the spotlight goes on them, and they have to look like the bad guy.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
and
that's
this whole idea of, like, my truth and your truth,
sorry
right?
guys for
Mm.
interrupting you, but I just wanna ask if anyone interested into play Roblox.
No, not in here. Sorry, man. Try
Okay,
the other
okay.
channels.
Yeah, a lot of the younger people, they're afraid of accountability. And I'm not sure how that came about because in our life, we're always accountable to somebody in some way. There's very few moments you're not accountable in some way to a family or business or something. And a lot of the younger people, they are scared of that accountability. I don't quite understand it.
These are huge like knock-on effects from the destruction of the nuclear family and immediate community and all these things. None of that exists for younger people anymore. There's nowhere to fall back on. So it's their friend groups or nothing basically. So they can't risk being ousted from them.
Yeah, and that's really what he had expressed. It was a great fear of ostracism. What was
Yeah.
interesting,
The thing
I don't
is, like, you don't have to take on these types of truths to become ostracized at some point in your life, you know? There's going to come a point in his life where you're just dealing with basic political topics and you're going to hold opinions that probably, you know, disconnect you from a lot of people you had in your life. And, yeah, people don't need to become truthers to to slowly like step back from the crowd naturally. So it's like an inevitability either way, you know. So it's like, yeah, just well, if you're gonna get ostracized, which you will eventually, then why not actually have some truth in your head that you can share, you know?
Yeah, but that makes sense, and that would require them to be thinking logically. So
Well, you know, what age? I don't know how old he is, right? But when you're like 20, you think the people around you are gonna be there when you're 50. It's like it's a
Mm,
joke. It's
yeah.
so hilariously wrong, you know. You'd be lucky if one person is still around when you're in 50s, you know, like a proper friend with them, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you have different people for different seasons.
Yeah.
But so I posted his images in the side chat, and he says he's watching FE Core, so good for him. But
Wow, these look like utter shit. What are these?
yeah, they do.
These look like they're from like Space Engine.
I've seen much better stuff from Blender. Yeah, especially that last one. So, I'm not sure what we're supposed to draw from that, but there it is. Maybe he can explain it later.
This is embarrassing, man.
Yeah. It's alright, like I said, he's grasping at straws, like anything. He's like a guy falling off the side of the cliff and just, like, grabbing on as he slides.
Well, there's an interesting lesson there that if your friends and family ostracize you because you hold a different opinion from them, what kind of friends or family are they?
Yeah, they're not.
I mean, imagine if all your family were flat earthers and you were a globie and they were to ostracize you for that. That would be just as abhorrent as the other way around. It's yeah, it's unfortunate that monkey see, monkey do is so deep into most people that they feel a
Yeah,
compulsion. Everybody will hate me if I don't do what monkey does.
welcome to the room, Mad Lad. Yeah, it's interesting because the current climate seems to be that there's an encouragement between people to cut off valuable people in their lives who might have ideological differences. And that's very hard for me to comprehend because, just this idea that you should completely cut anyone off who didn't vote like you or doesn't have this view or the other view. And it seems to be becoming more prevalent. There's a
You
greater
get cut
social
off for the
acceptance.
smallest things nowadays.
Yeah. Like seeing people cut their parents off completely because their parents voted for Trump or something.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting that if we ever wondered how things like the Salem witch trial happened, all you have to do is look around at modern times. There's no doubt how people are that vindictive and they buy into whatever they're told.
Well, I don't know. Could just say it's all following the general downtrend of general intelligence.
Yeah, and just unable to stay on a topic for more than 30 seconds. That's why it gets increasingly difficult to go through this with people.
Think people, for sure, average people don't realize the hyper individualized information bubble that they're put in amongst all the amongst all the algorithms.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Their island becomes their world.
Yeah. Well, most don't, younger than us don't know a world before the internet. They just think this is all normal. You see videos, you find videos on YouTube of like people like they were left leaning and they moved towards the right and they tell a bit of their story of how they, transitioned. And it's always the same. They just clicked off their usual fucking information feed and actually explored different points of view or, events that have happened that they had no idea actually took place.
They read behind the
It's always the
headlines.
same. It's always the same, yeah. People
Yeah,
are
but
the
it
way
just
they are because they just don't know.
well,
Just
it
not
takes
had the information presented to them.
yeah, they have to desire to be wrong. But they, to earn truth through the sacrifice of their own ego. And that's a big ask for a lot of people. Welcome to the room, Laura.
Yeah.
Feel free to open up your mic and say hi or ask any questions if you'd like.
It's like they all run around with these cringy, fucking ironic philosophical quotes in their bios and shit, saying stuff like, the more questions I ask, the more I realize I don't know. But then you speak to them and they're entirely closed-minded people.
That does amaze me when I look at their bios, how they'll declare themselves independent thinkers, and then you talk to them, and they're just not at all. They're not even willing to wade ankle deep in that.
One of
Invisible.
my one of my college
They want
professors
the
told me that
accolades
there's
without the work,
nobody
for instance.
more
That's what it is.
closed-minded than an independent thinker.
Yeah, you're right, obvious.
Invisible.
Hey, Spawn Point, welcome to the room. I think you've been here before.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, how are you today?
I'm good, and you?
I'm great.
Very good to hear.
Your mic is really low. Could you try to turn it up?
Is that better now?
Yeah, that is much better. So, the event title, I suppose you've seen that.
Yeah.
So, do you have a question for the flat earthers in here?
Actually, listen.
Okay. Well, great. Well, feel free to open up the mic and get involved at any time.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, hey, Tomato. And who else was saying hi?
Hi.
Okay. Oh, the other guy left. Okay. So, Tomato, do you have any questions regarding the topic?
There's a tomato.
Yeah, I don't read Arabic, so he's tomatoes at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
He's been here before. For quite a while, I think. Welcome to the room, Maka.
Spawn point as well.
Yeah. See, it's interesting, and I wish they would have the self-awareness to realize that if what we were saying sounded completely ridiculous and without any merit whatsoever, they wouldn't come back to argue it with us. They know there's something real here, and that's why they return. Because reasonable people don't invest time and energy in trying to convince unreasonable people.
You know,
Are you sure about that, Vincent?
there's a
Yeah, okay, fair point.
there's more or less a maxim in philosophy and religion, and I forget the name of it, that the things you do and say are what you actually hold. So by coming around here and saying what they say, it's giving a different picture from what they're actually doing. And what they actually are doing is more important to the mindset than what they're saying. So there's a reason they come and commune with us so often and for so long.
Well, I'm still of the opinion that those who honestly seek truth will find it, and there's really nothing we do to make that happen, you know? We can just provide the information that they are actually seeking. So that's why we invite everyone here.
Yeah, and there is a certain friction in having always been told one thing, or your research or your knowledge or experience taking you down one path, and then all of a sudden you learn a new piece of information that shows you that entire path was wrong. And there's definitely a certain kind of friction to that takes a bit to then unravel where you were at and then get to the right path. And so I'm convinced that that's what a lot of these folks are doing here, and that's why they keep coming back sometimes for years, is they've been so deeply ingrained in one way that it takes a little while to, you don't just turn an aircraft carrier on a dime. And so there's no reason for them to keep coming back around us, because how many millions of things are there on the internet that they otherwise disagree with, but they pick this one topic and they keep coming back, and they do that for a reason. And you've got the right voice over fences. It's a great voice because you're just confrontational enough. You're not condescending, and you've got the right voice for waking them up.
Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
So,
Welcome to the room. Oops.
I'd like to ask something.
Yeah, Spawn Point. What's
About
up? What can you turn up your mic?
yeah, is it better now, guys?
Okay. Oh yeah.
Far away.
Yeah.
About space mission that you say that I forgot the name. What was it like?
Artemis?
Yeah, Artemis. Yeah. Do you have an opinion about that? Do you think it was fake or?
Well, I know it was fake. I mean, we saw a rocket launch. People saw that, so that part wasn't fake, right?
Yeah.
But the whole space thing is obviously fake. It can't be real.
Mhm.
Do you know why?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, do you know any of the basic claims of flat earthers? I mean,
Mm,
do
no,
you has anyone talked to you about air pressure?
no, never. No.
Okay. So, it is a truth that we all understand that air pressure requires containment, right? It's in the very definition of air pressure.
Mhm.
So therefore, since we have a pressurized atmosphere and we are breathing and we are alive, we know that the system we are in has to be contained. Because we can't have a pressurized system adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr without containment, without a barrier between the two. Otherwise, our entire atmosphere would be sucked out into that and we would all be dead.
Mhm.
So therefore, because there must be containment, we know that these ships, are not these rockets are not going to a space vacuum
Yeah.
because the system is contained. And that's apart from the surface description.
Mhm.
But also, on a side note, it looked ridiculously fake. All of it was very sloppy. That doesn't disprove it, but
Yeah.
it just goes to show you that NASA and other agencies, like if you saw the Indian moon landing and such, that they know we're so gullible, we'll just lap up anything that they put out. It doesn't even have to look good. So that's where we are.
What do you think? Why, let's say, the government wants us to believe that the Earth is round and not flat?
Well, I can't speculate as to motive. Very few people would have to know that the Earth isn't actually round, right? I mean,
Yeah.
how many people in all of history have been far enough from the Earth that they could actually see the Earth as a sphere? Do you know the answer to that question?
No.
So people on the ISS, as it's claimed, which is 255 approximately miles from Earth, they aren't far enough from the Earth at that altitude to see more than 3% of the surface. So they can't see the Earth as a whole. So the only people who would have actually seen the Earth as a sphere are the early Apollo astronauts and these astronauts from Artemis.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take, I mean, what we have here is a system where everyone just trusts the person who told them that the Earth is a globe. I'm sure that the vast majority, there's at NASA, I mean, how many people would have to know that the Earth is not a globe for NASA to function? Not very many, like a handful. The people do their job and then they pass it off, right? There's high level of compartmentalization. So I don't think many people are lying. Surely, yeah, we know some people are lying, but we can't really identify those people naturally because most people just believe they're not lying. You have to know the truth to be lying about it. Well, you have to know that what you're saying isn't true in order to be telling a lie. If you say something and you think it's true, you're not lying.
Yeah. And we have on Earth certain areas that we can't enter. What is your opinion about that? Like,
I'm sorry, it was a little difficult to hear you right there.
We have certain areas on our planet that we can't enter, right?
Right. You can't just go to Antarctica, and there's heavy restrictions in the Arctic Circle as well after a certain. So, yes, we're definitely restricted from exploring the entirety of the Earth. Plus, the conditions in Antarctica are so extreme that it would take incredible amounts of money to navigate those conditions. Fuel freezes, and there's just all sorts of technical considerations.
Would you say all governments work together to hide that you know, about the flat Earth
Well,
theory?
like I said, very few people within these groups need to know the truth, right?
Okay, okay.
And we know governments collude. And, you know, if I saw that country over there was making that, you know, like the US is making $70 million a day for NASA,
Mhm.
you know, which they're stealing from the taxpayers. And if I saw that happening and I thought, "Huh, I could do that here too," would I turn, you know, would I expose that? Or would I instead join the grift so that I
Right.
too could make billions of dollars off, you know, from taxpayers?
Mhm.
I mean, we know our governments are not benevolent entities, right? Welcome to the room, whatever your name is. Let's see. Oakham, KMF. Your mic is open if you'd like to say hi also. And oops. And MTV, whatever. These names are difficult.
Hi, I have a question. Thank you for
Oh,
taking the question today.
oh yeah. Hi. Okay, go ahead, Tomato.
Okay, like okay, like I have a question. Like, why do the ships disappear bottom first over the horizon in the sea?
Okay, well, let me ask you a couple things about that first. Have you ever seen that happen?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you see it consistently?
like whenever the ship is very far, it disappears from the bottom. Like the bottom start disappearing.
Okay, well, I think we're talking about two different things here because bottom up obstruction is not something that we always observe when we see boats traveling away from us. We don't always see them disappearing bottom up.
Not a boat, a big ship.
Sometimes,
Like if it's a small boat, maybe you wouldn't notice. But when it's a large object like a big ship, a cruise ship, you would notice it.
okay, but what I'm telling you is we don't always observe that phenomenon. It's not a consistent phenomenon and it doesn't happen at a consistent distance. And there are atmospheric conditions that can cause that to happen, and we can replicate bottom up obstruction over a flat surface or a small surface. So we can't then conclude that Earth is a sphere because occasionally a boat will appear to disappear bottom up. We do know
Okay,
that as
okay.
objects get farther away,
You can duplicate that like in a flat Earth model. You can duplicate the object disappearing from the bottom first.
well, not a flat Earth model. I didn't say model. I said we can demonstrate that over a flat surface.
Like what is a
We,
flat surface?
like a table or a hallway or so. We can also we also have done this. We have replicated that over a small pond with an RC boat, you know, little powered toy boat, and and that boat appears to disappear bottom up, but it's a pond. There's no way it could be Earth curvature at that distance. So we know that that as a metric of Earth curvature is not a reliable one. So instead, we have to look for measurements of the surface and not observations of boats.
Okay, okay. You said it happens sometimes, but not all the time. Like why does it happen like sometimes?
If you
And
just think about,
can you prove that it doesn't happen all the time?
well, I've
Because I think it
been on
does.
the water. I've been on the water hundreds of times. I've seen. I mean, I've had boats. I've been on, I've been around boats, and yeah, I almost never see that. Um, one of our group members, DJ, he lived near a beach in Australia, and I think he also has never seen that. He's mentioned that. What about you, Obvious? Have you ever seen a boat disappear bottom up? I know you're by the water. He might be AFK. But anyway, no, it's not a consistent phenomenon, and anyone who's spent a lot of time on the water will tell you that. There's an assumption that it happens every time, but that's not what we see in reality. So I can post some stuff in the side chat if no one else has. That shows bottom-up obstruction. So give me just a second.
Like I can't do post some stuff like about the ships disappearing button first. And you bring an example of a bond, like I told you, like it's a sea. You have to have like a distance, and I told you in the sea. Like I don't think a ship would be in a bond.
Okay, so just to start, I've posted the video of the RC boat appearing to disappear bottom up. Can you see that in the side chat?
Yeah, I'm watching the video.
Okay, great. Smiles, welcome to the room. We also have Rakib. If any of you have any questions while we wait for Tomato to watch the video, that would be great. If not, if your English is not at an advanced level, feel free to just listen today. And for anyone interested, I've also posted a video from Shane St. Pierre about bottom-up obstruction and how it happens. And also, what's unique about water as well is that we have, obviously vapor at the surface and waves and such. So it can give that illusion. We can have reflections off the water that create that effect. There's a lot of different factors that can create it. I'll be right back.
What's up, guys? Couldn't stand the low IQ bants in the other server.
Yeah, I was just going over bottom-up obstruction with Tomato, but I'm gonna be back in a couple minutes.
Okay.
He's actually watching the RC boat video, so
Oh, cool. Okay.
that's encouraging.
Man, it's so quiet in here. How come the flat earthers aren't saying anything? Hello?
Hello, bro.
What's up? Are you a flat earther?
No.
Maybe. What's that?
I know.
Oh, I'm looking for some people that are on the globe side with me.
Oh, you want a teammate?
Yes.
I mean, I could take your side if you want me to. I can hold your hand if you want.
I need help. I told these flat earthers that boats disappear over the horizon, but then they started telling me that the water is measured flat or something. So I need some other type of proof. Can somebody help me out, please? I need some other good globe proof for these guys.
I don't know. We talked to Dr. Blitz, and all his proof consisted of was that he didn't know if he had hands. So
Wait, he was in here today?
no,
Oh,
no.
oh darn. Okay.
My
Is
favorite
anybody
is
else?
it's a globe because it's a globe, and my second favorite is nuh-uh.
Hey, don't be mad. I use those too. Okay?
Let's see. Anyone new in here? Rakib, I already called you out, but I guess you're gonna stay on mute. Tomato, you done watching the video yet? I guess he is not. Welcome to the room, Yah. Or Yasser. Yep.
All right, then I'm just gonna eat my Globe Earth Taco Bell here.
If the earth is flat, how can there be Taco Bell?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Damn, everybody's leaving. I'm clearing up the room again. Holy. Yo.
If you ate Taco Bell, I would leave the room.
Hey, it's been a minute, okay? I haven't had Taco Bell in forever.
You just miss that feeling of disappointment.
Yes.
I was gonna say another D. I Aria.
It's my cheat day.
Sorry,
And I
it
picked
sounded sus at first. I said DI and it sounded hella sus. I had to say the whole word. I was like, oh shit.
it was my cheat day and I picked freaking Taco Bell out of all places.
Well, I don't know if anyone is alive in here.
Oh.
No one's alive in here.
So all of you just dead?
Well, I mean, we've been talking the whole time.
Banger, are you a
It was
Globe Earther
silent
or
as
are
a
you flat?
mouse when I just got in here. What you talking about? What do you mean we were talking?
Bro, why are you so
If just
angry, dude?
yeah, just because there's a pause in the conversation doesn't mean we're all dead. Right?
Sounds like a silence after a war.
We try to exercise some self-control in here, you know, unlike a lot of the other rooms where people are all just talking over each other, we try to show each other some respect. So
No silence.
yeah, so, welcome to the room. The Banger, do you have any questions to ask the flat earthers?
How the Earth is flat? Could you just explain to me? I'm just a new member.
Yeah. Yeah, the Earth is flat because we cannot measure curvature anywhere. And things that aren't curved are flat. And we instead have taken measurements that show that we can see, we can test, we can measure much further than the globe dimensions would allow.
Then how could you explain the North Pole and the South Pole?
What do you mean? Explain them.
The North Pole or the North Antarctica, which is a big hole, and another big hole in the south. And
Pole?
yeah.
Where
The
did you get
North
that?
Pole.
Where'd you
Oh,
get the
come
idea
on.
that
It's a science fact. The North Pole, there's a large hole about like kilometers.
Okay, well
And
that's
in the South Pole too.
well, I've never heard that, but that's impossible for you to verify, but it doesn't really matter what you wanna say about the poles because the surface isn't curving.
They both connect to each other somehow.
Well, that's a nice thought, but you'd have to show me that the surface is curving before I believe that. Welcome to the room, Skip.
Hi.
Hi. Do you have any questions for flat earthers? Or you just wanna listen?
Yeah, I just want to listen.
Okay, cool. Would you mind putting yourself on mute then? Alright. So the Banger, do you have a cited empirical measurement of surface curvature so that we can then accept that the Earth is a globe and move on to the other claims?
I don't have that much knowledge, not gonna lie. I just wanna
Yeah.
be just wanna be a good listener.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that all of us here who are flat earthers used to believe the Earth is a globe, and the reason that we no longer are globe believers is because we looked for evidence.
Mm.
And
Which
finding
evidence?
none. We looked for evidence that the Earth is a globe. We found no
As?
evidence. We found no evidence of any surface curvature that can be measured anywhere. We found no evidence of Earth motion whatsoever, and we found no evidence for the claims as to what, say, the sun is, the moon is, the stars are, or their distances, or any of the claims about orbits. There's just nothing to back up any of those stories.
The Earth is not a sphere. I can't believe that. I don't know how.
It's well, you know, when you've been told something since you were a toddler, and the culture constantly reinforces it, and everyone teaches it as if it's a truth, but you never actually are given the tools to investigate whether it's true. It can be a bit shocking at first, but you know, you can find this out for yourself. I mean, you've only ever experienced a flat and stationary Earth. That is the basics from which you come from. So you had to be convinced that it wasn't what you saw and experienced. I mean, little kids understand the Earth as flat and stationary, right? We have to be told this other story, but there's no evidence for the other story.
Why would they lie for that?
Well, you know, your mom didn't lie, your teacher didn't lie, your professor didn't lie. They just believed it too.
The one who made this fact, why he lied about it?
I don't know. I'm not a mind reader.
You mean just happened just like that?
Well, I don't know how exactly it happened. I do know that there's never any actual empirical evidence for any of these claims. But, they just keep heaping more and more claims on top of the previous ones, and then nobody drills back to the origin to search for the evidence of the initial claim that everything is built upon.
Flat Earth. Even like almost all of Big's online shows, the Earth has a spheric shape.
Well,
Oh
right,
my,
because that's what everybody believes, right?
makes sense. There's
Yeah,
a
so
few ones though, but a few ones with a flat Earth conception.
well, have you been to the beach? Have you ever been to a
Yeah.
large body of water? Okay, well, we understand that the basic dynamics of water is that it's flat at rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have levels that use water, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the the known Earth is claimed to be about 72% water. So it's
Mm-hmm.
impossible to have a 72% flat ball.
Even it. Okay. If the Earth is flat and has 70% of water, then you're gonna have big waterfall at the end of each part of the Earth, innit?
Well, have you ever seen a lake? I mean, a lake doesn't spill out amongst over its sides, does it?
Yeah. What do you mean that's the Earth? The big
Well,
lake?
well, basically what I'm saying is the water is contained somehow, right? We do not claim that the Earth is a disk in space. With the whole heliocentric model with orbits and, our pressurized atmosphere being adjacent to this vacuum with no containment, all of that, we reject all of that. We just go with what we can actually prove, right? So we don't know the shape of the Earth because we can't have no way to determine that. We can only discuss the fact that we have measured it as flat. There is no proof that it is in motion whatsoever. And we know that air pressure requires containment. So we do know that our atmosphere is contained somehow. We observe the sun as smaller than the Earth, the sun and the moon. So and we observe them move above us. That is the default. We see the stars move, we see the sun and the moon move. We are not moving.
What about gravity? What about the uh, melted steel in the heart of the Earth? Would that be
Well,
would that be a problem?
you understand okay, there's absolutely no way to verify that story. Right?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
no one's ever drilled that deep or anywhere close, right? The deepest hole that we have is just about as deep as the bottom of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And when you heat up iron to that, it's called the Curie point, where it melts, it loses any magnetism. So we can't have a magnetic core of the Earth. And we don't even, I mean, this whole idea of all these different layers and such, it's just speculative. It's based on nothing. There's no
It's
way
a
to know
large
that.
amount. It's a large amount of melted steel, so it could make a difference. Not gonna lie. Gravity. How could you explain gravity if the Earth is flat?
Why do I need to explain gravity?
Because it doesn't happen in space. It happens only on Earth and a few other
Well,
planets.
see, you just assumed space, right?
Mhm.
So, what do you mean by gravity?
Why gravity happens on Earth, for example, not in a moon?
How do you know? It you don't even listen. You don't
Oh,
know what the moon is or where the moon is. You don't know its composition, its size, its distance. So saying the moon has no gravity but Earth does is just speculation. You can't prove any of that.
yeah, well, I don't need to go myself to the moon so I can verify that.
So are you trying to tell me that by observing the moon, you can know what
No,
it's made of, its size and distance, and whether it has
no,
gravity or not?
just reading a few articles would be fine.
Okay, but people can say anything, but where's the evidence?
Isn't it scientifically proven and someone who had a Nobel Prize about it,
About what
right?
specific?
About defining the gravity, exact gravity of the moon, the Earth.
Can you even define gravity?
Well, I'm not Newton, man.
Are you talking about Einstein?
No, talking about Newton.
Well, Newton himself thought it was a ridiculous idea. So, I mean, we all experience a general downward vector with most things, right? But the fact is that things move in relation to the density of the medium they're in. You know, gases are not subject to gravity. We know that. But it's irrelevant. I mean, if the surface measures flat and this is what we experience, then that works on a flat earth. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand, but it's hard to process, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot.
Sure. So there's no gravity on Earth. Then should we like rebuild the whole system and just teach
Well, I
kids
didn't
that the Earth is flat and
well,
teach them that
I
there's no
didn't say there's
gravity?
I didn't say there's no gravity on Earth. I mean, we have specific gravity. We have a general downward vector of 9.8 meters a second, right?
Which is
But
gravity.
should we completely reject anything that lacks evidence? Yeah, we should. We shouldn't just believe in stories without anything to back them up.
Then what's pulling us towards the soul?
What's pulling us
So
towards the what?
towards the ground. What's
Well,
that force?
you are denser than the air around you. And so denser objects fall when the medium is less dense. And if the medium around you is more dense, then you will rise.
Is there anything could rise by itself in planet Earth except feathers, even though they cannot rise by themselves?
Well, gases, smoke. I mean, there's a lot of particulate that will disperse like that, but I mean, gases rise. It's purely a function of density, um, and buoyancy. We can observe that, we can prove that, um, that we know is true. So this idea that, you know, the bending of warping of space-time is what causes it is something that completely lacks any merit. It's just a conceptual idea.
Damn. Wow, it's still hard to process, but the question is, how do you so interested in this? You just woke up and okay, I'm gonna just wanna prove that the Earth is flat.
Well, no, it was more a matter of I always believed that the Earth was a sphere, right? And just one day I decided, you know, I really owe it to myself to look out and see if there's any evidence for these claims because I've always just accepted them and I realized I didn't really know anything about them. And so in that search for evidence to back up the claims, I found none. And that's the case for all of us. If you try to prove the globe by looking for evidence, you will end up here too.
searching right now, and people stopped thinking that Earth is flat 2,000 years ago.
I watched the video.
Erastus literally measured Earth's. The one who measured Earth, the first one was 2,000 years ago using shadows and basic geometry, no satellites, no Wi-Fi. She explains the
Yeah, what
flat
did he measure?
Earth. The
Fences,
Earth.
I watched the video. I watched the flat Earth video.
Okay, cool. We'll get you in
The
it.
laser
We'll
video.
get you in a
Yeah,
bit.
why would? Okay.
Wait, just hold up. We're gonna deal with this person first, but I'm glad you watched it.
So
Obvious, do you
yeah, I'm
want
done
to
speak.
talk to him about Aristophanes?
Sorry, come again?
No, you go ahead. Didn't mean to
Okay.
interrupt.
No, you can interrupt. So basically, the question that was asked you by Obvious is what exactly is it claimed that he measured?
Am I the one who's supposed to answer?
Yeah, you were just reading
Ah.
about it. What does it say that he measured?
He measured the Earth.
Well, no.
Basic on geometry and somehow.
No, he didn't measure the Earth. He measured shadow lengths. He made an assumption. Before beginning, he assumed the Earth was a sphere. He assumed the sun was infinitely distant, and he made several other assumptions that were also incorrect. And then he had, understand when I'm talking about this, there's no evidence this guy even existed or did any of the things that they say he did, but I'll entertain it as if it's true. So he measured diverging shadows and thereby claimed that the Earth is a sphere. Well, the problem with that is if the sun is far more local, we can have the exact same effect with shadows. And in no way do these shadow lengths determine the size of the Earth. I mean, you can test this yourself, if you have 2 sticks and you have a light source, you can put the light source right overhead at a distance, and you can put the light source at an angle, and you can just test this yourself. I mean, shadow lengths are not proof that the Earth is a sphere, and they are in no way a measurement. Do you have any more questions? Or I realize it's a lot, so it's probably best to just start with one thing and kinda let it sink in and maybe investigate one thing. What I
Oh
would
my gosh.
suggest to you
I,
is
I,
to go out and look for evidence that the surface of the Earth is curving. Look for an actual empirical measurement of surface curvature. I think that's a good place to start. I don't suggest you overwhelm yourself with all the rest of this because it just gets confusing and distracting. But if you really wanna know, that's the way to do it.
mhm. I just asked to think, but I was accidentally muted, not gonna lie. Anyways.
Okay, well, if I can just give you a second so you can kinda, think and process all that, I'll move to someone who's been waiting.
Hey, come again?
We have a few people that are waiting to talk, so,
It's okay.
if we could
It's
yeah, if we
okay.
can just
Let him
take a little
finish.
break. Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hi, welcome to the room. We have a few new people, so welcome to all.
Hello.
Hi, Dimmy.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome. Pardon?
Hello.
Oh, hi, Bill. Anyone else? I think,
How are you people?
We people are great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, so do you have a question for the flat earthers?
Yeah, today I was walking outside at evening and I saw a satellite orbiting around the Earth. So I saw it, and then after some time it vanished.
How
And
did you deter so you saw a light move in the sky? How
no,
is that an or
satellite.
No, how do you know it's a satellite?
I saw it with my own eyes.
You can't see a satellite with your own eyes.
I
You can
can.
only see a light. You can only see a light with your own
Yeah,
eyes. You
that
didn't
was a
see
point.
the actual physical satellite. You saw a light and you assumed it was a satellite, and you saw it move across the sky, which is not in orbit.
No,
Motion
but that's
across
what the video is saying.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You muffled a bit.
Yeah, I'm saying that is what you were saying, that I'm assuming, but I
Yeah, you're
had this
assuming it.
thing.
You are
No,
assuming
actually,
because you don't have watching a light move in the sky, you assumed it was a satellite and you assumed it was orbiting.
so I've checked it online. There are multiple satellite tracking websites, and you can actually see which one was moving. So earlier, before this incident, I have tracked many satellites.
Okay, well,
So,
we don't
well,
dispute that there are things in the sky,
yeah.
Bill. I
So the
mean,
point of
we
content is,
know there's lots of things in the sky. However, that does not mean they are floating in a space vacuum. That would be impossible.
okay, but uh, I really saw it moving behind the horizon, and it seemed like it was setting,
Well, yeah,
just
as
like the
objects, yeah, that's how objects appear when they
Mhm.
disappear from view.
Yeah. So my question is
You ever
that,
watched the plane go horizon to horizon, Bill?
yeah, I have seen curved contrails as well.
Hmm.
I've literally seen
Yeah, but as a
contrails of
plane approaches
planes
you, it
turning.
will appear to rise, right? And then as
Hmm?
it goes away from you, it will appear to descend. But you already understand, because I assume you've been on a plane flight in your life, that the plane
Yeah,
flies level at a certain altitude.
it seems level.
So it's an apparent descent.
Hello. Well, it seems that we are flying in level, but in actual Earth around the globe is basically also like it's also in a the atmosphere is basically uh so we are flying in the atmosphere. That's why it seems like we are flying straight and level, but that's not the case. So the airplane
No, you're
floats
right.
on the
Planes
air.
fly at a positive pitch.
Yeah.
Yo, can planes fly over a flat surface and a curved one?
How long will
So
this server last?
Fences, can
But
I
Bill,
talk
when you
now?
see a plane, you don't say to people, "Oh, I saw a plane orbiting the Earth."
yeah, but because planes move way much slower than satellites, so it's
Yikes.
just how you describe it.
Why do you not say you see planes orbiting the Earth when you see them in
We
the
can say
sky?
that there's no problem. We can say that if a
Is
plane
it
is
because
moving.
you know that you haven't observed a plane orbit the Earth?
Planes are generally slower than satellites, so as you can see a satellite moving from one point of the horizon to the other in a minute.
Yeah, same
But
as a plane.
no, but for a plane it would
They're
take much
interchangeable
more time.
objects in these examples.
A plane would take much more time to move from one point of the horizon to the
It
other
doesn't
point of
matter
the horizon.
the principle of how they move across the sky
Yeah, it's same. So you can
remains the
also
same.
say a plane is orbiting.
But you wouldn't say that, right?
Okay, I say it now.
Okay, well, have fun with that.
Fences, can I talk now?
Who's saying that?
Me, Kenneth.
Oh, sorry, you changed your image.
No, I got banned on my other account. I was waiting. Like I don't even know where the channel is.
Oh,
Oh, is
okay.
that catnap?
Yeah, I don't know
Well,
who the hell did that.
well, welcome back. I'm glad to see that you watched the FE Core video.
Yeah, fortunately, yeah. And I watched it. It was just how I predicted it would be. They got a really good laser. They measured it, and they talked about the refraction and how it would work and affect the laser. However, they didn't. They didn't manage to. They didn't manage to justify how rain droplets can affect water. Droplets of water can affect a lens. Like a power laser can be seen over a distance due to scattering of its light. And in the video, some of the daytime footage shows faint, distant hilltops rising above the darker, well-defined water horizon, which is basically curvature. But they also failed to include
Wait,
that.
whoa, stop.
And also, I have a PDF that responds to the video.
Okay, so
Okay.
you said that you had already decided it couldn't be right before you began.
No, I watched it. I
then-
just predicted how it would be, but I didn't.
Right, but
I
how
wanted
did
to
you-
watch it.
But let's ask you, how did you predict how it would be? So basically, you assumed it could not possibly disprove a globe Earth, and so therefore you watched it with those eyes
No, I just predicted
than
how the video would lay out, like in different steps, like
Okay.
what they would do next, what they'll say at this time, and what they'll say at this point, and then what they'll do at this. You know.
So you predicted what they even were doing, right?
Yeah, because
you're a freaking mind reader, bro.
Well, anyways, that's what I was saying. They failed to include like
so
other
as soon as you
than a
finished
laser.
watching the video, you just went straight into debunk mode, right? Went
Yeah,
to
because I don't
Google,
just take one
typed
thing
in
and then
FE
accept it.
Core, Flat Earth debunk, picked out the first
didn't.
PDF that looked decent.
No, the
yeah.
PDF is actually, it's not just a PDF, but well, there is one PDF. Let me go find it. Where is it?
I'm
It's
probably
a
sure I know what the PDF is. Yeah, we
it's
got
written
copies
by
of that.
it's called the guy called Wabis, right? I can't even send it to anyone because I have no perms. Is there anyone willing to go into DMs?
FE Core released a response to that PDF, you know.
The one that's
I
called
have
Wabis, the one that.
questions.
Yeah,
Oh my
I've
god,
got-
let me
I've-
please stop.
I've got a response to their
talking.
PDF.
Jesus Christ.
It's lagged on
What is it
screen,
with
bro.
schizophrenics just interrupting me all the time? Anyways. Yeah, I want to confirm if it's the same PDF, so can I show it to someone?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll post it.
Okay, I'll send it to you. Let me add you. Because I can't DM.
I'll go ahead and post the response PDF.
Okay, do that. Wabis. Where is it? I have so many PDFs in my files. Oh my goodness. The Star of Bethlehem? Nope. Oh shoot.
You have a lot of PDFs. Doesn't sound like you have much understanding of anything, though.
No, I have. It's just Christian stuff. It's nothing to do with the Earth.
Your low hanging fruit here was rain droplets.
Okay, here it is. FE core errors. Okay, here it is. And yeah, as I was saying before that, the laser widening downwards that it causes widens upwards and sideways because the beam disappeared. But the FE core people, they're perfectly aware that
we know you can pick up hundreds of points of what they failed at doing. Can you tell us what they did?
Water
successfully
droplets can
first?
change the
No.
the
Before
laser.
you go into all the things they made errors in, tell us the things they did successfully, because that'll demonstrate you have some kind of
Well, they
impartial
basically
understanding
were
of the-
across a lake in Amsterdam, not Amsterdam, in the Netherlands.
Yeah, you don't need to
and
explain it to me, man. I know this like the back of my hand.
Oh well, the thing they
But what did they
successfully
do
did is
successfully?
they put a laser over the water and it measured flat on both different ends. Like there wasn't any change in height, and water does refract. So that's why they're doing it on water, but they never do it from a mountain.
Like that, you're just explaining.
You just tell me what did they
I
do
know what they
successfully? It
did.
said it measured flat. That's what they did. the water
I never
measured
asked
flat.
you what they undertook doing. I said, what did they do successfully in regards to the results?
They measured it flat.
Oh, so they measured it flat.
Yeah, but they wouldn't do it from the top of a mountain, and I'm going to explain something about that.
Why the fuck would anybody do it from the top of the mountain? That's retarded.
But the thing is, okay, forget that. I'll get to that point later.
Yeah, stay on
I'll get to
topic,
that point
okay?
later, but I want to tell you something that they had that I want to talk about. They had.
No, can't. We don't like
I
everybody
want to
we
talk
show
about the
FE4
gyroscope
to
that they had.
returns
I
with
want
the
to talk about the
same shit.
gyroscope.
They return with a big
No, I want to
anti-flap
talk about.
readout of all the errors.
It's not. I just want to talk about a gyroscope that they had. That they had a mechanical gyroscope built that showed the Earth's rotation, but then they deleted that video and hit anyone with a false copyright claim if they
What
showed their
are you
gyroscope
talking
drifting
about?
15 degrees
That
per hour.
wasn't part of FE4.
No, they had a gyroscope, but it kept drifting 15 degrees per hour, right? And they
Yeah,
deleted that
see,
video on
you're
copyright.
sparing it out and
Yeah, and
you're
they copyright
mixing up
striked anyone
multiple things.
re-uploaded it.
Oh, okay.
That's
They
not
have a
FE4.
gyroscope for a laser test. It's not.
No, it wasn't a laser test. They had. I looked at other videos they had.
What?
I didn't just look at the laser. I
An
didn't just
urban
look at
myth.
the laser test one. I wanted to research who these people are, what like who they are and everything. And
Dude,
I
that's
was
completely made up. Catnap.
and a
That's
lot of them look
complete.
like
That's
stoners.
not true. You are wrong. You're so
Look like
desperate
stoners.
to keep
This
your
is
globe
ingenuous.
that you're gullible.
Okay.
That's a shame.
But
It's a shame you
okay.
don't put like equal amount of research into the people you believe are telling you is a globe, because you'd find half of them probably went to Epstein Island, but you'd still believe them because they don't.
It's like you put on the FE Core documentary in the background and decided to go find all the debunks in the meantime.
Okay. But no, I was actually eating. I was
That's
eating.
what
I
it
was
does,
eating.
isn't it, dude? Yeah,
I was
that's what you
eating whilst
did.
I was watching it. I was eating whilst I was
Yeah,
watching it.
right.
I didn't. My hands were full. But
So when did you have time
Maybe
to go
even
through all
them
the
two
debunks?
tasks are too much for
oh,
your
that was
brain.
after I
Can't
did a quick 10-minute search. But I was talking about to DJ the gyroscope that they had on a different video that was drifting 15 degrees per hour.
What
So-
was
so
one of
can
the
we-
distances they made a laser transit over?
It was about. I don't know how IJssel, big Lake IJssel is. I forgot, but I know it was Lake IJssel in Netherlands.
So you don't know much about it at all.
No, I watched the whole thing. I didn't memorize it word for word. I just watched it all, and then
How long
just you know.
How long did they
Yeah.
actually study the gyroscope? How
I
many
don't know.
minutes did they actually
didn't. I don't know. I was just watching the part where they were where
You
they
don't
were
know
trying to
shit
prove it's
about
flat.
anything.
Well, I watched the video. I mean, it wasn't sufficient for me, but I watched it. And they said, "Oh, it was flat." But then again, you get other people in the you get people in the comments like pointing out all the errors and stuff.
You severely fucking overestimate your own intelligence. You should be in the corner with a packet of crayons. Like that, we're even
That's so egotistical.
allowing you into
But
this
why are you being condescending?
conversation is like a massive olive branch. No, I'm not condescending. I'm telling you something that's objectively true.
Yeah, it's not objectively true. That's just
Not sufficient for you. Like, you just babble the most incoherent bullshit.
But to say that the laser
And
therefore
you
measured
think you're
flat,
poised,
therefore
you're
that's the
poised to
only
analyze
answer
either
to false
globe evidence
dichotomy.
or flat Earth evidence. Like, you're not sufficiently functional of mind to analyze either side's evidence.
Come on, let's keep it respectful.
The
What is
laser
that?
isn't even
What is that,
necessary
boys?
to determine. Sorry.
That's mean, innit?
Okay. Anyways, this is the PDF. That's sensitive.
Hey, over
That's the
Steam
PDF.
keyboard. What is your name? Over what?
Who's talking, bro?
You know what? I think it's a good idea that we go back to Tomato because
Yeah.
you're just not intellectually honest, and I don't know that at this stage you're capable.
Why?
of
Why?
being.
I don't like false dichotomies. I went and looked for other evidence.
Okay, well, you know what? You can keep saying that, and you can keep believing that, but it's obvious
So
to
you don't.
everyone
I'm
here.
not accepting the PDF. I don't.
So, Tomato, did you watch the bottom-up obstruction videos?
Yes. No, I watched the video you sent, which is named. Give me a second.
The RC boat one?
Yeah, atmospheric horizon observation, new details and location. In the description, it says observing illusory curvature over horizontal surfaces. I watched that video. Yeah, and
Okay,
I looked stuff up.
that's not one of the two
This is
bottom
what
up
you said.
obstruction.
This is what you sent.
Let me look. Can you? Let's see.
Yes,
Can you
it's the
let's
one
see.
you sent. I'm gonna reply for it in a dot just to
Okay,
see.
thank you.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one you sent. I watched it. I didn't watch other stuff other people said because like I was talking to you,
Oh,
and I
I may
also
have.
hope, yeah, and I also hope that during our conversation, not random people join, like me and you, and if you want anyone else to join, tell them to join before they join, because I noticed that some people here are like, I don't know, they're aggressive. You know, I
Okay.
don't like talking with aggressive people,
So
so I prefer talking with you.
okay. So did you watch the
I
RC
watched
boat?
the video. No, I watched the video you sent me, which is about the
Is that
boat,
the
where we put the light and distances and put a boat in a lake and send it and measure like and looked at it at different distances and from the surface of the sea and up, and they then went to another lake or something and bond, I think, or something, and they did the same. Like, yeah, I watched that video.
Okay. All right.
Okay, now yes, now I have like some question and stuff to talk about. Like, okay, the video is showing like before I talk, like since you sent the video, what does it supposed to say other than like which is the atmospheric disruption, like other than the air and stuff disturbing the view, like what else is there in the video? Can you tell me?
Yeah, the distance that the boat is not far enough for the obstruction to be Earth curvature. Your claim was that boats are disappearing bottom up because of Earth curvature.
My claim was yes. My claim was that boat and ships like disappear in the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth, and we
Right.
can like predict this, and we have more equations, and in a surface Earth model, we can actually predict this. There is some exceptions for this when sometimes when there is, because we also believe in the atmospheric disruption, like it happens, like there is atmospheric disruption sometimes. The air reflects the light, and you can't see the bottom of the ship, even despite it being like above the horizon, like down the horizon, that when normally you can't, because the light shifted. But more like in normal condition, you will always it will always disappear bottom first.
That's not correct.
That's
I've never
actually
seen
correct.
evidence of that being normal.
I think I should talk with over offenses, and she can, like, if we agree
No,
that
no.
it doesn't.
Go ahead and talk to Yoder.
Oh,
He's
I
a
was
great
just
No, no,
guy.
interjecting.
I don't want to talk to Yoder because I don't know Yoder. Like, you seem like someone who is reasonable. Who can I talk to? I don't know Yoder. Maybe he's aggressive. I don't like talking with aggressive
No,
people.
Yoder is a super nice guy. You're in good hands.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll
I
match.
trust
I'll
you.
match the energy. I'm good.
Okay.
I mean, like I don't think there is a case to be made that it's normally seen
Look, in
that
normal
that
conditions,
boats disappear bottom up.
in normal conditions, when the conditions are normal, like there is engineers, they can, and math people, like they can calculate when will the ship disappear, the bottom of the ship start disappearing, and how much will disappear on the distance. In normal condition, there is a model and there is equations. Do you want me to bring it to you?
No, I understand the math and I understand the model and the equations. What I need from you is a demonstration of this in reality.
Do you want a video?
Yes,
I can send
including
you.
the distance measured, the height of the observer, the weather, and the general location and the date.
Okay, can you write me the specific stuff that you want? I'm gonna look this up because, like, what I have is a video showing this clearly happening, the disappearing bottom up. I'm gonna send that. It's not with all the detail. It's not scientific as much as you want, but I'm gonna look for a scientific one for
No,
you.
no, no. I don't care if it doesn't have those details. Then it's not worth you sharing because you could
But
just be showing us refraction, right?
But no. I'm gonna send you
Yeah.
one, and you
Listen,
people can judge it. You can see it.
if you,
Other people can see it. If you don't like it,
dude,
you don't have to watch it.
if you don't send any data, then I don't want to see it.
You can post it.
Yeah, you could. I guess you could post it all you want, but listen, you've been bragging.
We can debunk it.
You don't,
You've
brother.
been bragging
Brother,
like
I'm not
scientists.
bragging. Can you please?
Yeah, you're like
This
scientists
is
have
the
done this
no,
all the time.
Yoder.
Scientists
This
have
is
done this all the
the
time.
thing that
Mathematicians do
please,
this all the time. This is
can I
normally
talk?
seen. They can predict exactly where the boat goes over the horizon, how far away, and da 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 da. I'm like, okay, show me an example with all the data that you said accompanies this, and now
Okay,
you're
I
backpedaling.
told you, brother. This is why I didn't want to talk to you. Anyway,
You're
I didn't want
backpedaling because you're dishonest.
This you have. No, I'm not dishonest. You are aggressive, guys. You know this. Like this is why I wanted to talk with overfenses because
Okay, well, at least I'm an honest asshole.
No,
I'm an asshole who's honest. You're an asshole who's dishonest.
No, brother, I'm not. This is why I didn't want to talk with you guys because, like, I saw this happening before. You always just okay. He left. Good. Overfancies. If you don't want to talk about like when I joined this, you were the one who's talking mainly, and you asked me if I have a question, and I asked you a
Yeah,
question, and I
I'm
wanted
not
to
gonna.
continue talking with you.
Well, Yoder is a super smart guy, and he asked you some
No,
really
he's
good.
not smart guy. He's actually he called me an asshole without me at all insulting him. I told him that I
Okay.
didn't like this way of conversation because he's aggressive. He
Can you
doesn't
just
have to watch
wait?
the
Stop.
video.
Stop.
He
Can you
doesn't have to
stop
watch.
talking about your
Oh,
feelings for a moment? I don't want
okay.
to hear your feelings. You know, this is
Okay.
not a topic that's worth getting so sensitive over. He asked
Well,
you he asked you for evidence of your claims, and you're unable to present that.
not that I am unable. I told him to send me look. He sent me conditions. He told me conditions. I told him just write this condition down and send it to me because I didn't memorize everything that he
Well,
asked. He asked for
wait a
4 or 5
second.
things. Write the stuff that you want.
Wait, stop. Please try to get a hold of yourself. I mean, you're complaining about all of us, but you're just like way over emotional. So,
Okay, I'm gonna calm
okay,
down.
so
I'm
okay,
sorry.
cool. Yeah, thank you. So, your claim was that the default is that boats disappear bottom up and that was due to Earth curvature. And I provided evidence to you that that's not the truth. And then after
You provided me
receiving that,
with a video. With a video, you provide me. You didn't get me
I know
any
there was
information.
another video that went through all of it. Did you see the Shane St. Pierre thing I sent as well?
No, resent it because I didn't watch it.
It was in the same post. Well, I'll repost it and everything, but we all know and can prove that objects can appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface. It's just
Appear? Like I have a question. Why? Like why? Because of the atmospheric disruption.
Well, I'm going to post everything again so that you can watch it.
Since you know, you should be able to answer this question without me watching. Like I'm asking you. I'm not asking the video. Like
Well,
why?
I already went through this with you earlier. You know, I don't really want to go through it again.
Not really. You
So
didn't go with anything. You sent me a video. I watched it, and during the video, they
that is
didn't really.
that is not correct that I didn't go through it with you. So I am actually I'm gonna respectfully bow out because I really don't want to rehash the same thing with you, but I will repost those things for you in the side chat. Okay? Take care.
Huh. So okay, I'm not gonna be insulting. Anyone else want to talk since he bowed out?
Okay, you go first, but
Who are you?
the banger?
Yeah, are you a flat earther?
No, I'm the opposite.
Hello, flat earthers. You are guys more chill than the others, obviously.
Even though, like, I quite agree with the guy who presented the bottom disappearing of the ship and stuff. It's
Like,
kind of logic, though.
oh, you know,
Because it
it's not.
happens.
It happens. It happens in normal condition. It happens every time, and there is calculation for it.
Yeah, I know, man. It's they just want a touchable
You know,
Hey,
proof.
we're
That's
not
why.
we're not just
you
gonna.
bowed out.
I,
You bowed out. You please,
okay,
keep it
yeah, I'm
muting. For
letting.
instance, you don't want to talk.
Don't be. I have reposted it for you,
Yeah,
but
I'm gonna see this.
okay, cool. But we don't just hang out in here and make claims that we can't verify. So if you want to make this claim that this is happening every time, you're going to need to support that with evidence. And if you don't, we'll just put you on mute.
I have a question for you. In the first video
No.
you sent me, did you watch it? The first video you sent me.
Yeah, the RC boat. Yes.
Yeah, the video I told you I watched. Did you
Yes.
like atmospheric horizon observation? Okay. During that video, they show two pictures. One in the sea level, and one when the person is high, like standing up completely. And during the first one, half of the light would disappear, and the boat would disappear. And during the second one, when he's totally up, they will show up again. Okay, how can you explain this if it's not curvature? If it's just atmospheric and disruption, how can you explain this? Like, why doesn't the
Because
why does
when I'm at a higher
Can I
elevation,
continue? Can I
the
continue?
angle
Continue
when
with
I'm
the
at a
angle. Just a second.
elevation, I'm looking through less atmosphere.
Oh, so what? What? When you're up, you look at what?
Yeah, if I'm standing on the beach, I'm looking through a thicker atmosphere than if I'm elevated.
Hello, guys.
All right.
Oh, so
Now I'm really going. So I hope y'all pick up the slack here.
Bye
'cause
bye.
I'm over it.
Bye bye. Okay, goodbye. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
the change. So
Yeah.
the change from you being in the beach, like half a meter to like half a meter change in perspective would change the atmosphere so much that you would see the boat one time and the other you wouldn't.
You
يا
realize
حبيبي يا
that you
حبيبي
can see
ثانية واحدة بس
farther.
أنا عندي سؤال واحد أبغى أسأله طالع.
You can see farther when you go up higher. You realize that, right?
Yeah, because of the curvature. Yeah, understand that.
That doesn't follow. That happens on a flat surface too.
Okay. You bowed out.
Like a large amount of landslide.
All right, just a second. Who are we chatting with? Is it Killmad? All right, Killmad. So I was just watching the video that you posted. Okay, so you did admit that it is lacking details.
It's not me.
Okay, so it didn't have the location, it didn't have the observer height, we don't know the atmospheric conditions. Okay, and according to mainstream optics, something that would normally be visible on the horizon can appear to sink behind the horizon due to atmospheric conditions. Okay, we can also see that there's decent sized ocean swells, which can obstruct the bottom of something, but more so, when I go through the video, I can see that it's an obvious miraging effect. Not only does the boat completely change shape through the video, but just within a couple of seconds, have a look in the side chat. We see the unknown boat, right? See the entire right-hand side of the boat. Okay, just have a look at that. Within just a couple of seconds in the video, and I'll give you the timestamp, the right-hand side of the boat completely disappears. Okay, there's an obvious miraging effect.
Superior mirages. Yes. They don't have anything. Like they're so weak in this. They're so weak. They just everyone here leaves.
Hey, hold on a second. Who's coping at the moment?
That's the horizon.
Right. So the whole right-hand side of the boat just completely disappears within a split second. It's there, and then all of a sudden it just disappears. Right. There's optical illusions taking place due to atmospheric refraction effects. It's very obvious. The boat completely shape shifts from the time we can see it, right, to halfway through the video. It completely shape shifts. Right. This is not evidence. Okay, we have videos where we have very, very clear observations, right? We have the boat tracked on shipping radar. We know the location, we know the coordinates, we know the observer height, we know the weather conditions, we know the water temperature, we know the air temperature. Okay, and it's all done in high definition. So, I can show observations that have all the data that's needed, right? And we can see things that are thousands of % further than they should be seen on a globe. Okay, when it comes to these cherry-picked videos that don't have any assisting data to go along with them, it's just inconclusive evidence. It's not going to prove anything either way. Surely you understand that.
Well, that's obvious.
If you want, I can show you how an observation should be done.
I already know that, but it wasn't me.
Did you heard you can hear me, right? Mic check.
I know because I'm not the same person we're talking to, but I do
Oh,
believe
okay. All right, sorry. Is that guy here or?
Yeah, I think she left.
Typical. Right, so we can consistently see things out on the ocean that should be completely hidden behind the curvature. Right, we can't make an observation that aligns with the globe.
But if you come closer, you see it.
We're talking about curvature like 100 kilometers plus. I don't know how
Well,
could you see
even
that
just
with the
over,
naked eye.
so even just over like 10 miles distance, if the Earth was a globe, there would be 66 feet of curvature, right? That's about 21 meters, right? That's kind of like a 7-story building. So we can test over 10 miles, right? And then it's exponential, okay? So over 20 miles, it's 266 foot of curvature. But we can zoom in across 20 miles and see that there's zero curvature, right? We could zoom in across a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That wouldn't be possible if the Earth was a globe.
Damn.
Have you ever tried going from
So an ancient symbol is undefeated. I mean, like the Eratosthenes or whatever, those who didn't have any satellites or rockets to fly, had beaten our scientific proven science of today.
Eratosthenes wasn't trying to prove if the Earth was a globe or if the Earth was flat, right? He already thought the Earth was a globe. Okay, so he just took a shadow, the angle of a shadow, and he presupposed that the globe in his mathematics. Okay, so he was just trying to work out the size of the globe that he already thought that he lived on, right? He wasn't trying to prove if the Earth was flat or a globe. Okay, he was just making presuppositions and just trying to calculate how big the globe was based on the shadow angle.
Yeah,
but
that's not a measurement.
I know them, man. I know them. They just measured the Earth and they just figured.
No, we're the ones that we are the ones that are going out and measuring the Earth, right? Measuring a shadow is not measuring the Earth. Okay, we're actually going out.
They do that geometry, man. I don't know how.
Yeah, you can do geometry, right? You could do the same geometry inside your house and work out, the radius of your flat floor if you made the same assumptions that Eratosthenes made, right? There isn't even any evidence that Eratosthenes even did that test. Okay, it's just a story that people get told at school.
Spheric shape?
I sent a model for the ships sailing over the horizon for the globe model. We have one for the flat.
So when we test the model, it doesn't work in reality.
Okay, do you have something that work according to your understanding of the Earth?
Yeah, I can show you. I can show you the testing of the model.
The results of your testings.
I want to see, please. I want to see a model
some results
for
of
the
the
flat
testing.
Earth, like because you agree with me that sometimes the ships disappear, right? Do you have a model for why this happen? Like, do you have a model other than the video?
Yes,
okay,
we do. Okay, so it's the mainstream. Okay, so things can disappear. Right. So hold on. So most of the time, the ship doesn't disappear from the bottom. Okay, most of the time, the ship gets smaller until you can't see the ship anymore. Okay, and this is the model that would explain why that happens. Is called the angular resolution limitation of the human eye. Okay, it's the Rayleigh criterion.
A model for the ship sailing over the horizon, like with this phenomenon alone. Do you have a model for it? Like, do you have maths and works like an equation?
But your model doesn't match reality. your model doesn't match reality, right?
It
I
does.
can debunk your
It
model
does.
right now. I'll just post a video showing you that it doesn't happen.
That doesn't debunk it. The
It
video doesn't
does,
debunk it.
right? So you have a cartoon, right? So you have a cartoon model, and then I
I'm
can show
asking
you a
for
real
okay,
world. I
I
can show
don't
you a
want you.
real world test.
Okay.
Buddy,
I don't want
don't
you to
overtalk
debunk it.
me.
I want no. I don't want you to debunk it. Just give me something from yours, like that. Like that. I want a cartoon model for the flat Earth.
No, we have reality, real world test. Okay, not a
So you don't have
cartoon.
models. You don't have models. Do you have a flat Earth model?
No, we can test your. No, we don't have a model. We're testing your model, and your model fails.
I don't know how
My
it
model,
fails.
my
I don't
model,
know
my
how high your
model
IQ is, but if you
doesn't.
don't think that a
Doesn't.
real world
Just
test
just because you're saying
is
it
better
does,
than a
it doesn't.
cartoon model, then you're probably not smart enough to be in this channel having a
Saying,
conversation.
I'm saying that
You don't seem to
real world
comprehend.
have no. Listen to me. Real Earth conditions have variables that you in a video you can't really account it all. Okay, the video you sent. Anyway, send the video. We will see it. But like I sent you a model, can you send me one for yours? You don't have to debunk me. You have to prove that the Earth is flat. Send me something that explains the ship disappearing, like because
Ships don't disappear. Ships don't disappear from the bottom up unless you
Okay.
have very specific atmospheric conditions or
Uh-huh.
ocean swells.
Okay, this specific atmospheric condition. Give us examples. Give us some.
Okay,
some
I'm going to give you citations from leading atmospheric expert Andrew Thomas Young from the University of I think North Carolina. Let me just double check. And if you want, you can go to Google right now and type in what is sinking refraction while I'm looking for this citation. And it will explain to you what can happen sometimes.
Okay, so it's random. You're saying the fact that the ship disappears sometimes, it's random. There is no
Most of the time. Okay, so I grew up on the coastline of Australia. Okay, on the east coast, and I was at the beach quite often and watching cruise ships go out into the ocean. Now, most of the time what happens is the ship will get smaller as it moves away from you due to perspective. And then the ship will get so small that you can't see the ship anymore because it gets below a certain angular size in your field of view. Okay, this is called the angular resolution limit of the human eye. It's 0.02 degrees is the angular resolution limitation.
Okay, what if you use a binocular? Would you still see it?
Yes, so if you zoom in on the ship, you can then see the entire ship again because you've raised the angular resolution limit in the optical, right? So I can show you an example of that. Okay, so that's what I'll do first. I'll show you an example of that exact thing happening that I was just talking about.
Hello, guys.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Great. What about you, bro?
Yeah, good. Thank you, bro. So we're just having a conversation. So just give me a second.
Okay.
Welcome to the channel. Okay, so I've got it here. I'm going to paste it into the side chat in a second. We've got a lot of examples of this as well. Okay, so all right. So have a look in the side chat. Now we're going to try to reverse engineer this this small video. Okay, so we have a big giant ship out in the ocean. Okay, and we have a guy standing on the shoreline. Now, when he zooms out with the camera, we can't see the ship at all. Okay, it's gone. Now, when he zooms in with this powerful zoom camera, you can then see the entire ship. Now, let's reverse engineer the situation. Now, let's imagine that he doesn't have the camera.
Please. Brother DJ, can I just comment on this? Since you always ask me when I send a video, don't just send something. Send something with the distance, with the height of the person who's taking it. Why don't you do the same? Like
yeah,
you're just.
I have all of that. I'm showing you a demonstration of the principle that I'm explaining. We can go over. We can go over a demonstration.
I showed you a video, and you didn't accept it because it didn't really show any.
I have videos with all of those things in them. I'm just giving you a quick example.
Let me give you the conditions.
Why do you interrupt so much?
I'm gonna give you the conditions, then I'm gonna mute, and you're gonna talk. Can you? Can you just give me 1 minute? Actually, less. Okay, listen to this.
All right. Would you want me to just start presenting the observation that I was going to present?
Just give me a second and then continue. I want you to give me an eye level. The eye level have to be like 1.5 meters, okay? And the height of the
Okay,
ship has
I
to
have
be
that
50
exact
meters.
eye level, actually.
Okay, yes. 50 ship has to be 50 meter. If 50, yes, 50 meters. Okay, if you don't have 50, tell me what you have, and we will see. And the distance, I want it to be around from 15 to 17 kilometers. Can you present me an example with all of these conditions that the ship doesn't disappear at all in it?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, prove the
Ready?
conditions and then prove the stuff that you're. Yes,
All right,
show the conditions and the
All right,
when
so
the observation.
okay. All right, give me a second.
Guys, what's up, man?
Okay. Just presenting an observation, long distance observation that doesn't work on a globe. Okay, so here we go. All right, so first thing we're going to do is go over some mathematics really quickly, right, before the observation's presented. Okay, so the observer height is 1 meter. Okay, 1.07 meters.
Do you have something 1.5?
Sorry?
Like,
what does it matter? Okay, so this is 1 meter.
Like 1 meter, it should be worse, but like do it 1.5.
Would you? Well, I
And
have
what is
one that's 1.5 meters, but it's 34 kilometers observation.
34 kilometers. No,
Yeah,
let's see this and let's see the 34 too. And the distance from the horizon. No, okay, no. Distance
Why
to
don't you just
horizon.
make the eye height 1 meter in your little thing? Just set it to scroll the thing to the left, and it goes to 1 meter.
Guys, let us communicate with you.
Hold on, buddy. We're going over something at the moment. Right. So can you set it to 1 meter, please? Right. The observation is from 1 meter height. All right. You got it? Hello. The hell is? Are you there, dude? Or not?
Maybe you went offline. No, okay, is that?
You talk about me.
No, I'm talking to the guy I was just having a conversation with. Right?
Do you have okay? Into 1 meter.
Okay, you're there. All right, so we have 1 meter observer height.
Can I just give me a second? Okay, since it's 1 meter, the height of the ship. How much is the height of the ship?
The height of the ship is 8 meters above the surface of the water.
8 meters above the surface of the water.
Yeah.
You don't have something big. Like
what does it matter? What does it need to be bigger?
Matter. Like it does matter for me. Like I give you conditions and you.
No, I have real world observation. I can't have the observation meet your demands, right? This is the height of the ship. Right? The ship should be hidden behind 28 meters of Earth curvature, but we can see the ship, okay, and the ship's only 8 meters tall. All right? You listening? Are you listening? Hello?
No, I guess he went offline again.
Jesus, man, this is... You could just watch the presentation and then check it after I present
listening.
it.
Just do whatever you want.
Your money's back.
Yeah, so are you watching the side chat so I can present the observation to you?
Yes, I'm watching. Like, assume that I'm always watching. Just do the stuff. I'm gonna watch it.
All right. Well, okay. So I need to talk to you while I'm doing it. All right. Can you focus?
Okay, I'm with you.
Because we need to go over the mathematics right now quickly. Okay. So this is a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator based off the globe. Actually, we're gonna pull the one up for the ships. All right. So look, I'm going to put it really simply for you. Okay. On a globe, right?
What is
From a 1 meter
that you're using? Can you send me like a link
the
for
calculator?
the app? Yeah, the calculator that you're using.
Yeah. This is a good one. It's a very easy one to use.
I
Okay,
am
so
just
here's the
this
link.
hub and I don't know what to do. Can you please help me?
All right. So you can have a look at that.
And then can somebody help me?
Hey, we were about the Earth curve calculator, and then what?
Yeah, open the curve calculator and then put in 1 meter as the eye height level. Right, 1.07 specifically is the eye height level.
The target distance.
Yeah, so the target distance is 13.9 miles. Which is, hold on, let me check what that is in kilometers.
What I have it in miles though, so it's okay.
Oh, you want it in miles? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So put in 3.5 foot as the observer height.
3.5.
Yep. And then put in 13.9 miles as the target distance.
13.9. 9. Calculate.
All right. So in the side chat, I'm going to post the ship tracking radar. Right. This is a screenshot at the time that the observation was done, showing the ship. Okay, the ship's 13.9 miles from the observer.
How is the Earth flat?
It's not observed 13.9 miles.
Dude, this is Aska.
What's that? Sorry.
Earther. This is question.
It's using kind of zoom camera or something, because 13.9 miles is insane. So you still can see it.
Yeah. So it's
Wow.
Yeah. So this is the ship. Okay. So it's called the Shetland Trader. That's the name of the ship. Okay. So we can look up the ship, which he's done. Okay. So I'm going to post a picture of the ship now, showing the height of the ship. Right, and your calculator should tell you what distance the horizon should be as well. It should be about 2.23 miles, I think. Right, so T has asked as well, just saying, but the ship hasn't disappeared behind the horizon. Here, it's just become very small and the zoom has made it appear much larger again. Yeah, but the ship should be hidden behind the horizon, right? By completely hidden behind the horizon, right? You shouldn't be able to zoom in and see something that's completely hidden behind the horizon. No.
To sign that the Earth is not flat, in it.
Right. So T, just keep listening, and what you'll understand. Okay, there is enough distance. Okay, because we're going to calculate it. We're going to check it. All right. So from a 1 meter observer height, the geometric horizon on a globe should be at 2.3 miles away. Right. That's where the horizon line should be. So anything that goes beyond the horizon line should start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right. I'll post a clip from the video as well, right, to show you the actual zoom footage.
How much the distance that there is gonna zoom? Like, is it 18 kilometer?
13.9 miles. Right, so this is the ship in the side chat, by the way. Okay, so we can check the height of the ship, that kind of thing. Right, so you can see the in the last GIF that I posted, sorry, the last picture that I posted there. Right, the hidden height over that distance is 27 meters. Right, so you shouldn't be able to see the ship at all. Okay, but when he zooms in, you can see the whole ship.
Do you have the atmospheric the condition in that time? The time the picture was
Yeah,
taken.
let me post the video quickly. Right, so here's a clip from the video. So all of this is out of an 1.5 hour long video. So I will share the whole video if you want to watch the whole thing later. This is done by a PhD named Dr. John D. Okay, so here's some footage from the zoom. Right, he's zooming in, and you can see the windmills. Right, the bottom of the windmills should be completely hidden behind the curvature by about 52 feet, which is 16 meters. The bottom 16 meters should be hidden, right? But we don't see any curvature. Now, when he zooms right in, you can see that boat in the background. Okay, that's the boat that you can see above there. It's called the Shetland Trader. It's the only ship that was out there, and he tracked it using 2 different ship tracking.
Where was he? Like, where is this taken? Like, can you give me the
Right, so this is
location?
taking at Worthing Beach in the United Kingdom, and he's looking out at Rampion Windmill Farm. So just give me a second, and I'll post you a
Do you have
screenshot of exactly where he is.
Yes, of course. In the Google Maps, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think it will make a difference though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where it is, but yeah, we have all of this data, so it's fine. Okay, so if you have a look, whoops, 1 second, sorry, I reposted the wrong one.
And the link of the video.
Well, it won't even make a difference. Why even interested in the link of the video and look exact location? Don't know why. Anyways,
All right, here's the exact location, right? This is the windmill farm. That's where he's standing on the shoreline. Right, he shows you his coordinates and everything in the video.
it must be loaded with a lot of details about that video, innit? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna post the full video right now. I usually I'm on a different laptop usually, and I have a whole bunch of screenshots and stuff ready to go, but I don't have them at the moment, so I'm pulling up what I have. But here's the full video if anyone wants to check it out. It goes for an 1.5 hours. Okay, this guy's got a PhD in spectrophotometry. He's a very smart guy. And he guides you through the whole observation. He explains everything about the atmospheric conditions, the water temperature, the air temperature. And he repeats it. He goes back and he does it over and over again on different days as well. Okay, because doing it just one time, it's better when you do it multiple times.
Good. What about another topic? Like the time zones? How
Time zones are just when you say time zones, do you mean like political time zones, or do you mean just because we have nighttime and daytime?
Yeah, like nighttime and daytime explains that the Earth is spheric and do a rotation for the sun, except that the sun doing some gymnastics in the sky and the Earth is stay still.
Right. Yeah. So we say the sun's moving, the actual sun's moving over the surface of the Earth. Okay. It's going to move east to west in your field of view due to the way your perspective
No,
works.
the
And
opposite.
if the sun's much smaller and much closer to the Earth than in the globe model, right, as the sun takes a particular path across over the surface of the Earth, it's going to light up different sections of the Earth when the sun's above that section of the Earth, right? Like when it's over Australia, it's going to be daytime in that part of the world. It's going to be nighttime in Europe, for example. And then 12 hours later, it's going to be the opposite, right? It's going to be dark in Australia and it's going to be light in Europe. I'll give you a really basic model, just to give you a general idea. Right? I'm not claiming this is the flat Earth model or anything like that, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Right, so this isn't a flat Earth model. This is just an illustration, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. I'm not saying this is the perfect map, okay? But the sun moves it over the surface of the Earth rather than the Earth spinning like on the globe model, right? So when we see a sunset, we say the sun's moving. Whereas when you're on a globe, when you see a sunset, right, you're told that you're spinning away from the sun, and it just makes it look like it's setting because you're spinning away from it. Okay, we say the actual sun is moving in the sky, just like what we experience. Right, that's what creates the seasons, daytime, nighttime, right, time zones.
Then the sun is smaller than the Earth itself.
Right, I would speculate that the sun is much smaller than the Earth. Okay, and we no, I'm not giving you an exact size of it because I don't think anybody can truly test that. Okay, we don't know exactly what the sun is, but the sun and the moon appear roughly the same size as each other in the sky for everybody. Right, on the globe they tell you that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away. But just by chance, they just look the same size in the sky. Okay, we say that they appear the same size, right? We're not making specific claims. We just say they appear the same size.
Hello.
Hey,
Sorry,
buddy.
come again. What was the question?
Yeah, I didn't ask a question. I was just saying that the sun and the moon appear the same size in the sky from our perspective.
Guys, what do you think about the Artemis 2 moon landing and all the stuff that NASA is doing?
Yeah, it's extremely unimpressive, and I'd be pissed off if I was a globe earther that believed in it. I think people were expecting a lot more in terms of high definition footage, maybe some video footage of the globe rotating from space, maybe zooming in, right? Zooming into some upside down mountains in Australia or something like that. That would have been cool, right? With all of this technology that we have now. But instead, we just got some images that we can't really,
No, but
that could just easily just be
think,
CGI images and you wouldn't even know the difference.
well, even if it's real, you're still gonna blame them.
Well, this is even if it's real, that's the problem. We don't know, right? You have to have faith. You can choose to believe it if you want. That's fine.
No, so
But
you're just saying that,
you're not able to
yeah,
check any of it, right? It
yes,
doesn't
so you're
look.
saying that there is no way to believe.
No, I'm saying that there's no way to check the footage to make sure it's real or not, right? They could easily just be tricking you, like they tricked you with the Apollo missions back in the 60s.
Yeah, but I don't know why they need to trick us.
For money.
Yeah,
But
but they
the
still
footage is
they,
very unimpressive from the Artemis mission, to say the least.
Yeah, but if the Earth was flat, even if they would still spend the same amount of money.
Look, I'm not saying that they're lying about anything other than going to space. Okay, if they believe that the Earth's a globe and they're pretending to go to space, right, then they're going to show you a picture of a globe from space.
Yeah, but
Okay,
I think they did.
Yeah, but okay, so look, I'm going to post an image in the side chat. Okay, right, this is an image from the Artemis mission. Now, how would you know whether this is just CGI or whether this is a real photograph? I don't think that we're able to tell the difference. Right? This could just be easily just a fake, just made using CGI, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do I gotta do to join the flat earthers?
Well, you got to do a lot of research, man. Okay. Look at the long distance observations. Look at the actual measurements of the surface of the Earth that we can test. We can check it ourselves. Right? Over a certain distance, things should become hidden behind the horizon. And we should be
Okay,
able to calculate when that would
no,
happen.
but why do most science people believe in the globe, not the flat earth?
Because that's what they were taught when they were growing up, just like you and me. Right? When they were young children, they were taught that the Earth was a globe. And of course, they just believe it. Okay. And then they grow up their whole life believing it. And then when they go to university, they're just studying textbooks, right? They're memorizing the information in the textbooks, and then they're putting the information in the textbooks on their exam, okay, and passing their exam. You know, it's and then they go on to do their job. It's not like they've gone and tested if the Earth's a globe. Okay, they've probably never even doubted if the Earth's a globe or not. I mean, we had a
Okay,
debate in here yesterday with a physicist. Okay, he wasn't able to prove that the Earth's a globe.
yeah, but even if it is a globe or it is flat, I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, well,
It actually do matters.
right. I think it's very important to know where we live. It's very important. Truth is very important just in general. And something else that's very important is critical thinking, and not just to believe everything that we get told without questioning it. Okay, we should be questioning things that we're told. And if we could go out and test these things ourselves, okay, then we can know for sure if we're being given the correct information. So when we go out and test the surface of the Earth, we don't find any curvature where there would have to be curvature if the Earth's a globe. And this is being done over and over again.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I'm just gonna become a flat earther now.
Well, you already experienced the world as flat anyway. Okay, it's not going to change that. That's a fact. Everybody experiences the Earth as flat and stationary.
No proven, buddy. Come on.
I know it's going to hurt some people's feelings because they've been
No
thinking that the
feelings.
Earth's a globe their whole life. Okay, but it's just a belief system. It's not something that exists in reality.
Even like the GIF that you sent me about the time zone thing, it's like if the sun is way smaller than the Earth, I don't know how would it light the half of the Earth. How would the eclipse, go perfectly aligned with the sun and the moon? Uh, I don't know how. I don't know how, man. That really doesn't explain much.
That's an explanation that we've been taught. Okay, but sometimes during eclipses it doesn't work at all. Right? Sometimes during the eclipse we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon at the same time during the eclipse. Okay, so the explanation doesn't work. So whatever's happening in the sky doesn't change the fact that we're measuring the surface of the water flat. Okay, so whatever an eclipse is, right? However this solar or lunar eclipse is working, it's not the way that they're telling us. And I'm not saying that they're lying to us, right? They're just repeating the model that they were taught.
Well, if we think that the sun is 4 times bigger than the moon and it's 400 times away from the moon, I guess that could make sense. But in a way of the flat Earth and a small sun,
Yeah, but you
small
know what
moon
makes more
beside each other.
sense? If they're the same size or similar size, right? Just like we see them in the sky. That
In
makes
case
more
of
sense.
eclipse, no. In case of eclipse, it doesn't make sense.
Eclipses, yeah, there's a lot of problems with the eclipses, right? They types of eclipses, they call them impossible, right? The impossible eclipse. It's also called the Selenilian eclipse, where the shadow is upside down on the moon. And we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse. Okay, so it can't be happening the way that they're telling us. It's happening on a globe. And also the surface of the water measures flat, right? So if you don't have any curvature, then you can't have a curved shadow.
Why would you have a curved shadow in a large space of land that you can observe the curve?
What's that? Say that again, sorry? I have to turn the volume up.
I said, why we cannot observe the curve because it's large land one.
Right. Right. I get you. Yeah. So you don't observe the curvature, but you observe like a byproduct of the curvature, right? You heard the argument, boats go over the horizon, right? That's the boat going over the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so things would become obstructed behind the curvature. Okay, that's what you would observe. You wouldn't observe the water actually curving. You would see things that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go and test that, we can see things that should be hidden consistently.
Things should be hidden. Completely hidden.
Right. Completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? Like think about this. Right? Let's say that we have a 20-mile lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake at the shoreline, and you're standing on the other side of the lake at the shoreline. Okay, I shouldn't be able to zoom in across that lake and see you standing there, because you should be hidden by 200 feet of curvature on the other side, right? But I can go to a 20-mile lake and I can zoom in across the lake and I can see the shoreline 20 miles away on the other side. Yeah, I'll show you an observation over a 21-mile lake right now where we can see shoreline to shoreline. All right, I'll be quick. All right, 21 miles. So this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
Although 20 miles is, you can't observe curvature in it.
Yeah. over 21 miles distance, there should be 293 foot of Earth curvature.
We're talking about 70 miles at least.
Over 21 miles, there should be 293 foot of curvature. Okay, so this is 21-mile observation. Yeah, if the Earth's a globe. All right, so have a look in the side chat. This is from Google Maps showing you the location. Okay, so you can see the yellow line. That's where he's doing the observation. So he's standing at where the top of that yellow line is, and he's going to be zooming across to the shoreline that's 21 miles away. Okay, that's the distance marker tool on Google Maps right there. Right now I'm going to show you the camera that he has set up. Right, this is a Nikon P1000 camera, extremely powerful zoom camera. Okay, so he's got this camera here set up on a tripod right at the side of the lake, and it's 5 foot tall, 1.5 meters high. All right, now he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake, and so I'm going to show you what it looks like on the other side of the lake. Close up view so you can see. All right, so this is the target. This is where he's going to be zooming into. So take notice of the shoreline. All right, so you can see the shoreline, you can see the big white tower in the background. Okay, this is where he's going to be zooming to from that camera there. All right, so now I'll post the zoom footage. All right, here it is. All right, so this is the view from behind that camera that you can see, and he's zooming in across to that shoreline that you can see there. All right, the horizon should be at 2.7 miles away. Right, not far at all away from the camera. You shouldn't be able to see any more water past that horizon, but we don't see any horizon over the entire lake. Okay, we just see flat water over the entire 21-mile distance. All right, now I'll show you some close-up screenshots. All right, so check this out. Okay, this is all right, here's the screenshot from the zoom footage. All right, so we can see the shoreline, we can see the whole of that white tower as well. And then he did it again at nighttime. All right, so just remember this was the close-up picture. Just a second, I accidentally reposted that. All right, so look, just compare these two pictures. Hey, Atul, if you keep messing up my presentation by writing insults, I'm going to ban you. So don't do that, please. Deleting your message. Okay, so look, this is the close-up of the far shoreline, and then in the image above it, that's from 21 miles away. Right, then he does it again at nighttime from the same spot. All right, so it's even clearer at nighttime. All right, so here's at nighttime. Okay, we don't see any obstruction of the tower. Right, we can see the shoreline. We don't see any curvature. 293 foot of missing curvature in this one. All right, so just a couple more screenshots.
Oh, that means the Earth has had a dead end in it. You need to hit the space at the end of the Earth, right? You just walk straight until you reach the end of the land.
Yeah, I'll get onto that in just a second. All right, it's just two more screenshots. Okay, so look, this is the tower, the white tower. This is it close up, and then that's the shoreline on the side of the lake, just below the tower there. All right, now I'm going to show you what it looks like from 21 miles away, right? Because this debunks the globe right here. Okay, so from 21 miles away, this is what we see. Right? Looks the same. We can see the whole white tower. We can see the shoreline. We can see the bank at the bottom of the tower. Okay? There should be over 200 feet missing. Right? That shoreline should be 200 feet hidden below the curvature of the Earth. We can see the whole thing.
It's a slight curvature that it barely can be noticeable. That's why it's hard to define.
Well, 293 feet is like a skyscraper building. Okay, so that's how much that shoreline should be hidden behind the curvature. Right? Think of it like this, right? You know the Titanic, the ship that sunk, the Titanic? Yeah, so that was a 175-foot tall ship. Now, if the Titanic was where the cameraman was, okay, and then the Titanic was going to sail away from the cameraman 21 miles away to the other side of the lake, the whole Titanic would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by the time it got to the other side of the lake. That's how much curvature is missing, right? Because the Titanic's 175 foot tall, but there should be over 200 foot of hidden height because of the curvature of the Earth. So that's how much curvature is missing, right? The Titanic would be hidden, but we don't see anything hidden. Right, and after they did this observation, they shot a laser across the lake, and they could see the laser from the other side of the lake as well. So we've got hundreds of these tests, all showing zero curvature. So yeah, what were you asking about the end of the Earth?
Yep.
Yeah, if we go in a straight line, we should get to come back to where we started or something. Is that what you were saying?
I guess so. But from your perspective, we should reach the end of the Earth or just jump off the space, right? Just jump off the Earth and get to the space.
Yeah, no, we don't think that the flat Earth is like a disk that's floating in space. All right, it's completely different. I get why you think that, because we think that we get taught that we're on a globe and the globe's in space, right? And everything exists in this vacuum of space, right? And we're a planet that's floating around like the other planets that we see in the sky, right? And then they hear about flat Earth and you think that it's like a flat planet all of a sudden, right? That's not what we claim. Okay, that's
Then why you guys claim?
when we're talking about flat Earth, right? So have a look at this image in the side chat. So this is what people think flat earthers claim, but this is not what flat earth is. Okay, that's trying to put the flat earth inside the globe model. Okay, you could more think about the earth like the foundation of the system that we live in, like the floor, and then everything else is above us, right? Like the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets. It's moving like a big clock in the sky in cycles, right? Like the sun cycle is every 365 days. It resets back into the same position, back into the same start of that cycle, right? The moon is a monthly cycle, right? So the sun is for the years, the moon is for the months. Okay, the moon cycle resets every 28 days. And then the stars take their own path in the sky as well, right? They all move together.
No,
Right. So the sky is kind of like a big clock in the sky that we use for all sorts of different reasons, for seasons, for to tell the time, all sorts of different reasons.
I was waiting for you to tell me the shape of the Earth exactly.
Yeah, we don't know.
So it's roughly, it's flat. Maybe it's cubic. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah, I don't think anyone.
Flat. Then why this group chat names flat Earthers in the first place?
Well, flat is the description of a surface area. I can hear myself echoing through someone's mic. Who's that? Mic check.
Maybe it's Saju.
Yeah, Saju, can you put yourself on mute, please? All right, I'll do it. Yes. Sorry, what was the question?
About the shape of the Earth.
Oh, yeah. So flat's not a shape, right? Flat is the description of a surface. Okay, like a square, like a cube can have flat sides, or you can have a flat surface on a table or something like that, right? Or the surface of water is flat, which is what we're talking about. Okay, so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, we're talking about the surface area of the Earth not being curved. Now, most of the known area of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, right? And the
70%.
surface of well, on the globe, it's like 70% of the surface of the globe is meant to be water. And so if the surface of the water isn't curving, then that means that it can't possibly be a globe, right? It would be impossible. Okay, so we say that water needs to have a container and that the surface is flat. It's not a crazy claim.
Gravity can do that.
Well, gravity would mean that the surface of the water, right? Like everything should be getting drawn towards the center of the globe, the center of mass. That means the surface of the water would have to be curving. around the globe due to gravity. Now, if the water isn't curving, then it can't be a globe, right? And that would debunk mass attracting mass gravity. Now, we don't deny gravity, okay? Gravity, as in things falling, okay? We all can agree that things fall, okay? We have an observed constant acceleration downward, 9.81 meters per second squared. We all agree with that. We can agree with that. But on a globe, the cause of that effect is meant to be the center of mass, drawing everything towards the center of mass. And that would mean that the water should be curving. And that would explain how you can have all of the oceans stuck to the outside of a big ball that's spinning through space. Okay, we don't need to explain that. We say that water needs to have a container. Okay, so if you have a bathtub or a pool, okay, these are containers. Now, we can have natural containers like a puddle or a pond or a lake or a sea or an ocean. And that's where the water gathers in the low spot in the land and it conforms to the shape of the container. And then the surface of the water is going to be flat, just like we all experience in reality. Okay, they just tell us that you observe the Earth as flat, but really it's a globe, even though you experience it as flat. Right, the water is so flat that if you don't have any wind, it makes a perfect mirror reflection on the top of the surface of the water. It's called a specular reflection. That's only possible if you have a flat surface.
Possible if you have flat surface.
Yeah, like a specular reflection. Have you ever seen a lake and it's a perfect, calm, clear day, and you can see a perfect reflection of the sky and maybe like a mountain in the background reflected off the water, and it looks like a perfect reflection. Here, I'll show you an example. That's called a specular reflection. Like this. Right, so the surface of the water is like a mirror. So the mirror is, the water is gathering in the low spot in the land, and then it's forming a flat surface. Right, it's not curving. On a globe, it would have to be curving at a very specific amount because of gravity. Right, we also have these big giant areas on Earth called salt flats. I don't know if you've heard of the Bolivian salt flats, but there should be a huge amount of curvature over the surface of these salt flats. Right, but it's just perfectly flat for huge, huge distances with this perfect mirror surface. If you have a look at some of these pictures in the side chat, this is not possible on a curving surface. This is not possible on a globe. And he's gone.
Did you break another one, DJ?
Yeah, I think so.
I love how you break them with niceness. That's fantastic. Oh, you're breaking them with niceness, and I'm like a sledgehammer swatting flies. Holy shit. Get another one in. I was actually listening to that. I'm doing other stuff, and I just needed background noise. That was pretty good.
Man, it's freaking hard work. We need to get paid for this shit or something. It's taxing when they have broken English and you're trying to explain stuff to them, but you know that they're not quite getting it. And
I'd
some
like to
dude
get this,
before, oh my god, man, I lost my shit a little bit with one guy before, because he's posting this fucking cartoon model, man. Right? I think I've still got
Yeah.
it up on my screen. Right? It's the shittest cartoon you've ever seen. I'm gonna post it. It's like this little ship over the horizon calculator. Actually, we should use this. We should give this to the Globers to use to calculate how far away the ship should be when it goes over the horizon, right? Because this shows a little ship, and then you can adjust it and say, okay, if the ship's 20 kilometers away, then it should be this much hidden behind the horizon.
Oh,
But
oh, you've got a link to it. Excellent, excellent.
Yeah. This will be good, actually. So
all right, this is going to be fun
idiot-
because I'm going to get an image and I'm just going to post that up. Hold on, and we can work out. What's it under? Gotta remember. Should be under that one. Yeah. So I'm going to post that, which is a slightly modified version of. Why is that taking so long to load? Come on, get on there.
So this guy was demanding that I come up with a cartoon like this, and that my real world observation was inferior to his cartoon. He was demanding I have a cartoon as well. All right, you're gonna put it in. But see, this is in metric system. It's metric.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. I need a where's my converter? I'm not in the mood just yet. Mile 52. What is she? 6.21. Oh, basically 10. Yeah. Oh, I can modify that even better. Oh, excellent. 0.3. Height of the ship. How tall you reckon that little boat is? 2 meters? Yeah, it's only a little fishing boat. The one that's just in between the two oil rigs.
Oh, that's a buoy.
Is it? I always thought it was a boat.
Yeah, it's a buoy.
It's too wide to be a buoy. Where's the top half of it?
It's little. It's a little buoy.
Oh, those fellas are about 3 meters tall. 3. That's cool. Now
You
what do I
can
do
just
with
put
this?
in. You can put in the height of the I think the platform. It's 100-foot high.
I was just going to use that little. I thought it was a boat. Anyways, so now that I've done that, what happens? So I've put my calculation, put my numbers in.
Well, how'd you put in the eye level, the eye height? Because it only goes down to 1 meter.
If you click on the little plus at the end, it opens up a entry thing. You can enter the actual numbers you want. I'll put 0.3 in. where the slider is, there's a little plus on the end of it.
Ah.
Hello, everybody.
Howdy.
What's up?
Howdy. So, this is an interesting topic for me. I am really lost.
You're lost?
Yeah.
What kind of
All
app are you using?
Yeah,
Oh, he's good.
on this topic. Is it flat? Is it round? I don't know. I need evidence, the truth.
Well, it's flat. And Matrix just posted some evidence in the side chat there. Okay, that's a still shot out of a video. And the curvature that should be there isn't there at all. Okay, so the observer height is 1 foot above the surface of the water. And that means that the horizon should be at 1.2 miles away on a globe. And we have some oil platforms in the distance that you can see there. Now we know the distance to the oil platforms. And we can see that the horizon is past the oil platforms. It's beyond them. Okay, so
Yes.
that horizon should be at 1.2 miles, but we can see the horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, or beyond 9.41 miles, which is the distance of that second oil platform. Right, so this doesn't match up with the curvature of the Earth at all. In fact, it's a huge, huge amount off. And this seems to be the situation when we go out and do these observations, is the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe isn't there.
So, I'm as I said, I'm really not well educated on this topic. But so, if the Earth is flat, why when I stand on maybe in the edge of a mountain or something and look on the horizon, it does seem like it is round? Because if it was flat, I should be able to see like for very, 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 very far away, right?
Well, you could see as far as as your perspective will allow you to see, and also the atmospheric conditions. Okay, so the visibility of the air is dependent on the how much dust and moisture and pollution and all of that kind of thing, right? So you could look up the maximum distance visibility. Usually it's only about 10 miles or 20 miles or something like that. Okay? And it goes into like a haze after that. You can't see through all of that medium of the
Yeah.
air. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you stand near the sea and look on the horizon, you can clearly see it's bending.
No. When we go to the sea, even according to the globe model, right, you wouldn't see the curvature when you go to the ocean. You'll just see a flat horizon.
But it does seem like it's bending at some point. But I thought of it as maybe because like light bends.
Well, this is what it can seem like sometimes, right? So this is a fact actually. Okay, you can see the same distance in all directions. Like if you went out into the ocean on a little canoe by yourself,
Yeah.
and you look
Yeah.
out into the distance, you might see the horizon, say 5 miles away. Okay, and then you turn to the right, you see the horizon 5 miles away. You turn around, every distance you look, you're seeing the horizon 5 miles away. So that makes a big circle of vision, right? You see in a circle, the horizon is actually a big circle around the observer. So if you thought that the Earth was a globe, maybe you could mistake that circle of vision as curvature of the Earth. But I mean, have a look at this image, right? So have a look at this image. This is a really high altitude image, right? It's completely flat. The horizon's completely flat. Now, if this person was to pan the camera around 360 degrees, he could see the same distance directions, right? So it would make a big circle around the observer.
So if the Earth is flat, well, so it should have a beginning point and an ending point, right?
Yeah, it should have an endpoint at some point. Yeah, but we're not claiming to know. We're not claiming to know where that is. Right? We're just measuring the surface of the Earth and testing for the curvature, and we can't find any curvature.
No, I totally understand that there has been a lot of lies told throughout history and until this day. But uh, from my point of view, humans have been living for very long, and we have so it's something in our nature. We love to explore. So I think like eventually somebody would have found the end of the world, and like so if it's flat, then after it ends, what is there? Would
Well,
we just step onto space or step onto nothing? What
no,
is there?
not space. Yeah, we don't think the Earth is in space. Like that's like the globe model. You're probably going to get to some kind of shoreline of some kind, okay? Because as far as we can test on a smaller scale, every body of water has to have a shoreline. Okay, so maybe there's more land that's undiscovered. I'm not sure exactly, because this is what's interesting. People love to explore, people love to discover. I completely agree with you. But you won't be able to find one person that's kept going south and then come back to where they started again. Right? That would debunk flat earth, actually. Okay? If nobody has ever kept going south, this is what would happen on a globe, right? Just imagine a globe and you start at the North Pole. Okay, and then you keep going south away from the North Pole, and then you would get down to Antarctica at the South Pole. And then if you kept going south, right, you would go around, you would go over Antarctica, and then you would come back up around the other side of the globe, back to where you started again. And that would debunk flat Earth. That would be impossible on a flat Earth. But nobody's ever done that, right? Nobody has ever done a north to south circumnavigation. But a huge amount of people have done east to west circumnavigations, right? East to west is different. East to west works just fine on a flat surface, right? Like east is a circle around a north pole. West is a circle around a north pole. Okay, so on a flat Earth, you could go around east or west and come back to where you started. That would work on a globe. It would work on a flat Earth, right? But the north to south circumnavigation would only work on a globe. And no one's ever done that. So as much as people love to explore, how come no one's ever done that? That's
It is really interesting because people keep getting in trouble for going to the North Pole and the South Pole. I don't know why.
right. So a lot of mystery and a lot of rules and regulations behind it. And yeah.
Yeah. There is definitely something fishy going on.
I agree.
But like, I don't understand the point of like keeping this a secret from the people.
I don't think it's a secret. I think most people believe that the Earth's a globe. I don't, if you asked me to give you a list of who's keeping the flat Earth a secret and lying about it being a globe, I wouldn't be able to put a single name on that list. Now, I'm not saying nobody is lying or nobody knows that it's flat and they're lying about it being a globe, but I don't know. I couldn't give you a list of names. I think most of the people are just, they just believe it's a globe. They've never tested it. They've never questioned it. Okay, we all get taught this growing up. Now there have been some people that have tested it, and they're flat earthers now. Okay, now there's hundreds of millions of flat earthers over the earth now. Because the evidence is extremely compelling when you actually look at it. But
Yes.
I think people are
The thing,
lying. I think people are
the
lying
thing.
about. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
I think some people are lying about space travel, right? I think NASA faked the moon landings to beat the
It's funny
Soviets in
how
the space race.
I was just gonna talk about that. I don't believe they made it to the moon because like if they did the moon landing way back when like we wasn't this advanced in technology, why wouldn't they do it again?
Yeah, exactly. It would be very difficult to fake now, I think, because it would look so
Exactly.
much different to the crappy footage they provided back in the 60s.
Yeah, because like if you guys can do it in the 60s, well, you wasn't like ahead in technology like today. Why not do it now?
Right. Well, NASA has been saying they destroyed the technology and that it would be a painful process to build it back again, which is a funny thing to
Yeah,
do, a funny thing to
yeah.
say.
Excuse my words, but that sounds like bullshit. Why
It
would
sounds
you?
like, yeah.
Why would you destroy the technology?
Yeah, well, they
That
have excuses for all of these things, right? They'll say, "Oh, we used to use these factories, and those factories don't exist anymore, so we're not able to use that technology anymore." But now we have amazing technology now compared to the technology they used to go to the moon. In this funny looking, I don't know if you can see the side chat, but the pictures of the lunar lander. I mean, it looks like something a child would make for a school project, something like that.
yeah, like I don't think that thing will hold up in the sky. Because like if you ride on an airplane and you look out the window while the airplane is flying and it's not even in space, the wings will be shaking from like the wind resistance. And I don't think this thing will survive in space, like going all this distance.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
It does
joke.
look, yeah, it does look like it's made out of old cloth and some aluminum foil or something.
Yep, some curtain rods, some gold foil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you some footage. Right, this is my favorite footage from the moon landing. Most people haven't seen this footage. One second. But I find this footage hilarious. All right, check this out. Right, so this is meant to be after they left the moon and they're coming back up from the moon to reconnect to the orbiter. Right, check that out. I mean, this footage is ridiculous.
What? That looks like a video game.
Yeah, not a very good video game either.
Yeah.
And here's another one, right? So before that, so this is them taking off from the moon. And then
Come
somehow they're controlling the camera from the Earth and zooming up, right? Panning up with the camera as it goes up into the air. It's crazy. So yeah,
Yeah. So how did they get the footage if the camera was set on the moon?
somehow they sent it back to the Earth from the moon in the 60s.
Yeah, maybe they had Bluetooth way before.
Yeah, some radio signal or something like that. They say.
Yeah, it just amazes me how nobody ever questioned them back then. Everybody was like, okay, we went to the moon. It, it's just like crazy for me because like, okay, so apparently this piece of aluminum junk can go to the moon. Why not do it now? Just do it now. Like it's obvious we're ahead of in technology compared to the 60s. So why not do it now? And all the excuses, all the lies. But and I really want to know something like if you look at old maps of the world, it is drawn as a flat surface. But when did we start believing that it's a circle? And like who started that idea? What was he thinking? What evidence did he have? Or it's just like some people suddenly started believing that the Earth is round? Because I know back in time, like the old maps, they draw Earth flat.
Right. Yeah, so it started from the ancient Greeks, allegedly. And the first person to suggest that the Earth is a globe was Pythagoras. Have you heard of Pythagoras?
No, not really.
So he believed that spheres were the perfect shape and that the Earth should be a sphere because spheres are the most divine shape. And why would the Creator make anything other than the perfect shape for the Earth? So he proposed that the Earth is a globe because of that philosophical reasoning. It's really, really disappointing when you look into the history of the globe, right? Most people think that people went out and they did tests and measurements and they worked out that it's a globe, whereas in fact it was a mystic cult leader called Pythagoras who was the first person credited with claiming the Earth's a globe, right? Through mysticism, basically. And this is how the globe actually became something. They took the celestial sphere, okay, which was an imaginary way of mapping out the sky, right? Like the ancients needed a convenient way to map out the stars because they used the stars for navigation. So they came up with the celestial sphere, right? This is flat earthers that did this. Okay, and then people like Pythagoras came along, Aristotle, etc. Okay, and they took that celestial sphere and then they imagined that the Earth must also be a sphere as well. So they inverted the coordinate system that they were using for the celestial sphere onto the surface of the Earth itself, right? And that's what the sphere is. That's what the globe is. It's a mistaken coordinate system. It's an inverted coordinate system mistaken for reality, basically. Yeah, it doesn't actually exist. It's just imaginary. It's actually just a coordinate system based off the way that we see the sky.
Yeah, this is actually really disappointing. Like, so this Greek guy just said the Earth is flat because he felt like it, because he
A
thought
globe.
it would be.
Yeah, so the Pythagorean cult, they worshipped spheres essentially, right? They thought that spheres were the most divine shape and certain numbers, right? They thought certain numbers were divine as well. Like the number 10 was like the best number. So yeah, they thought that the Earth must be a sphere because spheres are the most perfect shape.
That, yeah.
And then Copernicus, a thousand years later, Copernicus used the same reasoning as well.
Yeah, I don't know what to say at this point. So this guy just decides that the Earth is a globe because that is the perfect shape because he likes it, and people start believing that.
Well, it was because of the celestial sphere. Here, I'll read something out really quickly. Right, so this is the history of the globe. Okay, so the celestial sphere came first. Long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric, imaginary, observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. Okay, so the celestial sphere was an optical projection. Angles and motions of the stars were mapped around the observer, not around the Earth as an object. The coordinate system was celestial, not terrestrial. In this framework, astronomers introduced celestial coordinates to describe star positions. Celestial latitude and celestial longitude, later called declination and right ascension, were angular measures projected on the inner surface of the sphere. The celestial poles and celestial equator were imaginary reference lines created by extending the Earth's rotational axis and equator into the heavens. But originally, this was only a geometric analogy, not a physical proof of a spinning Earth. Later on, philosophers such as Pythagoras, Parmenides, Plato, Aristotle took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth. They imposed the celestial sphere onto the surface of the Earth. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and what they considered perfect, the Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below. And that's where the saying, as above, so below, came from. Okay, so the celestial coordinate grid, which worked beautifully for star motion, was projected downward onto Earth, creating terrestrial coordinate system, right, that we know today, right? Latitude, longitude, which mirrors right ascension and declination. Right, so yeah, it goes on from there, but basically, still to this day, we're still using that inverted coordinate system. Okay, now they call it the WGS84, and that's what all of the maps that we use are based off of. Right, like when you see the Mercator projection map, when you see the all of these different map projections that we use now, they're all based off this inverted celestial sphere. Right, it doesn't actually exist in reality. It's just a coordinate system. Right, so okay, so modern cartography, still celestial in design. To this day, the WGS84, GPS, and terrestrial mapping systems are built onto that ancient celestial geometry. Latitude equals Earth equivalent of declination. Longitude equals Earth equivalent of right ascension. The Greenwich meridian replaced the first point of Aries as the zero reference. The celestial poles still define the orientation of the coordinate system. So if you trace the chain of reasoning, you find that no point where anyone measured the curvature of the Earth directly to justify the spherical system, the entire idea of rotating globe Earth in its geometric transposition from the appearance of the rotating sky. The celestial sphere inverted. It was a clever and elegant mathematical trick, but one that mistook coordinate symmetry for physical evidence. So I don't know if that guy's still here, but that's how the globe became the globe.
Oh, well, since it's gone quiet, I'll make some noise. On Facebook, Flat Earth Friends. This new clown, and I won't read his name out in here, has decided to drop in and exercise his authority and tell us all how he's an expert because his father is ex-Apollo, blah, 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 something or other to do with flight dynamics. Anyways, has posted up top 10 flat earth claims that have been debunked. Science to belief. Okay. The horizon always rises to eye level. False. The horizon has been measured dip below eye level that increases with altitude. Pilots and surveyors account for it. I'm glad this clown never pointed that to me because I'd have ripped him a new one on the very first one. The horizon doesn't rise to eye level. The horizon is the parent. Maximum distance you can see where the sky appears to meet the ground. If you are raised above the ground, of course the horizon will be below you. And that has nothing to do with the shape of the ground, whether you believe it's curved or whether you believe it's flat. If you go up, the ground is going down. It is below you. Anyways, that's my bitch on the first one. Number 2. Water always finds level, so Earth can't curve. Well, no. Water finding its level does not mean Earth can't curve. It just means it's flat. It can still curve underneath that. There's no contention there. You can have whatever shape you like underneath it. But his comment to that was, level means perpendicular to gravity. So he's one of these morons that's jumped straight onto the FE bandwagon. Not flat like a table. Large bodies of water follow Earth's curved equipotential surface. Right. Number 3. Ships disappear because of perspective, not curvature. No, they disappear as a part of perspective and your limitations to your optic ability. But perspective shrinks objects uniformly. Curvature hides the bottom first. Zoom does not bring the hidden hull back. This young chap needs to come in here for a visit. Number 4. Now 4 and 5, just so you all know, are my favourites. And you'll see why in a minute. Number 4. The Chicago skyline proves no curvature. And his comment, it actually shows curvature. Lower portions are missing, while taller buildings protrude, exactly what a globe predicts. Refraction can enhance visibility, not erase geometry. Number 5. Lasers over lakes prove flatness. Usually flawed by refraction, poor controls, beam divergence, and bad geometry. Controlled surveying accounts for all of that. Now, the reason I liked number 4 and number 5, number 4, refraction is bad. Oh, sorry. Number 4, refraction is good. Refraction can enhance visibility, not erase geometry. Number 5, usually flawed by refraction. This kid, within 4 lines, has contradicted himself. He's a clown show. Anyways, number 6. So you got to remember this first part that I'm reading out is the claims that we've put forward. Gravity is fake. Density explains everything. Well, I didn't say gravity is fake. Density doesn't create a direction. It requires gravity to define down. Buoyancy without gravity makes no sense. So that's just opinion. That's great. I thought this was about science. Number 7. Air can't exist next to space without a dome. Why did he drop the word pressure and change the word container to dome? Interesting. Atmosphere is a pressure gradient held by gravity, thinning gradually into vacuum. No magical dome needed. Oh man, I can't wait for this peanut to drop in here. He's in a world of hurt. Number 8. Flight routes only make sense on a flat map. False. Great circle routes on a globe explain them perfectly. Flat Earth maps break badly in the southern hemisphere. Oh. Number 9. NASA lies, therefore Earth is flat. Even if you distrust NASA, globe evidence doesn't depend on NASA. Excellent. If that's your first sentence, we can scratch that straight away. So anything NASA related, he can never put forward because globe evidence does not depend on NASA. Astronomy, navigation, eclipses, geodesy, and independent observations existed before NASA. Number 10. No one has proven Earth spins or curves. And his response: Foucault pendulums, ring laser gyros, Coriolis effect, GPS, and centuries of surveying say otherwise. Okay, so present these. And here's his bonus. Flat Earth still has no working model that consistently explains seasons, eclipses, tides, southern stars, GPS, Antarctica, planetary motion. And his little comment underneath. Questioning things is healthy. Ignoring answers is not skepticism. That's just conspiracy with extra steps. So that's our new clown that's jumped into Flat Earth Friends on Facebook. I don't suggest you join it because it's exceptionally toxic. It's just a absolute clown fest. The channel is actually moderated by Globers. McToon is one of the moderators. So if that says enough for you. But this is the low rent clowns that we get coming through there, and there's about a couple thousand of them. If I go in there and go, right, number one, the horizon always rises to sea level. This is bullshit. I disagree with that. If you're above the ground, the horizon will be below your eye level. Ta-da, dips. There's a dip angle for a reason. And even if I agree with him, I can guarantee you there'd be at least 10 Muppets that would jump in and carry on and argue. And this is the Globers. Don't worry about the FE guys that'd have a sook about that. Very low tier. I'd like to go in there and break them all down, but it's just not worth arguing with 47 other Muppets on each individual thing. But like I said, I did have a good chuckle at number 4 and number 5. Number 4, refraction can enhance visibility, not erase geometry. And number 5, usually flawed by refraction. So is refraction helping or not? Or does it only help when you require it? So much for this guy claiming to be all about science. Here he is making things non-falsifiable to suit his own biases. Or bias. I don't know. Biases. Either way. What a crack up. But anyways. That's my gripe for the 5 minutes. And welcome to our new person that dropped in. I don't know who it was because I was on another page reading stuff out. There's a whole heap of people in here. I'll just start at the top of the list. Close to the screen. BB Dragon. We got Candyman 58. Going down the list, we've got Ivy. And we've got Miss Fabuloso XXO. Moody Man. And the rest of the troublemakers are our usual hall monitors. I mean team, crew.
We're here to inform you that your thoughts have been falsely guided toward a perception of reality that does not exist and that you will never, ever experience.
It doesn't exist. So you telling me this flat smacking is fake?
No. The other way around. The sovereignty over your own mind has been stripped from birth. We're here to give it back to you, if you want it. The question is, do you want it?
No.
Oh wow, Degaz, that is a nice one. Where did you steal that from? Is he even in here listening? Oh, he's probably at home on listening to the bot. A golden globey that just got dropped. This is good. Philosophy is outdated. We have science now. I like it. Is this Zuko clown still having a meltdown in our side chat? Ah! Get that off my screen. Professor Dave. Man.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome to.
How are you?
I am fantastic because it's only 8 o'clock in the morning. What brings you here today, my friend?
Oh my god. 1 minute, 1 minute.
Since you've dropped into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, I'm guessing you're either a flat earther or you've got proof that you live on a globe or a sphere. I think you're a flat earther. You just want to tell us all about it.
My friend.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I can hear you.
I am a being green in English.
You're learning English? We know. That's why you're here in this server.
I am a being green in English.
Ah, you're as a beginner. That's all right. Well, just so you know, this channel, intermediate and above. So this is a yeah, because it's very complex stuff that they talk about in here.
Oh my god.
So yeah, you might get stuck with some of the words. Might be a bit over the top.
My English A level is 1. It's A1.
Well, I've never really looked into the levels, but yeah.
Okay. Where you from?
Where am I from? I'm from Australia.
Nice. It's good.
Everyone says that is good.
No problem. No problem.
Till it's summertime. Yeah.
What?
And he's gone.
Oh, that's all right.
Moody man. It's an indication that he's untrustworthy. Yes. He's a man with no integrity. So it's on you if you trust his word on anything else that he says. There are no air navigations over the globe.
Moody, man, how does something flying in the air prove the shape of the ground? So, for example, if I get a drone and I fly it across your backyard from one side to the other, what has the relationship of that thing flying in the air got to do with the ground? That's going to validate its shape or verify its shape.
Are you guys taking Q&As?
Sure.
All right. Why don't you guys pool your money together?
That's not a Q&A.
Well, I'm asking you.
That's some crazy hypothetical that you're about to put upon us.
So, are you a mind reader?
Unfortunately for some people, I'm getting quite good at it.
Okay, tell me.
No, please continue. Enlighten us with your Q&A.
Crikey.
I'm
will tell
guessing.
you.
I'm guessing something like find the edge.
All right, here's an idea. Pool your money together, because I'm not really sure how successful you people are, or how much expendable money you do have, because you're all a bunch of flat earthers, so your IQ is probably pretty low. So you're most likely just a bunch of low class, low income people. But pool as much money as you can. Get yourself a
I'll
rocket.
throw in 20 cents.
And, I'm sure that's all you can afford.
Oh,
Get yourself
a rocket.
Get yourself a rocket. Shoot it off to space far enough that it can look back at the Earth and see if it's round or not.
Well, one sec, bro. You seem to be under the impression that we're in doubt.
No. So this is the perfect proof: is to invest some of your money if you have any.
We have the perfect proof. We have the perfect proof. We already have the perfect proof. That's not perfect proof.
So you can do this. You can easily do this, but maybe not easily. But it will take you a bunch of years. Pool your
If
money
you can
together.
easily do it, I'm quite certain you would have done it by now instead of talking shit.
Yeah, we have NASA.
Exactly. Why don't you do it?
We have NASA.
Why don't you do it?
If you don't
Since
trust
that's your
NASA,
standard.
So if you don't trust NASA, go ahead and make
Why
your own
don't
NASA.
you do that then?
If you're so
Why don't you do it then? Since that's your standard, it's not our standard. We don't have to accept your standard. We've already found the truth. We don't need to do anything else to solidify that position.
He ran away. He just
Piss
wanted
off.
to be a hero.
Yeah.
But he did make a fatal mistake. He posted in side chat, which leaves his name exposed. So now we can just right click on his stupid name, select whatever we want off of it, like his ID, and make him stay away for a long time. Weak-minded people. Really? No.
I mean, after he insults us, then he gives us his idea.
That's what I listened to that and I was just like, bro, you're not starting off too good here.
So when you guys said you already found the truth, how do you know that? You know, for an objective fact that the Earth.
He was proposing that we do this because under his mindset, we are not certain. Well, we are certain. We don't need his crazy wannabe hypothetical flat earthers are broke, so they should all pull together and make a rocket and whatever, blah, blah, blah. We already know it's measured as flat. So him and his rockets mean absolutely nothing.
So you've measured the whole Earth?
His suggestion, his suggestion is projection to appease his own mind and his own doubt. Right? He should do it. He should do what he proposes, and not force it on others. He should ask others what their position is and why they came to that position.
Yeah, so I didn't listen to your. I'm sorry, I just joined. I didn't listen to the conversation with the last guy, so I don't know what you're talking about. I was just asking. I think you said it, T-Buggy, that you know for a fact the shape of the Earth.
No, I never said the shape.
Or sorry, what did you say? What was it exactly?
I said we know the truth.
Right. You know for certain. You know the truth. So what is the truth?
Well, the truth is that the Earth's surface is not curving to form a sphere. It's planar in nature. It's
How do you know that?
distributed horizontally so that the surface of the liquid is level
How do you know that?
through observation and measurement.
What observation did you make? And what measurement?
Just go to a large body of water and look at it.
I'm asking you specifically, like what observation and measurement did you make?
We make observations and measurements daily regarding the nature of the surface of liquid.
Okay, name
It's used
two.
in all walks of life. So we see it in nature, sitting still and level, flat. And then we measure it to be so. And we use it as such every day.
Can you list a measurement that you made? A measurement usually requires a number next to it, so.
Yes, we use water levels to establish horizontal planes of reference so that all points along that horizontal plane are of equal elevation.
That's a
In a straight
measurement?
line.
A water level is a
In a straight line. Yes, it's a measurement. It's the use of the flatness and the horizontality and levelness of water, of the surface of water.
You said you've measured across a large body of water, and it's measured flat.
I have not personally taken a laser or any instrumentation or used any technology to measure across large bodies of water, but I've made observations across large bodies of water where I've seen an amount of surface which would not be allowed if the Earth was a sphere of the size that they claim.
Okay, fair enough. I
Confirming
wasn't.
my experience of the surface of water is what I observe it to be, flat and level.
Yeah, I wasn't saying. I didn't mean that you had to go and personally do it. People have made these measurements. The only my issue is that they haven't been able to measure like farther than I don't know, a couple tens of miles, maybe 100 miles, right? Of you know plane, right? Because due to that the air and atmosphere, lasers, they there's a refraction and shit like that that makes it hard to measure after a certain distance. So I don't know how you're certain that the whole Earth is flat when you've only been able to measure a finite distance. You haven't been able to measure from pole to pole, so you can't really say that the whole Earth is flat. What you observe with your eyes, and our eyes are not a very great or not a very objective measurement tool, if I may say so. You know, we see shit all the time that's not real. So using your eyes and saying, "Oh man, it looks flat," is not like a valid measurement.
Well, if we're using
Yes,
our
it
eyes
is.
saying, man, it looks flat, how are you saying, man, it is curved when we're all seeing flat?
I never said it was curved.
So what's your argument then?
My argument is that you can't say for a fact that the Earth is flat.
Yes,
You have to
observing
measure
it is flat.
Observably, it
it
is
to be
flat.
flat. Yeah, that is evidence of it being flat.
So what you're saying is what you can perceive with your eyes.
What we're saying, I'm not going to have you tell us what we're saying. I'm going to say it. We observe it to be flat. When I go outside, I don't see this magical curvature. So, if I don't see it as curving, it is flat. That's what we observe.
Okay, gotcha. What you observe is flat. Fair enough. Not the whole
Excellent.
Earth is flat. Cool. Okay, that was my only objection. I thought you were trying to say the whole Earth is flat and not just what you observe.
The whole Earth is planar.
Surface of liquid is. We can safely assume that liquid, like the physics, right, applies across the board. Yeah, the physics of water liquid applies across the board. There may be or may not be, some place on the surface of this thing that we live on, right? An area where it doesn't conform to the physics that we experience everywhere else. Good luck finding that place.
What are the physics? Can you explain them?
The physics of the surface of water, so that it behaves in such a manner that when it's at rest, that would be minimal to zero external forces acting upon it, and it meets the air, and it meets a gaseous medium, or maybe even another liquid medium. Its surface is planar, flat, and level, just as is taught in the study of hydrostatics.
And this goes
That
for
its
like
surface
any
will
amount
be
of water?
its surface will be perpendicular to gravity under those conditions where it's still and there's very minimal external forces acting upon it.
I'm sorry, did you say gravity? It will be perpendicular to gravity?
Yeah. Yes. Perpendicular to gravity. Yep. That's taught in the study of hydrostatics.
Right, so gravity is used in hydrostatics. And you abide by that?
Gravity is assumed as a downward acceleration, 9.81 meters per second.
Yep.
Vertical. Just use vertical if you want.
Normal to the surface of the earth, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, for any amount of water, the physics are the same.
Correct.
All planar. And what about a water droplet? What about raindrops? They're not planar. They're actually very
Those are
spherical.
exceptions. Those exceptions where meniscus and surface tension take place.
So there's exceptions when there's a very small amount of water.
Yep, and the reason for it?
There's not
He
an
just told
exception
you.
for a very large amount of
He
water.
just told
Do
you
know?
the reasons for it. You chose not to listen. I don't understand that, why you would do that.
So why aren't there exceptions for very large water?
Because it can't hold its own weight under those conditions. It breaks the surface tension rule. I mean, surface tension is a property that liquid just has, right? In any state, right? So that a large body of water, right, its surface being flat and planar and level, right, it still has that property of having surface tension, so that it can be exploited by certain things like certain insects, spiders. They can float on top of it using the water's surface tension. But it's not. Okay. It's not making that body of water form into a sphere or a curved shape.
You should probably be more exact when you say that water, is planar. You should probably change how you say that. You should say a water larger than, I don't know, a raindrop, larger than a couple centimeters.
I often do say significant portions, significant amounts or volumes of water, larger than a drop. I mean, you can get an amount of water. You can get an amount of water to sit on top of a small coin in an arced fashion, so that it's press. So there's enough surface tension there that its weight is not enough to break that and cause it to spill over the sides of the coin, so that it builds up into a mound.
Yeah. So, but you can't. I don't think you can say that about like the oceans, right? Because you don't know. You've never made any observations of the entire ocean before. How do you know it conforms to your physics of significance?
How do you know it doesn't? How do you know that the water doesn't behave as it is scientifically proven to behave?
So so you want me to prove the negative?
Well, you're claiming the negative, so you may as well prove it.
I'm not trying to claim the negative. I'm just saying, how can you claim this when you haven't been
Easy.
able to observe?
We follow scientific principles. Water is flat and level unless affected by an external source. Water takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface.
Okay.
Do you wish to redefine the word level? Please, because that's all you can do to make it wrap around your ball.
No, level just means normal to the surface of the Earth.
No piece higher than another level.
What did you say? Sorry?
And now you're
So when
saying
it comes to
level means normal to the surface of the Earth.
Right.
That means
right,
nothing.
so that when it comes to describing, an object seemingly appearing to go below the surface of the water at distance, so that its bottom is cut off from view, right? You're going to have to describe that as a change in elevation. So you can't. You want it both ways. You want the curved surface of the Earth, to be a zero baseline, while at the same time claiming that it's a change in elevation, because things upon its surface are changing in elevation with respect to your horizontal view of it.
Yeah, so I never claimed the Earth was a sphere. I don't know why you guys keep saying that.
Yeah, but I know you do.
Oh, you do? You know
And I
me
can just
better
be
than
speaking to the royal. I can just be speaking to the royal you anyway.
you can just be what? Speaking to the royal me? What does that mean? I'm not royalty, my friend. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the all.
What?
The all of you. Where lands are green and skies are blue. Just like you.
You're losing me here, my friend. I'm sorry. This might be some Australian thing that I don't know about. My bad.
That was Space Hog, wasn't it, Tito?
That's correct.
All I was saying, man, is that I was just disagreeing with your claim that the whole Earth is flat. That was my claim. So
We're not saying there is a whole Earth. We're not saying there's a whole Earth.
So what I mean when I say whole Earth, I mean the Earth that we people know about, I guess, from the North Pole to the South Pole.
Yeah, that part that we know about. Everywhere we go, the surface of the water is flat.
You observe it as flat.
Measure it and treat it as such as well.
Measured and
Measured over a
practically used
finite.
as flat. Go ahead.
You measured over a finite distance, maybe a fraction of like the size of the entire Earth.
That's
So how can you
your
say
claim. That's your claim that it's insignificant. It's very significant because it's a direct experience of our reality. So whether it be in a cup or a pool or an ocean, doesn't matter. It's your direct experience of it. We're observing it and measuring it and using it as flat. You can dig out a cavity and then line the walls, render it with like tiles or cement, whatever you want. And then you can draw flat straight lines along its inner surface on the vertical walls, right? That meet on all sides, and then fill it with water until it reaches that line on all sides. It will be equal and portioned equally according to that line. And the volume filled up to that line. That line is flat and straight, level. You can
Is he
even
still
measure
here? You don't have
the
a
volume.
response?
You can even measure the empty volume of your cavity and then calculate how much water will take up that volume.
Has he gone silent on you, T-Bug? Whoever you're talking to? Is he still here?
He was.
Talking with
It
Fish,
was.
the Rhino
It
head
was.
guy.
It's Fish. He's gone quiet. Needs an extra few H's on the back of that.
Come on, Fish. Don't respond to something T-Dub said there. Come on, man.
Oh my bad. Sorry. I don't have any response. So.
That's right, you don't. T-Dub can lay it down.
Yeah, good job there, T-Dub.
Yeah, go ahead and make fun of my accent. The earth's still flat and water's why do you want to argue with water anyway, man?
You'll never find yourself in a situation where you're requiring the surface of liquid to be a curve. Its practical function that it serves is as a horizontal plane.
It's amazing how people want to argue with bodies of water, don't they? Crazy.
Yeah, exactly. To the point where we want a certain section of ground, right, actual dirt, land, to be level, right, to be horizontally oriented and as flat as can be. We're going to want it to be equal with that which we see in the distance towards a marine horizon, where we see the water appear to meet the sky, being from left to right, horizontal. Because every horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
And as people have said many times in here, our vestibular systems are also parallel to the plane of that horizon. Whether they want to accept it or not, they got water between their ears that it's level to the plane of the horizon.
When you look over the horizon and you see a clear line of water there, that proves that there is a curve. Because it would be fading into the distance slowly otherwise. If you ever see that, it's proof. It's a globe.
I'm sorry, what are you saying is proof? It's proof of a globe?
He's not being serious. He says if you see a level straight line of water, that proves the globe. Is that what you said, Debate Daddy?
He's pulling a McToon proof, whereas crisp horizon is only possible on a globe. When reality is that's just a function of physics. That's easily debunked just by using different quality of cameras. Each different camera will have a different distance to the horizon, which indicates it's not a geographical phenomenon.
As
far as I know, no one's ever proved the horizon is physical at all. Sorry, go ahead, T-Dub. I just said nobody's ever proven, as far as I know, that the horizon is a physical place. It's not. It's optical. Go ahead, T-Bug.
Right. Yeah.
Why is it a clearly defined line then when you look over the ocean?
Because that's how physics works.
Resolvability.
It's the limitation of your optic. That's why it's clearly defined for
It's called
you.
a specular reflection versus a diffuse reflection.
It's not that clearly defined, right? Like you would not be able to tell me, like, describe to me some rippling effect that's occurring on the surface of the liquid at that distance. So it's actually not clearly defined. The information coming from that region is condensed, and your brain is not able to make any sense of its features.
What kind of mental gymnastics you have to do to look at a straight line or horizon and try to say that's a globe proof? I'm just curious. It's some amazing mental gymnastics.
Pretty sure the reflection is what's going to determine what the surface looks like shiny or like matte or fuzzy or whatever. But it's not going to determine whether the edge is a defined line or not. That's nothing to do with optics. That's geometry.
Well, if your surface is curved, your reflection is going to be compressed, and you're not even going to see half it if you're beyond a certain distance.
Yeah, we're talking about the horizon, not like the part leading up to it. So
Oh,
it's
well,
just
if
a
you're talking
category
about the
error.
horizon, then your reflection thing is nothing. Awesome.
And you haven't proven that your horizon matches your globe geometry that they claim. It's never where they say it is supposed to be.
It's to do with optics debate, Daddy. If you've got 10 cameras all lined up at the same distance, all pointing towards the same location, and we're going to put a marker at 10 miles, so all the cameras are aimed at 10 miles, okay, all have different lenses ranging from 5mm up to 20 centimeters. So all the lenses on the cameras range from very small to very large. If your geometric horizon is a claimed thing, that is as far as they would see to that geometric horizon. That is it. The issue is, because of the different optic sizes, the size of the lens, they all have different values of how far they can see. So we know the horizon is not geometric because we can look beyond where it's supposed to be just by changing the optic. So we know it's an optical limitation. The horizon is just the maximum distance your particular optic can see where the sky appears to meet the ground. That is all.
It also rise up to eye level, which I'm not even bringing up, but that also defeats it.
Fail. If you are above a surface, the surface does not rise to your level. It is below you. You're above it, remember?
It can appear. It appears to ramp. It appears to ramp up due to perspective. That's the way we see things.
Out, not up. Out away
Well,
from you.
yeah. It kind of seems to converge to a point. Right.
That's only from the observer's perspective. It's not physically doing that, but I know what you're saying, Tito.
Just to be clear, though,
It can appear to rise
could you guys
to. It
repeat?
can appear to rise to eye level, but towards eye level.
Could you guys
but it's
repeat the
not actually.
response? To the prior point about the horizon over the ocean looking like a clearly defined boundary. Well, could you just repeat the response to
It
that?
doesn't actually. It doesn't.
Yeah, what evidence do you
Unless there's
have
like
that it
severe
does look like
refraction.
it's clearly defined? What's your evidence that it does look like that? I don't think it looks like that.
Due to your optical limitations,
the horizon just becomes a blurry line. So you thinking it's some crisp, perfect line is just an absolute joke, mate. Go back to McToon and tell him to pull his head out of his ass and stop thinking shit.
I didn't use from McToon.
That's where it comes from. What, you think we came down in the last shower?
Yeah, McToon's been using that crappy argument for years now.
So
Debate
it's,
Daddy, have you
but the
asked,
response
have
is
you
that
asked
it's
yourself?
optics?
Yeah, it's a difference between a specular reflection and a diffuse reflection.
But that's to do with the
optical.
surface,
Correct.
like what the surface would look like, not to do with what the edge looks
That's
like.
what the horizon's part of the surface. Well, the parent horizon. It's the point of the land or the sea in which you see extremely clearly. And then after that, it will get diffuse, more difficult to see clearly.
But okay, so like a specular reflection is more like a mirror, right?
Kind of. But it means that the light waves are uniform and come at you in pretty much one direction rather than being scattered everywhere.
And then the diffuse one is obviously like the light
Yeah.
diffusing, so the
Diffuse
light
would
rays
be
hit the
more
surface
scattered.
and split off in multiple. Okay, but that's still not to do with like the edge and why you can't see further. Why it's clearly defined at the edge. I don't see how is there like a further argument for that? Because I'm pretty sure there's a premise there that you're baking
It's
in, and
optics.
you're going to
It's
need
the
evidence for that.
limitation of the size of the lens being used.
Yeah. And you're hitting the diffraction limit of the optical device.
If there was a plain grid pattern of
Reflection or
squares stretched out
refraction?
in front of you, if there was a plain grid,
Diffraction with a D.
yeah, if there was a plain grid pattern of squares laid out in front of you, right, stretching out in front of your view, each square, the closest to you is going to appear like larger and reducing in size as they get further away from you to the point where they're going to seem to blend into one. You won't be able to determine that there's any squares beyond a certain point. So what's that going to look like? What will it look like?
Do you want me to share an image of? Sorry, what was the specific question?
What? So if you have
Like
a
I'm
plane
looking at
of
an image like this, for example, but I'm uploading it now. It's taking forever because my internet's really slow today.
Why are you so attached to the globe, Debate Daddy, if you want to answer there?
Because it is, I know that it is one.
How do you know?
Just look at the image.
Okay, we know that photographs can be modified. That means nothing. How do you know
It
you
is
live on a
fake.
ball? What first-hand knowledge do you have that it's a ball? So seriously, Debate Daddy, outside of your mobile phone, your computer, and your television, you see the same as the rest of us. A planar existence. So how do you know it's a globe?
I'm showing the image showing that I don't. I see the clear boundary there. I see windmills beyond the horizon. There's a clearly defined edge, right? Which has, I mean, unless there's like a further argument about the specular versus diffuse refraction, because that has to do with the surface, not the edge. Then, like, those arguments would be great.
No, it doesn't have things to do with the surface. Slow down. Debate Daddy, just breathe oxygen. A couple of posts up from yours. There's a thing that I posted at 44 past the hour. Transmission, reflection, refraction, diffraction, absorption, and scattering. These things happen in the air also, not just off of the surface. Some of them require surfaces to happen. Okay? Diffraction happens through the air. You don't need a surface for that. That's why lasers grow fat at the end. You know how the light spreads out? That's what's causing that.
Okay, but with that, and then what Riley's claim was, like, those are just claims. You need to prove the.
No, these are proven. Any Muppet can do this. Go and buy a shitty laser from the $2 shop, point it, and if you hold the laser 1 foot from the wall, the dot is a certain size. Go back 20 yards, the dot will be bigger. Ta-da! Diffraction.
What's you're claiming that this applies to this windmill photo?
This happens in the air. So start off with your windmill photo. Is that the one that's been doctored? Because one of them was doctored. That was proven years ago that it had been modified. Because there was a very interesting thing how one of the windmills that was supposed to be in the background was actually taller than one of the ones that was in front of it. Which, if the Earth was a ball tard and it was curving downwards, it was totally impossible. And there was also a thing where one of the windmills had actually, its blades were missing completely for some magical, mystical reason. Like the old copy-paste didn't work for something. Is that the one we're looking at?
I don't see any of that happening here.
You don't know? What happened to the blades of the second windmill
I'm looking
across?
at it right now.
So looking at the first one, the second one, you can only see a part of it. Third one's a really tall one. Fourth one is very, very low behind it. If that's the given curvature rate of Earth, Texas would not fit on planet micro-Earth, according to your image.
You think this is you think this is an impossible image?
I think there's a little more going on than you're openly willing to admit to. Have a use of common sense. Look at the height of the front windmills and look at the height of the back windmills, as in elevation, above sea level. If Earth has that continued curvature rate, Texas would not fit on the ball. It would be that small. Please start using your head. Just once. That's all I ask for, man.
I don't know the kilometer distance in this, so do you know that? Because that's
You don't need to know it. Look at the image. Common sense would tell you that.
We don't know what the kilometer is here. It's saying.
Oh well, so you're now claiming your claim is invalid. That is great.
50 kilometers?
Why don't you do some research and find out where that image is from? It's obviously from a wind farm. That's pretty good. And you can look up yourself how big this wind farm. Go and look up where it's from. Go and find out how big the wind farm is, how far apart the little windmills are, and then sit and do some basic maths yourself. From what I see there, you're claiming the Earth is an exceptionally small ball.
We call those guys tiny earthers, right, Major?
Correct.
This is 50 kilometers.
People, are you
You'd expect them to be that low on 50 kilometers.
2000 years ago? Everyone knows Earth is globe. Is it like
Only debate, Daddy.
method?
Apparently you just believe it's a globe, Bill. So tell us all about your code.
Yeah, it's globe and it revolves around some. I don't
That's a
find
good
any.
point. It's a globe because it's a globe. Is that what you said? Good point. Way to go.
Yeah, like I don't find this even important to discuss in 21st century that Earth is flat. If I was like living 2000 years ago and I was talking to you, I might have been um, discussing that with you. It's kind of very unuseful.
So why are you here discussing it if you think it's a waste of time? Just curious.
I'm just telling you people.
You go to every room you disagree with and tell them that they're pointless.
I wanted to enlighten you people.
We came from the globe, so
Yeah. By the way, what makes you think it's not a globe?
the Earth's flatness.
The Earth is measured, practically used, and observed as flat and level. It's not our fault.
Well, let's hear what he has to say about that. Do you mind if I unmute him? What would your response be, Bill?
Yeah. If you want to mute me, you can mute me. I can leave.
You've only been muted in the text chat to stop you from spamming stupid. So what was your response to the question?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
I was just wondering what your response to what Dave said is, because he said that we measure and use and observe the Earth's surface as flat.
Yeah. So we can, like, the Earth is too big, so it seems like it's flat. And that is the reason we can measure it flat. But in reality, it's not. Just imagine a sphere in your hand and you try to measure it, it would measure flat.
Okay, how do you know this? How do you know that that's the case with the Earth?
Well, all the things that we have been told by scientists, for example, how stars
I'm talking about how
work,
you know.
how.
How you know? How do you know? Not how they say they
Yeah,
know. How do you know? How do you know?
it's just like, yeah, I feel it. It's globe. It's a globe.
Yeah, is
We
it
never.
knowledge for you, or is it a belief based on something else somebody said?
It's a knowledge. It's a belief based upon knowledge. So they have told us many
It's
things,
a
and
belief for
if
you
we
then. So it's a belief for you.
okay, so if we all those things that they have told us, if we combine them, so it all fits perfect on a sphere Earth. It doesn't fit on a flat Earth, and only problem I have with flat Earth, if you can convince me, I'll become a flat earther. What is on the corners of a flat Earth, and where are those corners?
Corners.
Yeah,
Nobody's claiming a shape. Nobody's claiming a shape.
yeah, exactly. So my next question is,
Nobody's
it's
claiming corners. Nobody claims corners.
okay. Tell me, like, what shape would be something if the curvature is flat?
Could be any
Would
shape.
it be
Could be asymmetrical.
No, but it wouldn't be a sphere, right?
It would be a
If
sphere. What do you mean it would be a sphere?
no, I'm saying it wouldn't be a sphere if the surface is flat.
Hey, Bill, if an item is flat, it can be any number of shapes, even irregular shapes. So you asking for a particular shape or a boundary description when none of us have ever seen or been to the boundary is a pointless question. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but like I'm saying that
You're saying it's a sphere. You're expecting me to turn around and say, yes, we live on a square. The problem with me saying, yes, we live on a square is why are you fucking laughing, you sped? If I claim that I live on a sphere, or a square, I should say, sorry, the next question would be, can you provide measurements to back up your claim? So why would I say something that I can't back up?
You're just putting words in my mouth. I have never said that it's a square, okay?
You're a clown. You're not even listening. You have no intent of listening.
I am listening to you. What I was trying to say
So,
was
no, you're not
that
listening. Listen carefully. You believe it's a sphere. You've got nothing to back it up. That's part one. Part number two, you are expecting me to give you a defined shape. I don't know what shape it is. I can't give you a shape. The reason I can't give you a shape is I've never been to an edge. So I am not claiming and now you're laughing because you're a child. So why would I make a claim to a shape when I've never found or been or seen an edge?
Okay, got you. So my next question is that if you don't know the exact, like if you don't know the full Earth, how can you say that it is flat?
Because it's measured as flat.
And what do you mean measured as flat?
Physical properties of water are what? Takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface. Level meaning no point higher than another. That's why we have mean sea level or average sea level. So all we have to do is confirm that a particular component of water, like a lake for example, we can measure 20 miles across it and there is zero curvature. So water being the gold standard, that allegedly covers 73% of the known lands or the known world.
Yeah.
Really?
So,
and it is flat and level. You tell me how you live on a sphere that 72% of it is flat and level.
Well, the thing is that it could be the fact that Earth might not be a perfect sphere. It could be that it's slightly.
Well, 72% of it is flat and level.
You think that, but it isn't.
Excellent. What is it then?
Round.
And how are you going to prove this?
Yeah, it's obvious.
It's obvious. So aside from your computer, your television, and your mobile phone, where is this curve obvious?
I have proof.
Yeah, you said it's obvious. As in, mate, Mo, slow down. Mo, breathe oxygen. You can do this. You said it's obvious. Obvious meaning you have made an observation or you have observed this. You've used your eyes. So now I'm going to ask you a question. Aside from your mobile phone, your computer, and your television, why do you have to talk through me? Again, I will try my question. Aside from your mobile phone, your computer, and your television, where have you observed this curvature? And now we can unmute him so he can answer.
So I didn't saw it on my phone or on my computer.
Excellent.
I have a proof. I have a proof actually.
Where did you
Post it in the
observe
side
it?
chat. Go ahead, post it. Because it can't be something that's coming out of your face. It's your proof has to be something you can link to. But go ahead, link.
So the proof is Proof is if you can. Bro, my English is bad, but I try to describe it. If you are on a beach, right, and you see a ship.
No, that has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, dude. That has to do with the Rayleigh criterion and light attenuation. Ships disappearing, by the way, has nothing to do with the
They're
Earth curve.
disappearing. You will say that
Yeah,
they're
dude.
disappearing.
It has nothing to do with the geometry of Earth. It has everything to do with optics, light. You should look into it.
No, but how? Okay, describe it to me. I don't understand it.
Optical phenomenon exists regardless of the shape of the Earth. What you're trying to claim has to do with curve has absolutely nothing to do with curve.
The no, it has to be something with curve. I think so. It
No,
must be.
it doesn't, because it has to do with the optics, the oculus of your eyeball.
No, it's the
Okay,
curve.
no, the fact that you said no just tells me all I need to know about you. You are woefully unprepared for this conversation. You're not even
Yeah, okay.
qualified to talk about
I'm
it.
sorry for that. That you're not this smart as me. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying you don't know what you're talking about. And you got
Yeah,
some
go
kind of
ahead. Tell us
Dunning-Kruger
how
bell
that.
curve
Tell us
going
how
on.
that works.
Sorry, you're
No,
right. You're
no,
right.
smart guy.
I'm not right.
Smart
Sorry.
guy. Smart guy. Tell us how when you see a ship go away from you, how that proves you live on a ball. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would show you, but I can't go. I can't stream you on the server. I don't know
No,
why.
we don't need you to stream. We're on YouTube. You can go ahead and explain to all the listeners how that works.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Okay.
carry on.
Go. If we had a flat Earth, right? You think
No,
that we have a flat
the
Earth?
Earth is flat. Now you have to pretend it's a ball. How does that work?
Okay. The world is a ball. Okay, it's a round, and if you are on the top point of this ball, and you see it's a very big ball, and you're very small, so you can't see the surface of this ball. Uh, for you, it looks as a flat surface, but actually it's round. So if you see a ship that's going,
We've heard this story before. You need to keep in mind we've already changed our minds. We've changed our minds in the past. You've never changed your mind
He's
before.
gonna explain to us how come the left and right curve isn't there.
Yeah, explain to us that.
yeah. So what did you ask?
The left and right curvature.
Yeah, you got
So
ships going away from you, going over the ball, but you don't got any ships going across in front of you, left to right, going down around the side of a ball. That's just a flat horizon.
yeah, so in the x-axis it looks flat, and then you're saying that in the z-axis, like forwards and back, it's curving. That's why the ship seems to disappear from view. How do you address that contradiction?
Do you mean me?
Yes. So you're saying
Yes,
it looks
you.
curved in the z-axis, forwards and back, so that a boat appears to go down behind the curvature. Yet in the x-axis, left to right, there's no curvature apparent at all.
Okay, but wait. I'm not this good in geometry, okay? But I have a question to you, if I can ask.
So we're not going to get an answer for that. Okay, so we're not going to use ships anymore. Go ahead, ask.
Yeah, no, I have a question because of the ship. If the Earth were flat, okay? Okay. If we have we have a flat Earth. You say we have flat Earth, and when we see a ship going ahead, so away from the beach, why is it going down? If you know what I
I
mean.
bet I'd put my money on it that you've never actually seen that happen.
No, he never did. I just heard people talk about it because
Yeah.
I've never actually seen ships go down like that
Exactly.
in Lake Erie.
I saw it.
No, you didn't. You're a liar.
I don't believe
No.
you.
My city isn't Haven city, if you know what I mean. It's Haven. So I saw it that they're going down. And you
Cool
say
story, bro.
So you see the nose of the boat going down.
No, you. And my English is bad. I don't know how to speak with you, but you must know if a ship is far away, far away, okay, then it goes down. And you said it would disappear. Disappear means it would not be there
So
anymore.
so it goes
It doesn't.
To the other things, and that's not
does it
right.
Mo, if it's gone down, right? Let's say that a ship has gone out 10 miles away and it appears to have gone down. How far down has it gone? How far below sea level?
So I don't know how to explain because my English is bad. Which languages do you speak?
I'm
Just
afraid that
go
if you
ahead and
can't
type it
express
right
your
into the
thoughts in
translator.
English,
Okay,
exactly, yeah.
Look,
English.
I have a question
I'm
for
afraid.
you.
Mo, one sec, Mo. I'm afraid. One sec, Mo. I'm
After
afraid
people.
that if you can't express your thoughts in English, then you can't have this conversation here.
But wait 1 second.
Wait, what was the question again? How much it was below sea level?
Yes.
It's not. It's still
Okay,
on
so it
sea level.
hasn't gone down then.
Yeah. Let me explain. It's still on sea level, but just on another side of the Earth. It's
No.
just you look
Right.
in a straight line, but the boat drives around a curve, and that's why you can't see it anymore.
No, I'm just talking
The
about the
optical phenomenon
apparent
you're
visual
observing.
effect.
Yes, it's sinking and looming.
Right, but
You
people are
guys are
saying,
seeing sinking and looming. It has nothing to do with. Go ahead, bro. But you're good.
yeah, I just wanted to clarify. It hasn't gone down then, has it?
No, it hasn't.
No. So when people describe a ship as going down below, right? It hasn't changed elevation. It's still sitting on top of the water. It going down would mean it's sinking. And also down is a flat earth description. In the globe paradigm, there is no down or up. There's only in and out.
Ehrlich jetzt, Bruder, was babbelt dein
So
Arsch?
so listen, one more thing. One could describe the apparent effect they're seeing as it looks like the boat is going down. And I would agree in some cases that it appears like an object at distance has gone down. But you and I can both agree that it hasn't really. It's an optical effect.
Yeah, that's right. But it's still proof that the Earth is round, right?
No, it's not.
But can you explain?
Sir,
why?
you don't know what sinking and looming is. You clearly don't know what sinking and looming is.
At best, what you have is the ability to suggest that the reason you're seeing what you see in that instance is possibly because the surface is curving. Now you'd have to go ahead and demonstrate that that part of your premise is true. Otherwise, you are going to end up in a logical fallacy form called affirming the consequence.
And then I want to see a boat go. I want to see a boat go left and right on your model that makes it go down when it goes away from you. I also want to see it go down left and down right when it goes left and right.
Wait, I paint something. Can I send it in the chat? Maybe I can't. Oh, Oh wait, can I? Do we have a chat where I can send it? Hello? Do you hear me?
Your level in this server might not be high
Yeah,
enough to give you
it is.
VC, give you posting permissions. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't have control over that, dude. That's
Yeah,
not on us.
I'm sorry. I can't show you it.
Well, you could send it to one of us, and we can post it for you.
Now, as Ethergrass was trying to point out to you guys, that there's other reasons why you can, there's other reasons for the apparent appearance of an object going down, right, over distance, right. This can be replicated. These effects, these visual effects, can be replicated over shorter distances, over flat surfaces, right. And it could be a combination of reasons why it's taking effect. For example, angular resolution. Right? Also, weather conditions, right? And the way the light is reaching your eye.
Yeah, okay. But I have another question. Can I ask?
Yep.
Yes.
How do you explain the moon rotation on a flat Earth?
What the fuck? Yeah, okay. He said, yeah, okay to the last thing, and then he wants to know about the moon now. Where are you getting all these questions from?
Bro, I don't know. I'm just asking because the moon is coming only in the night, and where does it come from?
Oh, I see the moon during the day.
I'm
me
not
as well.
seeing it every time, just some days.
I don't see it every time. I see it sometimes.
Yeah, I'm just seeing
Also,
it
just
some days,
Google
so I'm
how
not
to
seeing it
debunk
every day.
flat Earth and reading up a list. Probably. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a quick question about the saying. Does round mean it's a sphere or is it flat then?
Flat isn't a shape.
A pizza is round and flat. What do you think?
When I
Round,
said earlier
round
that
isn't a shape. Round isn't a shape either.
yeah, but if I say the Earth is round, does I mean it's
That
a
means that
sphere?
you don't know. That means you don't know anything about shapes.
Man, I'm not an English speaker. When I say
Is
the
a
Earth
tire
is
round?
Like a coin?
What about a tree trunk?
What about a big fluffy chair? Is that round?
Kind of.
What?
I'm looking at one of my big chairs, and it's all rounded corners. Everything's round on it.
Awesome.
So there you go.
Okay, thanks, man.
Yeah.
I would like a big fluffy chair.
How about the mastiff that's laying next to me? Is she just round or is she dog shaped?
Dog shaped.
Okay, so the dogs have a shape. Round is not a shape, is it? Because you can have rounded corners, and that doesn't mean that the corner is a ball, does it?
Yeah.
I mean, you could even go around, right? A single point in a square shape fashion. Go in straight lines and come back to where you started. And you've gone around something, but you didn't form a circle.
I have
My
a quick
mum gets
question.
around.
Why don't you believe what the science people say in the internet or
Because science people on the internet say the Earth is a sphere, which means the surface of the Earth would be curving. When we try to measure that curve, we don't. We measure the Earth to be flat, which contradicts what the science people say on the internet.
Have you
Okay,
If something cannot be proven, if something's unfalsifiable and it cannot be proven, this is called pseudoscience, not science.
Well, I have a proof.
What's that, mate?
We did it in math lesson. I don't know the right word. But you could measure it with shadows.
Yeah, I also want to say that.
You could, but I
Yeah.
could also measure my living room with shadows with a flat surface, couldn't I? I could put, let's say, a stick underneath my light bulb, and because it's directly underneath the light bulb, it wouldn't cast any shadow. And as I move the stick away from being directly underneath the light bulb, the shadow starts increasing. And then I put the stick down and marvel at the shadow on my flat surface. Now, how does a stick and a shadow prove the surface is curved?
Yeah, okay, that's a good
Yeah,
argument.
you actually got a point, man.
It's a good argument. Yeah, that's a good argument.
The ancient Chinese did the same thing that the ancient Greeks did. The ancient Greeks concluded the circumference of the earth. The ancient Chinese concluded the earth was flat. Just because of sticks and shadows. Doesn't prove anything.
Okay.
It depends on what assumptions you start with, correct?
Yeah, you can say, I think I'm on a sphere, and I think the light source is very far away, and I think that those light rays are coming in parallel. And if I was to measure angles of shadows along this curved surface that I presume, then I would be able to mathematically calculate the circumference of the curved surface I already presume I'm standing on. I can use the same mathematical formula, like I said earlier, in my living room and can figure out the circumference of my living room.
I did actually. I got a value of 440 centimeters.
Awesome. Was that true?
Yeah, yeah. I measured the length of the shadow. Yep, and the distance from the GP point of the light source.
That doesn't count though, T-Dub, because you're antipodal. Never mind.
Okay, guys. But your point is that we are all got manipulated of the internet?
No.
Okay, and why does the most people think that the Earth is what does it
From the internet.
That's why.
We all got taught it at school.
Huh?
That's
We all
what I
got
was going to
taught it
say.
at
We all
school.
got taught when we were kids before we could think about it. Go ahead, Jedi.
I got taught it at school. I turned on the TV and there was button moon and ideas of space aliens and Star Trek. Right? We all just got told this idea. Your parents got told this idea. Grandparents probably the same thing, right? It's just repeated addition. But it's not like we've been lied to on the internet. That's a bit specific. We've just been conditioned and programmed and educated in this idea. That's it.
Okay, and how did we get manipulated?
Philosophy.
Philosophy.
Mm.
You
Yep.
think that's it?
And mysticism.
Yeah.
On television and the internet and your cell phone and billboards and advertising of all kinds, backs of cereal boxes, cartoons. You want me to go on, or do you need a whole list that I'll make one in
Right.
Excel for you? You want me to make it in Excel for you so you can analyze it?
No,
Yeah.
I
You
don't.
try and go a day without seeing a globe pushed into your face.
No, guys, I'm just asking. But
Mhm.
if we can go on YouTube and search a live stream, what does Weltraum mean?
It's not a live stream.
Okay, it's a studio, right?
Well, prove it's a live stream. Can you?
No.
Is it just because it says
Can
live
you prove
stream?
that it isn't a live stream?
It's not my burden.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, how?
He can.
Because it loops. Because it loops.
Yep.
What does
That's
that
why.
mean? I'm bad in English. Can you explain it?
Yeah,
If
it's not live because it repeats.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
You should watch it then.
You've never checked.
8.
Yeah, real quick, if you actually watch one of those live streams, after about 45 minutes, it'll go blank for like 45 minutes. Go ahead.
But can you prove me that loops?
Yeah, it's repeating itself. And the Earth they show is just a computer Earth because there's a big seam in it. When it spins, you can see the seam where it's wrapped around. Do you
Do you
think
have a
just go watch it and wait for it and do it yourself?
Yeah.
I'm
You
not
can
gonna
watch it
keep
like 4
doing this
times the
shit for
speed.
you guys.
You can watch it at like 4 times the speed. You don't have to sit there and watch it at normal speed either.
Yeah, how
We're telling you to check for yourself,
how
man.
am
We
I
don't want you to
supposed to
believe us just
watch the
because.
live stream on YouTube on 4 times speed?
Yeah,
Explain.
you can fast forward. You click the button.
Because it's already recorded. That's how you
Yeah,
can
but
watch it.
if it's recorded, you can't put a live stream on 4 times
What's it
speed.
recording?
Oh, then I
Pre-record.
guess it's not live then, is it, son?
What's it recording?
Oh, do you think that it says live when the little button is red on the screen? The little box has a red box and it says live. Do you think that means it's actually live? Because I put that on videos and they're not live.
Yeah, okay, but okay, we think that it's not live. Like you said, it's a loop. Okay, I can think that could be true. Okay, maybe I don't check it, so I can't say it's true. Okay,
Bingo.
but
What does it show?
even if a YouTube live stream is if there is written that it's live, then I can't go to settings and put it on 4 times speed. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
Then it must not be live then, is it? You didn't read the fine print, son.
son, I'm not your son.
What does the images show from the International Space Station when you're watching on YouTube on the live stream? What do you see?
What? Can you repeat it?
What do you see on the live stream on YouTube? What do you see?
Most time I saw it sometimes when I was a kid, when I was a child, but sometimes you just see the Earth, and sometimes you see some astronauts there doing something
Okay.
outside the.
Specifically the Earth. Describe it to me.
Last time I saw it, it was clouds and blue and some a bit of land. I can't. How should I explain it to you? It's like clouds,
Okay.
water, and
The
land.
horizon. The horizon. Was it straight or was it curved?
Wait, let me look what horizon means in my language. Horizon. Horizont.
Ich mache Übersetzer für dich, Mo.
Bruder, Horizont, Bruder? Was heißt das?
So der Übergang von Boden und Sonne, von Himmel und so.
So. Yeah,
Where
look.
the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky?
Wait. I know what you mean with the
Cool.
horizon.
Good. So did it look straight or did it look curved?
Actually, last time I saw it, it looked really curved because
Okay. That's the
If
point
you
I'm
look-
trying to get to. So in the images that you've got that are live on YouTube, you see the Earth and the surface looks curved. Am I right?
Yeah.
Cool.
It looked like a ball.
That means that I will be able to measure and observe that curvature on the surface, won't I?
Can you repeat that?
That means that I will be able to measure that curvature on the surface of the Earth, right?
Measure, what does that mean?
Messen?
To take a length, for
Yeah.
example, 2 miles, to measure an angle, 45 degrees, to measure vertical or horizontal with a tool, a ruler, for example.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So if the picture shows a curved surface, I should measure that curved surface, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't measure that curved surface. That's the problem in verifying that image. That's why we're here. When we measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure curvature on the surface. So that picture is falsified because it's got a curved Earth in it. We measure with tools a flat Earth.
Okay. I have another question. What does Mondfinsternis mean in English, Balu?
Mondfinsternis?
Wait, I'm going to Google Translator.
Okay, take your time. Thank you.
Then I have a quick off-topic question. Do you think that every planet in our solar system is flat?
We have
Or are
no
there...
idea.
But
What-
do you
We're not saying that Earth is a planet. We're not considering Earth as a planet, though.
What? For real? What is Earth?
Like the floor?
Floor?
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. Is the sun spinning around the Earth?
Well, I don't know about spinning, but I observe it move across the sky daily unless there's clouds.
Okay.
Some of these things that you're going to ask us about are outside the scope of our investigation. But even if we did an internal critique, we could show you that that the claims that have been made about certain things lack evidence, or they don't follow logically. They can be falsified in some manner or another, even by, like Jedi did, by directly just coming back to the surface and measuring the surface. Because if any of your ideas about other things require the Earth's surface to be curving, and we don't measure the curvature, it just measures flat, then your ideas are falsified. Where's our friend gone? He left.
No, he's still googling. Right, you're saying that
Mo's
you
here.
measure the angle from the Earth of a picture, right?
Pardon?
What?
No, in reality, directly.
And what angle is it in reality?
Are you talking? What are you talking about? Angles?
No, I don't know the right word. You said that you took a picture and it's not the same as in real, right? Or what was what you said earlier?
No, Jedi was comparing the imagery that Mo was appealing to with our direct observation and measurements and usage of this Earth's surface. And they don't match. One falsifies the other.
Can't you've used the right length and data, like the right center, and use the not, I don't know the right word. You know what I mean.
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Let me use the translator for a moment.
But I have a question while he's doing that. What do you think about the other planets in our sun system? What do you think? What do you?
It was the same.
That
That was
that's
the
a
same
loaded.
question back to back.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
what do you think?
It's a loaded. It's a loaded question.
I think it's neato. I think your story is neato. How's that? That's what I think. I think it's neat.
What does neato mean?
Means it's cool, interesting. It's yeah, something that makes you go, how did they think? How did they come up with that crazy story? That's what it is.
So you're imagining that Earth is in some kind of system, like it's an independent body amongst other independent bodies, which are going around the sun, right? So your question was kind of loaded because you're expecting us to accept certain premises to be true in the first instance, right? We're not saying that Earth is in a solar system. We're not saying that Earth is a particular shape or a body embedded in outer space, right?
Yeah, okay.
We're sorry.
So we're not liking it to those things. But if we attempted to liken the Earth's surface with things in the sky, assuming that we understand the physical nature of things in the sky, which nobody does, right? But let's say we assume that the physical nature of things in the sky are that they are round, that they are a sphere, then that means their surface must have curvature. So if we were to try and find a similarity between the ground beneath us and those things in the sky, we would look for that surface curvature on the Earth. And then we could conclude that, yes, this thing we are on is the same as those things in the sky. But when we measure the surface of the Earth, as already pointed out by Jedi, it doesn't display any curvature. So therefore, it is not like those things in the sky, if we're to assume that we're correct about the physical nature of those things in the sky.
Can I ask you how you have measured it?
Through observation, long distance observations, right, and comparing to the claimed radius value of the Earth, its size that they claim it is, through long distance laser tests or light flashes, radio signals, and there's many other ways. We just generally use the Earth's surface as a horizontal reference to gauge changes in elevation, to calculate the heights of things or the distances of things if we know the height of a thing, right? So these things, this is how we operate in reality, right? Using the Earth's surface, particularly liquid, as if it is horizontal because it observes and measures to be such.
Okay.
I have one question.
What's that, mate?
Huh?
Pardon? What's your question? Sorry, I should speak up a little bit. What's your question?
My question is how wait, how thick is the flat the flat Earth?
No idea.
Yeah, but if we have Marianengraben, if you know it.
The Marianas Trench in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, I think it's like about 11,000 meters.
Yeah, about 11 kilometers, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Okay. I have
how
no idea
thick?
on that.
That means that the flat Earth should be very thick, right?
I have no idea. I mean,
Okay,
you said
and
the Arianas Trench,
okay,
1,200 meters. There's also the furthest, the deepest hole man has ever dug. It's in Russia. It's called the Kola Super Deep Borehole. It's
I know it.
it's about 12 kilometers ish, something like that. That's the furthest any man has ever dug. So I have no idea what's beyond the furthest that any man has ever dug. I have no idea how far the Earth goes down, and then when it stops, we have no idea how far the Earth goes out wide before it stops. We have no access or claim to these things. The only thing we know is the surface of water is measured to be horizontal, meaning the Earth is flat and not a planet like we've been told. All of these other questions, how thick the Earth is, where does it stop, what's the sun, we don't know. All
Okay,
we can tell you,
gravity, right?
I'll finish with this. All we can tell you is the Earth is the floor. It is flat, it is stationary, underneath the sun, moon, and stars.
Okay. But you believe in gravity, right? So compared to that.
You mean that we understand that
Real quick.
certain states of matter tend to go up or down, right?
Yeah.
In a
Oh,
medium, then
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, gravity pulls everything down, makes things flat. That's why water's flat on top. If there's
Yeah.
no wind blowing on it,
Yep.
because gravity makes Earth flat. So there you go. Yeah, I believe in gravity.
Yeah,
Okay, but
I understand. But
one second. I think Ethergrass just wanted to get in there with a point.
I just wanted to make sure that he understands that nobody's claiming a Pizza Planet space frisbee or anything like that. That would be ridiculous.
Huh?
Right. We're not. He's saying that we don't think that the Earth is some kind of like pizza-shaped planet, like a disc floating in space. We're not saying that. That's not what we're saying. He just wants to make sure that you understand that.
Okay, I know.
All right, I was muted. You say the Earth is a floor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there something under the Earth in the rest of the universe, or is there a universe?
We
No,
are
I
not
don't.
floating. We are not
No, yeah.
floating around in space. Do you understand that part?
Yeah. Okay. So we're in, but where are we? Is it just a?
We're on Earth. We're on the bottom floor, as far as we can figure out.
But
Yeah,
the bottom
it
floor
is.
what?
It is the place. It is the place.
But there are things above us, right? Like the sun or the moon.
Yes.
And where are they?
In the
What is
sky,
the?
above us. You just described it.
Yeah,
You just described it.
Yeah, but how do you? It's just the sky, nothing more. And if the sun goes down, so we don't see it anymore, is it
Doesn't
just
go.
on the floor or is it under us?
No. The reason why it appears to go down is because of how your eyes work. Do you think your ceiling is going down when you look down the corridor?
No. What?
Right. When you look down a long hallway,
Mm-hmm.
do you think the walls are getting closer together?
No.
Okay. But it looks that way, doesn't it? When you look down towards the end of the
Okay,
hallway.
yeah, kind of.
Yeah, cool. So the lights on the ceiling look like they're going downwards with distance.
I see
Same
the
with the
picture in the
sun.
chat.
Same with the sun. Same with the clouds. Same with aeroplanes. Same with
Hmm?
anything that's above your eye line and moves away from you. It appears to get closer to the horizon.
Okay,
Right?
and if the sun, I just say it, I don't know how to call it. If the sun goes down and I don't see it anymore, and
it's gone away.
Okay, it's if the sun is gone away, and the next morning, is it a new sun or is it? Where does the sun go?
Where does the sun rise?
On the also it goes down in the east, I think, and comes back in the west. So it has gone in a circle.
Rises in the east,
Other way,
sets in the
other way
west,
around.
and then
That's
rises again. What is east and west?
Okay,
What are
look,
they?
I look out of my window, and in the morning the sun comes from the left. In the at the night, at the evening, it goes away on the right side of
I
my view.
understand. I understand. I'm asking you what east and west are.
I don't know how to define that. So
Okay, that's circles around a pole. So when the sun comes back the next day in the east, it's because it's done a circle, right?
But what?
You think the reason why the sun rises and sets is because the earth is rotating, going in a circle, right?
Yeah.
The sun goes in a circle. You've told me it rises in the east and sets in the west. East and west are circles of direction around a pole, like north, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So the reason why the sun comes back is because it's completed a circular path. It's not exactly circular because it will rise at a different place on the horizon and set on a different place on the horizon the next day, right?
I thought it goes away in a straight line.
No, east and west are circles. You've asked me why the sun comes back. You've
Like-
described the sun as coming from the east and going to the west.
Like
That
a
means the
string.
sun went in a circle.
Okay. Uh-huh.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You said something with planes, and I don't know what, but I heard planes, and I thought something came into my mind. How do you explain that we can fly from America to China from the other side in 4 hours?
Get ready to repeat yourself, Jedi.
Oh man, hey, is this 3 times? No, there's only 2. Just different ones.
The same answer, but with a different question. I love it. So let's think about it, right? The sun came from the east and went to the west, completed a circular path. I got in an aeroplane and I went to the west. I flew from the UK towards the west to America. I flew across America towards the west coast of America. Then I flew west across the Pacific towards Japan and China. Then I flew west across the continent of Asia until I flew west more until I reached Europe and then returned to London. Because east and west are circles around a pole. Same with the sun, same with the aircraft, right? If you're going to go east and west, please understand that's a circular direction of travel around a central point, north or south, whichever one you choose.
Do you think other planets are flat?
No.
Hast du das gefragt, Mo?
Ja.
Ich habe das vor 'ner Viertelstunde schon gefragt.
Hab nicht zugehört.
You understand the answers, gentlemen, yes?
Yeah. Oh, sometimes.
What don't you understand?
That's a good question.
Mm.
So, how should I explain you what I don't understand when I don't understand it?
Tell me what, if it was a word, then tell me what the word was, or the expression. Tell me what the expression was.
I actually forgot.
Okay. If you remember, please let me know.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the arguments, so, and I'm playing Roblox, so I'm doing both.
I would suggest you put the Roblox down if you want to, improve your brain.
No, I'm a very that's a very important. It's not a game. That's a suggestion server here in Roblox.
Okay.
It's a suggestion server.
I think
a
that's
game.
worse, isn't it?
It's like a suggestion. You can suggest you.
Okay, I don't know what that game's all about, but it sounds like you build things with blocks.
No, you have a chat and you can chat with some people. It's like a forum, but live. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, that part of it should be
Sounds
banned.
distracting. Sounds very distracting.
yeah, yeah, it is.
The idea of adults being online playing a child's game, like we're talking under 10, that's the appeal that it has, right? Because of the aesthetics of it. It appeals to children around that age, and the idea of adults being allowed to play that game online and chat with children who are also allowed, that is very dangerous. That whole chat part of it should be eliminated, and it should just be the visual game itself. No chat.
And not to mention the fact that some of the games up there are highly inappropriate, like Public Shower.
I don't think that in this game is a child because they're argumenting and suggest a very.
And so the issue that I have with it, and we should get back to the Earth because it's non sequitur. The only issue I have with it is the fact that somebody got banned for exposing creepers. Freaking pedo weirdos got banned. That's bullshit. He should have been freaking promoted, given a job working for the company instead of getting in trouble. Receiving cease and desist orders from lawyers and shit. That was bullshit.
I would have deleted Roblox off my children's computers. Thanks for letting me know that.
Yeah, they shouldn't be providing a platform for creeps to do what they do.
Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to the Earth.
I want to get back to the sun, actually. Is the sun always taking the same path every day of the year?
Point of origin, load weight, anything we could work with?
Just the number of crates. Twice the size of past orders, but that's all I can find. This might
Geht
be
das
even
Pferd mit mir? Hello?
Well, Bill.
Just stop miking.
That's okay.
Did you hear my question?
No.
Okay, is the sun taking the same path every single day?
No.
Every day of the year?
I told you this earlier. I
Yeah?
asked you,
Okay, then
does
I
the
missed
sun... That's okay. I asked you, does the sun rise and set at a different location on the horizon every day?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it repeats that cycle yearly, doesn't it?
Yeah, almost, yes.
Yeah. So the sun has, probably best to say, circular paths, not one path, many paths repeated over 12 months.
You mean like one of these advanced mandalas?
Pardon? Say that again.
Okay. Is that how seasons, like summer and spring come?
Yes, spot on. The movement of the sun across the earth daily. As it changes its location, that location either receives more or less light and heat. That is probably what we call summer or winter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sun higher in the sky for longer, summer. Sun lower in the sky for less, winter.
Do you think there's a big ice wall around the Earth?
No, I don't think Antarctica is a ring of ice.
But can you get to the end of the world?
I haven't tried. It's a good question. It's a good question.
If you do it someday and could show me a photo, then I believe.
Dude, yeah. I mean, look, if I had that experience, then obviously I would, record as much of it as I could. But though I do appreciate the question, if we are inside a system, then logically, where's the limitation to the system? I don't know. All I can logically do is point you in any direction and say, I think it's that way. How far away that way is, I have no idea. What will happen on the way and when you get there, I have no idea.
Okay. Let me.
Also, sir, one sec. Also, so we're not asking you to believe anything. We're not asking you to trust our what we say. Like, we're actually talking about things that anybody can actually go out and experience and test and measure for themselves.
Yeah, but I actually
We're saying,
but I still go to school, and I don't have the time right now to fly to a different country. You know.
You don't need to fly to different countries to measure the surface of the Earth that's under your feet.
Yeah, but
Why do you
it's
think you need to
I
go to another country?
when I measure my yard, it's clear that I don't see a curve. That's
Of
the
course.
point. You need to do it in a big scale.
Yeah, we need to do it over
Can't hear
10
you anymore.
or more. But that would be measuring, not flying. Do you know what surveying is?
Surveying?
So, yeah, do you know what that word means?
No. Can you
Okay.
explain it?
It's okay, so it's an enterprise that man takes part in. It's basically measuring the earth. A surveyor, a person who surveys, will measure the earth before we build, like a house or a road.
Mhm.
They
Yeah.
use
Yeah, these.
devices like.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Mm,
You
the
understand
things that
this?
look like a camera.
Yeah, exactly
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
So when people, you, I, surveyors specifically measure the surface of the earth, it's horizontal. Now
Mhm.
we can use other tools like lasers. You know what a laser is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So we can use lasers over distance to hit targets. Up to around about 50 kilometers is the furthest I've seen now. So we
Mhm.
can have a direct line of sight across a body of water with a laser that would hit a target at the same height as the laser. Now, we shouldn't be able to hit the target if the surface was curved, right?
Yeah,
Because the
but.
laser would go straight over the top of the target, like a tangent.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
But
go on.
sorry. Can you say it? Say it. I can wait.
That's fine. All I was going to say is when we measure the surface with tools, it's measured.
So you're really lagging right now.
Okay, I'll come back.
What? Okay, then I can talk, I guess. If you said 15 kilometers is the longest you've seen, I think that 15 kilometers is the distance to the horizon, and then the curvature you can see just starts right there. That's the scale. I mean, I can't measure in my yard or in my town or even in Germany. In Germany I can. Sorry. But after 15 kilometers, then it starts to make sense to measure it with a laser. That's why the boat is disappearing in my reality.
No, 15 kilometers is just an example. We have lots of different observations with different distances. I can even show you one that's 40 kilometers.
But are the points, the distance to the floor from both objects the same? Or the second object higher?
No, they're the same height. Where the laser height, where the laser comes out of, the apparatus,
Mm.
the laser then shoots across the top of the water, right, parallel with the surface of water, and then
Mm.
hits the side of a boat 40 kilometers away at the same level as the laser apparatus.
Let me Google real quick. At what distance the horizon starts.
No worries. Here's the laser apparatus. I'll put it in the side chat. And then there's so far I've only tracked 7 laser observations that are well documented. And so I'll put those all on the side chat as well. You can watch all 7 of those laser observations. So there you go. And it's not just lasers. I mean, Marconi in the early 1900s, he did a radio communication from Northern Europe to Australia, 10,000 miles away, and used direct line of sight communication to transmit and broadcast a song over the air. It's
Yep.
There's just
also New York to Paris, wasn't it?
What's that?
He did several. I think there was one New York to Paris. There's also a radio transmission conducted from the Eiffel Tower, which I can't remember its destination, but it was 6,000 miles.
Yeah, but radio waves go around edges and curves.
No, they don't.
You know that, right?
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Sorry. Yes, I do. Because it has to do something with the distance between every single edge, and that's why there are, I don't know the English word, but in German it's Kurzwellen- und Langwellenradius, and that's someone is driving a car or something right now. What this?
Yeah, we'll take care of it. Go ahead. You're saying what you're saying.
There are different types of radios. There are radios that have between each radio wave a smaller distance and a bigger distance, and especially the radios with bigger distances between the waves, they can go around curves. It's like the what's the word? Schlauch. Moment.
This can't continue. Can you please mute yourself? Thank you.
Hose? Is it hose? Do you know the word hose? Am I spelling it right?
Spell it in the side chat.
But can I post pictures? I have a.
Nein, kannst du nicht. Doch, es ist Host. Es ist Host.
Okay, like from a hose. If you have a hose made of a really strong material, you can't bend it because the ends are pretty tight. If you can bend it, the hose is. That's more distance. That's the same with radio waves, and radio waves with bigger distances between the waves can go. Platter. No, I mean the waves, mate. I wish I could post photos. Can I send it to you in a private chat maybe? And then I search out a photo.
Sure.
Oder sag doch, in welchem Chat du das postest, damit alle reingehen können, gucken
Yeah,
können.
let me search for a photo. Give me a moment.
Sag General Chat oder so. Nein, da schreiben viele. Kacke. Hello, guys. While he's
This is the way
doing,
that.
can I ask something?
Yeah, of course you can.
But you must know that I'm a
Here,
bit
go ahead,
stupid,
Denise.
and I don't know if someone asked it before, and I will say sorry if someone asks it.
Everyone's always asked
You're
questions
okay.
before. It's fine.
Okay. If
Yeah.
the Earth is flat,
Mhm.
how do you explain that it's midnight in New York while it's day in Tokyo or something at the exact same moment?
Because in Tokyo, the sun is at solar noon. I would presume at its highest point in the sky for the observers in Japan.
But
on the other side of the world, where the sun is not directly above the observer, at the furthest point away from the sun, it's dark. Call this midnight.
But I don't know how do you place the sun if to do that because
Above Tokyo, I presume, or within the region between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, depending what season you're talking about.
okay, because I thought that
with a limited range of light. Maybe that's your problem. You're thinking that it should just light up everything.
okay. I thought that on a flat Earth, everyone would see the sun at the same time. But if it
No,
Right.
no. If I stand in my living room and point up at my light, you standing at the other end of my room don't point up to the light that's above my head, do you?
I don't know what you want from me because I'm not
Okay.
good.
If I have a light
Yeah.
above my head in my
Yeah.
room, I
Yes.
point up to it, don't I? Yes.
Point up.
I point up, straight up to the light above my head, don't I?
Yeah.
Cool. You, at the other end of the room, don't point straight up above your head to the
No, but I
light
can
that's
see it.
above my head.
Yeah, that's right. But I can. But I
Okay,
still can.
the light's the sun.
I don't know. The one said the other one said we have a limited range of light. The sun,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, that would I understand. But do you know how stars are how you can see stars? Do you know that? That's light from other planets in our
Lights,
in the universe.
lights in the
You have to
sky
throw
aren't going to change
away
the ground. Sorry,
you have
go
to
ahead.
throw away the idea that all those lights in the sky are millions of miles away.
No, but how does the stars come? Explain
The
it
It's
to me.
stars are
just
above your
let's
head.
start with what did you hear what he just said? We got to start there.
Yeah, you no longer have stars and sun and moon millions and millions and millions of miles away. They're over your head when they're over your head, and they're over somebody else's head when they're over somebody else's.
And why can't I see them when it's sun? When it's day?
Because
When
it's not
it's
over your head.
noon?
Because the
Because it's not over
sun's
your
in
head.
the way are much brighter than the small lights behind
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
Why can
You already know this.
Why can you look at the sun on the horizon?
Don't know, bro.
Why don't you want to look at the sun at midday?
It hurts in the eyes.
I can explain
It's
it.
it's 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 really bright when
You
it's
can
high
explain
above
it.
your
Yeah.
head, isn't it?
Jedi.
Yes.
Yeah, but
You
let me
mean?
say this real quick. Hold on before you finish. I'm
Hmm?
gonna say this real quick. Think of whoever that mow. Think of it like this, right? You're in a neighborhood and there's like 50 houses in your block, right? Around the
Hmm?
entire neighborhood. You only have one street light to light up the whole neighborhood. And so that street light moves around the neighborhood. So when the street light is over your head, see the street light. It's not over your head, you don't see the street light. That's how it works. Go ahead,
I see this. I see
Joe.
this tree light. So that's the wrong information.
You missed it.
I think I missed it too, but my point was, you can look at the sun when it's at the horizon, but you don't want to look at when it's right above you, because the light waves are more spreaded, because you're on, as I think, on a sphere, and most of the light gets to another part of the Earth, and you just get the upper tip, so it's less light that
No,
reaches you.
it's not the answer I'm looking for.
And it's not
The
the answer that even the globe gives. But go on, Jim.
The reason why you can look at the sun on the horizon at sunrise or sunset, it looks orange or red, by the way, is because of the light diminishing through the air that we breathe. The
Because
thickest part of the atmosphere is where we are. And when we look through the thickest part of the air horizontally towards the sun, that light is being diffused by the atmosphere. When we look directly up at the sun, the atmosphere decreases in density. When we look horizontally, it's the densest part of the atmosphere. So the light waves are distinguishing through the atmosphere. This is why we can't see the sun when it goes beyond the horizon, because the light has more distance of the atmosphere to penetrate, and eventually the light of the sun will not penetrate the atmosphere anymore. Like the sun at midday above the sea, and you dive down into the sea and it gets dark, even though it's midday above the ocean. That's because the light waves can't penetrate the medium of the water at about 500 meters. If we compare the air and a distance of hundreds and thousands of miles, eventually that light from the sun will attenuate through the atmosphere. We will not see it.
Okay, but that's good. But I want to answer the question, the thing, to from the other person. I don't know his name. He said that we have a neighborhood, and this neighborhood, we have one street light for the whole neighborhood. But even if the light does not come to to my house, even if I'm the last house and the street lights in the first house, I would still see the lamp, which is shining, but I can't see the sun on the other side of
No,
the flat
no.
earth.
How
So
long's the road?
yeah, I don't know. Even
Yeah.
if it's 1,000 meters and it's flat, I
I
would.
know that. What if it's 500 miles long?
Yeah,
Are you
what
going to
if every
see? Are you
neighbor?
going to see all
If
of
the
the
word was
lights?
flat,
No,
I would still see it, but the word
no.
isn't flat.
Let's stop
So
What if
interrupting, please. Now I'm getting annoyed. No,
what if every neighbor was a
all I
quarter
want is
mile away
clarification.
from each other? What if the nearest neighbor was a quarter mile every time? Every house had a quarter mile lot, and then that light moved around. Then what? Would you see that
uh,
light?
yeah, if the earth was no, I can't see it because the earth isn't flat. If it was flat, I would see it.
Oh my god!
No, you wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't.
No, you would still see it, but it's not bright. It doesn't light up your room, but you would see that there's still a
You
light.
just
Yeah.
That's what he means.
attenuation.
It's like
He-
in our believing, the stars are pretty far away and they don't make light
But
on the Earth, but we can
I have
still
a
see that
well,
there's
one
a
sec.
sun.
Yeah, but I have a very powerful flashlight, right? And I'm told, right, by the manual of it, that it can be seen from at least 2 kilometers away. Why can't it be seen further than that?
You mean the light dot, or why doesn't it make more light when it comes far away?
Why can't somebody see me flashing my flashlight from further than 2 kilometers away?
I guess because the light waves spread out, but actually you can still
Right.
see that there is a light source.
God. You understand perspective how I was describing it earlier with regards to why the sun appears to go downwards, right? I gave you the example of a long corridor. Let's replace the long corridor with a street. You've got street lights above your head. Same phenomena is going to occur with the ceiling as the street lights. They're going to converge with the horizon, the vanishing point of your view. You're only going to be able to see the lights that your eye is going to be able to resolve. The road could be 500 miles long. The earth is flat, but just because it's flat doesn't mean that your eye is going to be able to perceive the lights that are at the end of the road 500 miles away. At best, the human eye, 6 foot above the surface, will resolve about 3 miles. At best, depending on the angular size of objects like mountains, you can see them 50 miles away, for example. But if we're just talking about the light of the sun, as it appears to go downwards towards the horizon, it's just moving away from you. it appears to converge with the horizon because of how the human eye works. The reason you can't see the sun after it goes further in distance is because of all of the air that the light of the sun has got to pass through. I can provide you images of the sun disappearing on the horizon, not below or into, just on the horizon because of the meteorological conditions. Obviously, you must understand that light attenuates through the medium of air. So eventually, the sun is going to be at a distance where the light will not penetrate the air and it will not reach the eye of the observer.
Okay. So, okay. Actually, still don't believe you, but at this point, my English level is not high enough to continue with this.
Can I simplify it for you?
Same.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I don't know. Did you go over it with them, Jedi, about if the sun is directly over your head and you're out in the middle of the ocean and you dive down 200 meters, why
Yeah.
can't you see the light anymore?
Yeah.
So I don't know how much harder that is to explain. The water is a much more dense medium, so obviously it's going to scatter the light rays a lot faster, a lot quicker. It won't travel as far. Air is a lot thinner. It still acts like a fluid, though, and so there's still going to be the scattering. It's just going to be able to happen over a larger distance.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Hey, I forgot what I want to ask. Egal, scheiß drauf. Ich fick die doch.
And I have found an image about the radio wave thing, and I also have an explanation why I'm right. I don't know. It's a German YouTube channel, but I have a link if you want to watch it.
Okay.
He explains a lot of physics stuff. He's quite good. I like his videos, and he explains why sound waves go around corners, because radio waves are some kind of sound waves as well, but much higher frequency, and that's basically the same principle.
Yeah. Some radio waves, predominantly quite a few radio waves actually, diffract around corners. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it?
And I have a quick image, so you don't have to watch the full video right now. Where can I post the image?
In the side chat. Are you on a computer or a mobile device?
Computer.
Up in the top right hand of the names list, if you just hover your mouse over the speech bubble, that's the side chat.
So, yeah, but I can't post pictures in here.
That's have you just joined the server?
Yeah, I'm.
It's time limited. Yeah, it's time limited. You need to be in the server more before you gain permission. You can post it to me, and I'll put it in the side chat for you.
I'm longer than a year on the server, and I still can't post photos. So
wow, you need to talk to an admin.
Yeah,
that
I think
shouldn't
I
be
should
right.
do that. I think I should do that. But we are live on YouTube right now.
It's just a screenshot from the YouTube video, but it's a drawn image of how it looks with the waves. What I mean, so that's basically why radio waves can go around corners, because there's much more distance between them, and that's why the thing with the radio waves doesn't explain that the Earth is flat.
Is this over short distances or long distances?
Both. It's depends on the distance between the waves. Or what do you mean?
Ah ja, Bjane, wir gehen dann später nochmal auf den anderen Server zurück. Ich glaube, ich darf ihn hier nicht erwähnen.
Wen darfst du nicht erwähnen? Achso, ja.
Den Servernamen, Bro. Wir sind live auf YouTube, Jungs, was geht ab?
Wirklich?
Ja, Bruder, ich hab dir Screenshot geschickt, guck mal.
Moment.
I have one question. Are we live on YouTube right now?
Yes.
Okay, on which, can I see the channel maybe?
If you look at the names list, you'll see, let me look, at the top, 24/7 live. Click that. Underneath that, we've got another one, FLW backup bot. It's got the YouTube PFP. That also is another channel.
No, I found it on the bio of the YouTube bot too.
Good.
Okay, but
Cool.
it's an interesting tool. I think it's a nice tool that you can go live with a bot. That's really geil. In German, we say geil to that. It's like cool.
Ich höre dich doppelt.
Ja, muss noch den Stream halten, Bro.
Mhm. Geil.
Okay, I think I don't have more arguments against the flat Earth, but I'm still,
One thing. Just
I'm
one
still
thing.
on my side.
Mhm.
But
No
I don't
problem.
say that you
That's
are
fine.
absolutely
That's fine.
wrong.
Can you do me one favor, please?
What does favor mean?
Can you do me a task?
Yeah,
Eingefallen.
no problem. Yeah, what?
In the side chat,
Sauber.
17 in the side chat, 17 minutes past the hour, Jedi, me, posted a video. It's a laser test. It's 28.6 miles long. Watch it for me, please.
Maybe. Yeah, I can
Not now.
save
Not
it
now.
and do it
Yeah,
now.
not now. Tomorrow. Whenever you like. Not now. It's late. Go to bed. Watch it tomorrow, but please watch it when you can.
Go to bed. It's crazy, but yeah, I'll watch it. Maybe I'll watch it.
What
Please.
time is it in your place right now? Are
I'm
you?
in the UK, so 20 past
Okay,
1
okay.
in the morning.
Yeah, we're in Germany. It's like 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eigentlich sagt man auch 2 AM oder nicht? Also,
Keine Ahnung, oder?
ja, stark.
Ist das nicht dasselbe? Egal.
Ja, Clock ist einfach Uhr und oder AM ist halt Vormittag und PM ist Nachmittag.
Aber
Verstehst du?
gibt's in England nicht auch so 12 Uhr, 13 Uhr, 14 Uhr?
Doch, aber die sagen 1 PM und so weiter.
Okay. Ist ein Scheiß.
Ja. You don't, and you're from the UK, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you say after 13 o'clock? Don't you say 1 p.m.?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You just want to know.
That's fine.
And everything in front of it, you say AM, right? Before it, you say AM,
Yeah.
right?
In the morning. 9 in the morning. Rarely
Yeah.
we say 9 a.m. 9 in the morning. 10 in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. I understand.
Wie dumm.
Behindert.
Ich schwöre ja. Warum machen die so einen Scheiß?
Are you guys? Do you follow football?
Soccer or American football?
No, soccer, proper football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bit,
Are
yeah.
you looking forward to the World Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's pretty
Do you
expensive.
yes, very much. Do you expect victory?
Boah, nah. If I'm not really, but I hope we can we can make it to the half finals. That would be
Yeah, I
great.
also hope that. But the nice thing on this World Cup is it's summer, it's high summer. You can go to the, I don't know was heißt, Bruder, was ist Schwimmbad auf Englisch?
Pool.
Yeah, you can go to outside with your friends, and then
Yeah.
in here in Germany, it's like 9 p.m. You can
Mhm.
go home with your friends and watch the World Cup. It's so nice. And because it's warm outside, you can also watch the World Cup outside if you want. And we have also some stations where the whole city can watch the World Cup game. That's
Oh,
really nice.
Yeah, like a
that
public
sounds
viewing.
excellent.
We have a cinema where you can go for free inside and look the game. It's so nice. I love World Cup time.
Yes, me too. I wish you the best of luck. Though if
Yeah,
England
thanks.
play Germany in the semi-final, I'm going to want England to win. But best of luck, guys. I wish you all the best.
I have one
Thanks.
question. Do
Same,
you do
man.
are you Ronaldo or Messi? On which side are you?
Okay, Cristiano Ronaldo. I
Yes,
support Manchester
Yeah.
yes,
United, so
yes.
Hast du
I
auch?
remember.
Cristiano
Na,
Ronaldo.
Messi.
Nein,
Uh,
Bruder, was laberst du?
Now I know why you believe in the flat Earth, man. That
well, then FIFA do as well. FIFA released the greatest player rankings, and Cristiano Ronaldo won. Lionel Messi too. Sorry,
Shit.
FIFA are flat earthers too.
Björn, wollen wir dann in den anderen Server gehen? Zu deinem Bruder?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, but
we're going. It was
we have to
funny
leave now.
to discutate with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we hear again from you someday. But
Yeah.
now I have
Yeah,
to go.
you're welcome back anytime, gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure
Thank
talking
you.
to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Goodbye.
No
Yeah.
problem.
Okay, bye bye, man.
Bye bye. Take care. They'll be back. Germans usually give it a second go. Oh, that was funny. No, not even a laugh. I thought that was the best joke of the day. Oh well. Right, well, being as it's gone quiet, I see a lot of names in the room. If anybody's got any questions, please feel free to unmute yourself, tell us who you are, what your name is, and bring forth your point for conversation. Maybe you think the Earth is a planet, a sphere, and you want to tell us why you think so. Then, like I said, please unmute yourself. We'd be loving to hear the conversation. If anyone's got any comments on the conversation that took part previously, like I said, please unmute yourself. Bring forth your comments. I'm sure we're all dying to know.
Hey Jedi, did they release the brackets yet?
Say that again, buddy.
Did they release the brackets yet for the World Cup?
Yes. Yeah, I done that about 6 weeks ago.
All right, I'm gonna go take a look at it. I'm claiming U.S. in the finals.
But you really think you're going to get that far? I think you get out your group. Your group looks quite easy for you. I did some games definitely you can win. It's a big tournament. It's the biggest World Cup, as in there's more games to get to the final this year. It's 8 instead of 7, which means there's a round of 32 before the round of 16 before you even get to the quarters and semi-finals. So it's a long tournament, dude. That's a big ask, but it's at home. So I wouldn't put it past you to get to later in the tournament. But yeah, finals, mate. I don't know.
Oh well, they're already announcing the times of the games, huh?
Yeah, man, it's already on my calendar. I've had to schedule time with my children between me and my, well, their mum, my ex, because she likes football, I like football, so we're flipping coins of when we get the kids.
Yeah, World Cup's really the only time I ever really watch soccer. Like I'll watch any good match, right? Especially rivalries, just because I know they're always going to compete really hard. So I don't really have any favorite player. I'm just a super huge USA fan when it comes to the World Cup and the Olympics.
I'll be watching it all.
Yeah.
Probably as many games as I can.
Turkey's going to, I mean, it's still a unique group that US is in, because Paraguay, I mean, I don't really know a whole lot about Paraguay's team. Australia's always got a good team. They're tough.
Paraguay won't do fuck all. You'll be fine.
I mean, I don't expect them to, but I mean, I didn't expect Trinidad and Tobago to do fuck all 20 years ago, and they did. They US
Saying
out.
that, I mean, look, when it comes to World Cups, Saudi Arabia have beaten Argentina. Argentina have won the World Cup and multiple finals and some of the best players in the world. And Saudi Arabia beat them. So in a World Cup, mate, anything can happen. I'll be honest with you.
Sure. Oh yeah. And Turkey might be hit or miss too. I got to take a look at the team and see what it looks like. But I know Ronaldo going over into that region of the world, just like Messi coming over to America, it makes the players in the region better. So people just they get better.
This is it, man. Soccer's been a popular sport for a long time, and it's pushed out into regions of the world. And we've got leagues in Europe that have some of what maybe you would call some of the lesser nations, like players in their teams, and some of them are fantastic, mate. So yeah, I wouldn't put it past a small nation to do really well. Maybe not win it, but cause a few surprises and upsets. Big nations like your Germanys and Brazils and England's are terrible at fucking tournaments, man. So it wouldn't surprise me if one of the lesser nations definitely took some points or a victory off of one of the big ones for sure. Always happens.
But look at last World Cup. Japan upset Spain, I think, 2-1. Was it Spain or Portugal? I can't remember. I know you saw that match. That was a great match. Great defensive match.
Trying to remember. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Spain. I think Spain crashed out in that tournament, actually.
Yeah, they got knocked out. It was
yeah,
first stage.
Yep. Yeah, I remember that.
Yep, Spain 2-1 in 2022. I'm eager to see what Senegal does in that group: France, Iraq, Senegal, and Norway. It'd be nice to see some African teams advance. England's in a tough group.
What?
I mean,
Croatia.
Croatia's just a beat you up team, and then Ghana's defensive. Panama is they're just fast.
Canal.
They'll beat you up too.
Panama's a canal, dude. Fuck no, I have no idea who these people are. Croatia, European team, always been a bit of a thorn in our side, but at the same time, we've smashed them all over the park. But it's a tournament, and it's the first game, probably our hardest game. Ghana, African team, big and strong and defensive, like you said, they're going to be up for it. That's going to be a really good game. Panama will piss all over them. The thing about this tournament,
I think you will because they're small.
Yeah, Panama we will, and probably by that stage, we'll have to because we'd have drawn both our first two games, or maybe even lost one. The only thing is in this tournament, it's not just the top two that proceed out of the group stage. Because it's a larger group, larger tournament with more teams in this year. I think there's another 8 best placed third teams that qualify for the next round of 32. So there's always a chance, even if you draw 3 games, that you'll qualify. Even if you lose 2 and win 1, there's a chance that you'll qualify. If you get 4 points, you're through, I think.
Yeah. Canada's got a easy. I mean, Cotter might do something, but I think it's going to be all Canada. I feel like there's countries missing, man, that I typically would see in this.
Yeah, you might be missing Italy. Italy have failed again for I think it's the 3rd tournament they failed to qualify for. Yeah. Italian football's in fucking crisis at the moment, dude.
Costa Rica too.
Cameroon, I don't think they're there.
Cameroon is not there either. You're right. Costa Rica didn't make it. Interesting.
Oh yeah, Russia aren't there either.
I think Russia opted out.
No, they got banned. They didn't opt out. They got banned by FIFA. Weren't even allowed to take part.
Because of the whole.
Because of the whole, the troubles.
Israel's not there. Israel's almost always there.
Iran is though. That's going to be hilarious.
Greece isn't there either. I can't say it's the Mediterranean teams because Ivory Coast is there. Morocco is there. There's another one. I think Group G is going to be a good one. Belgium, Egypt, Iran, and New Zealand. I think that's going to be. They're going to get to showcase themselves for the first time. They're usually getting smashed by everybody else.
Yeah, it's quite an open group, that one. And I have no idea who's going to.
Right.
Probably going to be some entertaining football, though. That's the thing that you see sometimes with lesser nations, especially when they're playing against each other.
have got everything to play for, and some of them would be their first time at the tournament. Do you know what I mean? So they're just happy to be involved. So expect some really good games.
See, Algeria is there, and it's like right off the southern coast of the Mediterranean. Turkey's there. I don't know. Could be a year for USA. The bench is really what's going to make USA stand out. If they don't have anybody that can come off the bench and let other players rest, need to, it's all over. Because that's why they lost the Gold Cup. Was because the previous match that they were in, they were all run out. I think they went into extra time and then penalty shootout. And everybody was gassed.
Yeah, I don't know why.
June 11th.
Yeah, this is like you said. It's not always somebody to bring on off the bench with like something like maybe with the USA, Canada, some of the smaller teams, right? Because they haven't got a huge amount of, let's say world quality or elite players to choose from anyway. This is where the Spains and the Englands kind of come into their own and whatnot, because we've been talking about for the past like 6 months is who the bloody hell are we actually going to take, because we've got 35, 40, maybe 55 players to choose from, and we've got to take 26. So,
and they're not all in the Premier League. They're all over. Germany.
Yeah, we've got British players
Scottish.
in Spain, and Scotland coming as well, but England playing like in the Premier League, German League, French League, Spanish League, Italian League. We're all over the place, mate. So yeah, it's not always easy when you're a smaller nation to try and conjure up a bit of magic from somebody that is on the bench. Don't always have that.
No. I'm excited though. Like I like American football. I watch my Packers play, but occasionally I watch other sports. But like I said, when the World Cup's on, like I record everything.
Awesome, dude. Yeah, well, when it's on, we'll catch up and have a chat about it.
For sure.
My son's excited about it. I took him to a football game today, just our local football team. We were talking about it and looking at the groups and stuff. And so, yeah, he's really excited. He's 14 years old now. So it's his not his first one. He's had two ready now, and the European Championships 2 years ago. But as he's grown up, he's taken much more of an interest in football. He plays football on a Sunday. Like, you probably know that I coach and manage his teams and have in the past and whatnot. So, but yeah, he's super excited about it. And because it's in America, all of the games here in the UK, they don't start until 9, 10 o'clock at night. Some of the games don't, like the games that are late, like for 8 o'clock for you, they don't start until like 4 o'clock in the morning for us. So yeah, he's really excited about being able to stay up late, which he's going to be allowed to do. And some of the games, they're going to be on school nights. So I don't know whether he's going to be going to school the next day or maybe arriving
Does he go to
an
summer
hour
school?
later. Pardon?
Does he go to summer school?
Oh, and school term doesn't finish until 22nd of July. I think it is. And the tournament starts on like the 10th of June. So it's in school term time still.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that stinks.
He's only in year 9. It's next year where things start getting important, when he starts doing his exam work and stuff for his GCSEs. Year 9's just it always is a DOS year, to be fair. So it's coming up to summer. He's done really well. I don't mind if he goes to school late or even if he has a day off. I don't really care. It's fine. He's done so well.
Good. Congrats, man.
Yeah. I'll pass that on to his mum.
Well, and the good news is too, like I know it's awesome to watch it live and everything. I don't know how it is over there, but over here, like the last time when it was in Cotter, it was everything was on replay. Like you could watch even with the Gold Cup matches, we could watch it like 3 or 4 times in a day.
Yeah, same here, pretty much. Can't really escape it. It'll be on all the time.
Right.
And then this is kind of exciting as well. So we've got the World Cup, and I'm sorry if we're boring you guys.